young Master Gu. He is Yisheng's friend and a shareholder of the casino. The voice of these words was not loud, but when it fell on several people's ears at this moment, it was definitely no less than a thunderbolt from the blue. Mr. Gu? Yisheng's friend? Casino shareholders? The information revealed in this passage was so great that it even frightened everyone. They thought about kicking the iron plate themselves, but they really didn't expect that the iron plate could be hit to such an extent. Although Daima Zai is said to be a partner of the casino, but actually everyone knows it. The casino's business is still prosperous without Daima Zai, but if Daima Zai loses the protection of the casino, they will lose nothing. To put it mildly, it is cooperation. To put it bluntly, they are actually just a group of dogs kept by the casino. And now, they have offended someone, and the person they offended is the master's friend and partner. Regardless of how many shares they have, even if they only have 0.1 shares, they are still one of their masters. This discovery, it's impossible not to be frightened. Think about it. If a guarding dog bites a guest who comes to visit, he will definitely be scolded. But if the dog bit is not an ordinary guest, but the owner's close friends, relatives, or even their owner himself, the result, I'm afraid most of the time, I eat dog meat hot pot that night. They understand this. So when they learned Gu Xiu's identity for the first time, many people fell to their knees limply. I'm sorry, Master Gu, I was wrong. Master Gu, please spare me. It's because I have eyes, but I don't know the truth. I beg you, please forgive me this time. Please. Master Gu, it's Shen Xiangfei who called us. I refused at first. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all Shen Xiangfei. That's right, it's this bitch. It's all his fault. There were a lot of people begging for mercy, and even more people were blaming the blame. No one is willing to die if they have a chance to live. When they find out Gu Xiu's identity, they can only seize the increasingly small chance of survival and hope that they can escape this disaster. As for Gu Xiu's age, no one paid much attention to it. Or rather, it was because Gu Xiu was so young that they were even more frightened. There were actually many shareholders in the casino, but the majority was in the hands of Yihongshan. But any share, those who are qualified to hold it are not simple people. But now, a child who looks to be in his teens owns shares in the casino. The horse racing boys don't even dare to think too much about the identity of this young man in front of them. They are afraid that a lot of people will drown him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Shen Xiangfei, the culprit, was already stunned in place. The moment Gu Xiu appeared, Shen Xiangfei didn't say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to beg for mercy, but that he was completely shocked. Thinking of all the temptations he had towards Shi Chunlai at that time, and thinking of Gu Xiu's words that he knew the king of gamblers, he felt that his whole body was on edge. Turned out to be, as a shareholder of a casino, he naturally knows the rules of the casino very well. But he was right in front of others, trying every means to seduce Shi Chunlai. He tried every means to drag Shi Chunlai into trouble. From Gu Xiu's point of view, he tried his best to seduce Shi Chunlai. It's a typical example of doing whatever you want to do. Wrong. When Gu Xiu came to Shi Chun's office, he once said that the gambling king was his friend. In fact, he was reminding himself at the beginning to take back that thought. But not only did he not care, instead, he laughed at Gu Xiu for lying. I don't know it all. That's a reminder to myself. Young Master Gu, in an instant, Shen Xiangfei thought clearly about this, threw himself to the ground, and looked at Gu Xiu with a pleading face. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. Give me another chance. I will never dare to do such a thing again. I have an 80-year-old man at home, and my child is only 3 years old. I can't die. Please let me go, Mr. Gu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me a chance. At this moment, Shen Xiangfei had snot and tears flowing from his nose. Combined with the wounds on his body, he looked extremely miserable. The effect seemed to be good. Gu Xiu frowned and seemed to be hesitating. Seeing this, Shen Xiangfei felt certain in his heart and hurriedly said again, Young Master Gu, you have a lot of money. Please spare me this time. I promise there will never be a next time. The villain is also blind, has no eyes, and has no eyes to see. Otherwise, he will never do such a thing. I am sorry for you. Please forgive me. At this moment, Shun Xiangfei planned to use his lifelong skills, apologizing and self-examination. The more he talked, the more confident he became. Think about it carefully. If he offended other shareholders, he would basically have no chance of surviving. But Gu Xiu was only a teenager after all. Although his family is great, and he even became a shareholder of a casino at such a young age, he is still just a child after all. A child. As long as you give yourself a chance to explain and rely on your sharp tongue, you will definitely be able to convince him to spare you this time. As long as you get through this time smoothly, you can even take this opportunity, climb a high branch, and climb up step by step. If you think about it, it's all worth it. That's right. He is originally the child of Shi Chunlai's old comrade. Although he wants to frame Shi Chunlai this time, he is still the son of his old friend. As long as he licks well, there is absolutely no problem in climbing high branches. This moment, Shun Xiangfei had a feeling of parting the clouds and seeing the bright moon. He even felt that he might get a blessing in disguise. Young Master Gu, I am Uncle Shi's nephew. He treats me like a nephew. If I die like this, Uncle Shi will be sad. This matter is my fault. I am not a human being. I deserve to die. Please, Mr. Gu, give me a chance to kowtow and admit my mistake. I already know my mistake, so I hope to apologize to Uncle Shi and hope to get Uncle Shi's understanding. Please, Mr. Gu. At this point, although Shun Xiangfei's tone was still sincere, in fact, he was already thinking about the future. Really, Gu Xiu seemed to be moved. You are the son of my Uncle Shi's comrade, and Uncle Shi trusts you. Logically speaking, I should leave your fate to Uncle Shi. Yes, you are right, Mr. Gu. Shun Xiangfei nodded hurriedly. I did such a thing. I shouldn't have expected anything, but I just hope that I can say sorry to Uncle Shi. This is indeed what it should be. Gu Xiu nodded, but just when Shun Xiangfei thought that he would get another chance this time, he saw Gu Xiu suddenly change the subject. But 5 years ago, you went out to work and found a lot of jobs. However, because of your low education and being lazy, your work was not smooth, and you almost starved to death. Fortunately, there was a fellow villager who took good care of you at that time. He gave you food and drink, and even arranged a job at his factory for you. Even when you resigned and left, he gave you a big red envelope and wished you a bright future. He also often called you to care about your situation. Once you asked and had no money, he would immediately help you. As soon as these words came out, Shun Xiangfei's face froze. My heart skipped a beat. But Gu Xiu seemed not to have seen it and continued. After that, you traveled to many places and finally found the job of Dima Zai. But at the beginning, you had no business at all, and you still owed a lot of debt. At that time, you thought of your fellow villagers, so you made an appointment with him and learned how to package yourself from other Dima Zai. You packaged yourself as a successful person and found the fellow villager to say thank you. But then you deceived him into Lian Shan, and even found a group of people to defraud the fellow villager out of his money. In the end, the fellow villager became insolvent, the factory closed down, and he committed suicide by jumping off a building. But you took his IOU and found the fellow villager's wife and children and robbed them of all their last savings. This matter, Shun Xiangfei quickly wanted to explain, but for a moment he didn't know how to explain it. But Gu Xiu didn't listen to his explanation and continued. The next year, you started to have a prosperous life. Then you fell in love with a woman who was your old classmate and your first crush. But she was already married and came from a good family. You were insulted at the class reunion. Then you tried your best to contact the husband of your old classmate and force him to jump into the sea and commit suicide by your means. Then you went to find the old classmate and forced him to have sex with her. In the end, the woman couldn't bear the insult and committed suicide by cutting her wrists. The year before last, you met a rich old man. You tried every means to get close to him, and then you deceived his grandson to Lian Shan. You lost everything little by little and made him owe you sky-high gambling debts. Instead of using normal means to collect money, you colluded with a group of gangsters to kidnap him. When the old man was not threatened, you cut off his hands to make him obey. But after you got the money, you did not let him go, but threw him into the sea. Last year, there was a little girl. Gu Xiu spoke coldly, describing the evil things that the other party had done over the years, word for word, with an extremely calm expression. But there was a bone-chilling chill in his tone. In fact, this was just the tip of the iceberg. With He Hongxin's help, he had already obtained Shen Xiangfei's detailed information, including everything he had done over the years. Facing these words, Shen Xiangfei had already turned pale. He wanted to explain, but couldn't because what Gu Xiu said was true. I just want to survive. In order to survive, there's nothing I can do. Finally, Shen Xiangfei couldn't help but speak, his eyes full of pleading. I don't want this, I must change. Change. Gu Xiu grinned. Yes, I will change. I will definitely change. I will never do such evil things in the future. I like people who correct their mistakes the most. Gu Xiu smiled, but when Shen Xiangfei's eyes flashed with hope, Gu Xiu changed the subject. But I believe more that if you make mistakes, you will be beaten. As for correcting, why don't you go to hell and change? Haha. I thought it would be at least a year and a half before I see you next time, but I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. In He Hongxin's office, he picked up his wine glass and smiled at Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu smiled. Don't He not want to see me? Of course not. It's too late for me to welcome you. He Hongxin laughed, then narrowed his eyes and asked, but I'm curious, you can obviously handle it more easily tonight. Why is it so troublesome? Is it troublesome? Gu Xiu asked back. It's not too much trouble, but it's not like our Lian Shan style. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled. Turning to look at the distant light of the police car outside the window, Gu Xiu said quietly, I don't know what Lian Shan style is, but I'm afraid Lian Shan style will need to change in the future. He Hongxin raised his eyebrows, but it's not easy to change. Gu Xiu did not refute this time. Really, it is not easy to change the rules accumulated over decades in an industry or a region. I'm afraid that a lot of people who work with us tomorrow will lose a lot of money. After all matters on the road are resolved on the road. We are breaking the rules and will make many people feel uneasy. He Hongxin said. Gu Xiu nodded and asked directly, what kind of compensation does He Sheng want? He knew very well. This time, he actually caused trouble for He Hongxin. Although they were partners, they had just cooperated to find something for He Hongxin. Anyone else would be unhappy. However, He Hongxin shook his head and smiled. Compensation? Why compensation? I don't need any compensation from you, Mr. Gu. In fact, you still helped me this time. Oh, Gu Xiu was surprised. In fact, after I talked to Mr. Gu last time, I have been wanting to clean up some unclean things. I was worried that I wouldn't have the chance, but this time, Mr. Gu, you helped me. Even if half of it is gone tomorrow, but the half that can really go away, it is a good thing for me to leave us as soon as possible. So, not only do I not blame Master Gu, but I want to thank you, Master Gu. He Hongxin laughed and spoke seriously. Really, what Gu Xiu did this time actually broke the rules in the industry and even caused a lot of trouble to He Hongxin. However, in fact, such trouble was limited. After all, he is He Hongxin, and this name alone is enough. However, Mr. Gu, you have stepped into the spotlight seriously this time. I believe that it won't be long before everyone in this circle will keep an eye on Mr. Gu. He Hongxin changed the topic. The others are fine, but the group of foreigners from watching might do something. Young Master Gu had better be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows. Really, although he became He Hongxin's partner before, he only signed the contract quietly after all. Many people actually didn't know about it all. But what happened tonight, I believe it won't be long before someone is aware of it. This means, in this circle, he will not be able to hide, but should step into the spotlight. But Gu Xiu has no regrets. After all, he stepped in the spotlight this night. But it also means that many people who are not discerning will avoid the people they care about. Relatively speaking, this is more important. As for the rest, Gu Xiudao has nothing to be afraid of. Early the next morning, Gu Xiu left with the Shi family and his son, but when they arrived at the airport, they received an invitation letter. No surprises. This invitation letter is from another player with a license in Lianshan, and it is also the force from Laching that He Hongxin said. Gu Xiu had some understanding of this force. It is said to be from the well-known Adelson family in Laching. This family holds the largest shares in Las Vegas, and its status is equivalent to the He family in Lianshan. In fact, in the eyes of many people, He Hongshun can only be regarded as a local snake, while the Adelson family is the real dragon crossing the river. After all, the history of this family's fortune is decades earlier than that of the He family. But facing the invitation letter, Gu Xiu ignored it and declined politely. In his opinion, any big family has nothing to do with him, and he himself has no interest in continued development in this area. After returning to Pengcheng, Gu Xiu and Shi Qingsong went directly to Jiangxing together. Originally, Gu Xiu thought that he was preparing to leave, and his parents would definitely have to stage a drama of a loving mother holding the thread and the wanderer wearing the clothes. The result was, if you want to go to school, go quickly. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Well, this is very Gu Jianjun. The only one who comforted Gu Xiu was his mother. Before Gu Xiu left, she carefully cooked a delicious meal for Gu Xiu, not forgetting to cook a bowl of dumplings full of meat fillings. Just like that, without too much sadness, Gu Xiu set off again and embarked on the road to Alikin. The entire journey was silent. Just after arriving at Alikin, Shi Qingsong couldn't help complaining. I heard an idiot say last time that the air in foreign countries is sweet. I just want to say that it's all nonsense. This air is so sweet, so dry. Isn't it sweet? Then why are you talking about coming to school every day when you are at home? Isn't it because you are too bored at home? Is it because you are bored at home? How about I take you to have a big meal tonight, play in an arcade, and stay up all night when you go back? Shi Qingsong winked at Gu Xiu and smiled. I am still an energetic young man, and I haven't seen my girlfriend for a long time. Brother Xiu, you understand? You should understand. Gu Xiu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Is this a preference for sex over friends? This is not about valuing sex over friends. It's because I've been watching too many theme movies at home recently. Does this matter? Yes, of course it does matter. Shi Qingsong nodded repeatedly. That's why I'm going to bomb Milliken tonight, to bring honor to the country. Gu Xiu, I thank you on behalf of the country. Gu. Mr. Gu. As the two of them were talking and walking to the exit of the airport, they saw a blond man in a suit and leather shoes from a distance, waving to him with a flag with his name on it. Seeing this person, Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows. He knew this person. Gu Xiu had met the assistant of the Godfather of Wall Street several times before. Unexpectedly, when the other party contacted me before, he paid off his wife and lost his troops, and then stopped contacting me again, but now he suddenly appeared again. More importantly, the other party actually knew so much about his actions. He even knew about his flight, and even came to the airport in advance to wait for him. This is not simple. Mr. Madoff hopes that he can help Mr. Gu, and he also hopes that Mr. Gu will not refuse. The visitor was very polite, not only bringing an invitation, but also driving a luxury car. Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows. He turned to the man behind him and said, Brother Hu, you are responsible for seeing Qingsong off. Okay, Master Gu. The man named Brother Hu is a burly man with a strong build, and he was also one of Gu Xiu's bodyguards. Now Zhanwu is still busy with the security company's affairs and can't spare time to be responsible for Gu Xiu's safety. However, he is not relaxed in this aspect. Instead, he has sent 7 people to be responsible for protecting Gu Xiu's safety. In fact, Gu Xiu thought it was a bit exaggerated. And compared to Zhanwu's previous invisible protection mode, having so many people protecting him made Gu Xiu feel a bit too ostentatious. But just be ostentatious. After all, you're no longer a nobody. If you think about it, you are now a super tycoon. If you're kidnapped and burped, you will really suffer a big loss. People, the richer you are, the more you cherish your life. After arranging Shi Qingsong, Gu Xiu took the remaining 6 bodyguards and got directly into the car prepared by the other party. It can also be seen from this. Madoff really investigated Gu Xiu and even reserved a special place for his bodyguards in the motorcade that came to pick him up. This made Gu Xiu even more curious. To be honest, regarding Madoff, Gu Xiu had actually always had a non-confrontational attitude. Even before, if the other party hadn't been trying to get him to join the gang, Guccio had no intention of having more contact with the other party. But after something unpleasant happened, Madoff seemed to have given up and stopped contacting him, which Guccio felt. The other party will never contact you again. But this time, Guccio was a little curious and didn't understand what Mr. Madoff had in mind. Shake your head and get rid of these messy thoughts. Instead of guessing now, it would be better to wait until you see Madoff directly. Not for long. The car stopped in front of Manor. The manor was very spacious. After entering, you had to drive through a small forest. There was an artificial lake inside, and several workers were pruning trees inside. Walking in, it is a 4-story modern-style villa. Downstairs, Madoff was already waiting in a white golf suit. When he saw Guccio get off the car, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Gu has just been on a plane for so long. Logically speaking, I shouldn't disturb you. To be honest, I am very grateful to Mr. Gu for accepting this invitation. Mr. Madoff invited me. I don't think many people in this world would refuse. Guccio smiled, but I am very curious that Mr. Madoff knows so much about my itinerary. Haha, you have always been someone I value very much, so I hope you don't mind the extra attention. In response, Guccio just shrugged. Non-committal. Madoff didn't feel embarrassed when he arrived, but asked, "There's a guest room upstairs. Do you need to sleep first, Mr. Gu? How about I call you after dinner is ready? Although it is very comfortable to stay here with Mr. Fu, I still prefer to sleep in my own bed." Guccio shrugged. Besides, Mr. Madoff came to me so eagerly, so he probably didn't want me to go to sleep and waste time. When he said this, Guccio looked directly at Madoff. And faced with such a look, Madoff's expression changed several times, but finally he nodded and asked, "I don't know that Mr. Gu is not interested. Participate in a project with an annual rate of 50%. The annualized rate is 50%. If this word gets out, I am afraid it will immediately cause crazy ridicule from people all over the world who have a little knowledge of the financial industry. Because this is nonsense. Mark said that as long as there is 10% profit, it will be used everywhere. With 20%, it will become lively. With 50%, it will lead to active risk-taking. With 100%, it will make people disregard all laws. With 300%, it will rise so that people are not afraid of crime or even the danger of hanging." One can imagine, what does 50% profit mean? In fact, in this era, especially when the primitive accumulation of major capitals is becoming more and more abundant, let alone 300% or 100%. Many times, even if it is 10% or 20%, it is enough to attract people. Although capital makes money, it relies on making money with money. Even many people know that the more money you have, the easier it becomes to make money. But when the funds reach a certain amount, making money may be really easy, but making 50% or even 10% is not an easy task. Give an example. Prince Wanda Wang Gongzi once made a small goal at the beginning, and it was widely circulated for a while. But in fact, you need to know that the funds he used are more than 1 billion. The connections he uses are worth tens of billions, and the background he uses is hundreds of billions. Look at it this way. This rate of return is actually not very ideal. This is why, after the new results appeared, no one said anything about it. Money is hard to make. It is even more difficult to make money with capital, especially if you want to grow your capital quickly. Same. This is also the reason why capital is very keen on investing, because if their money is left alone, it will only depreciate. Only by allowing the funds to flow out, invest, and keep up with the annual rate of appreciation can the maximum benefits be achieved. But investment is risky, and the profit rate is rarely too high. As far as the most popular investment strategy of investing in blue-chip stocks and then buying corresponding option contracts is concerned, this is already a relatively high investment model. But the annualized rate is generally 5 to 8% when the market is good, which is considered high. So, if anyone dares to say so, if the annualized rate can reach 50%, I'm afraid that instead of people flocking to it, people will laugh out loud and call it a liar. But if the person who said this was Madoff, the godfather of all-he-can finance, then those who laughed would probably immediately start to analyze how Madoff did it, and there should even be many people who want to cooperate. After all, his qualifications and achievements are all there. The projects provided by Madoff promised annual returns of 18% to 20%, and they lasted for more than 10 years, guaranteeing annual returns every year. This is a real achievement. Even if people doubt it, they can't help but recognize it. If you invest 100 million, at least 18 million will be received every year. If you invest 10 billion, you can earn 1.8 billion a year. This is much better than investing blindly on your own. And what about 50%? If you invest 100 million, you'll get 50 million every year. If you invest 10 billion, you'll get a profit of 5 billion directly in 1 year. This is a horrific return. How about it, Mr. Gu? Madoff looked at Gu Xiao with a smile. I believe you should know what 50% of the profit means. This opportunity is not available to ordinary people. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. Indeed, but I am more curious. Why did Mr. Madoff choose me? Madoff obviously had an idea about this. At this time, he smiled slightly. Because you are Mr. Gu, the boss of Yuanxiu Investment and the boss of many internet technology companies in Amlican. You are even a shareholder of most of Lianshan casinos. This means, Mr. Gu, you have strong financial strength and a lot of liquidity. More importantly, you're keen on investing and will not ask for cash withdrawals soon. So from all aspects, Mr. Gu Xiao, you are my best partner. This reason is indeed very convincing. Madoff could easily attract investors as long as he took out 50% of his profits. But not every investor can provide a large amount of funds, and not every investor can guarantee that after investing the funds, they will not ask for cash withdrawal soon. And you can see it. Madoff was indeed prepared, and even conducted a very comprehensive investigation into Gu Xiao. Even Gu Xiao's seemingly unrelated companies in Amlican were all found out by Madoff. What if I refuse? Gu Xiao replied slowly. Really? Madoff's proposal this time was very tempting. No matter who you are, when you hear Madoff's promise, you will probably agree without hesitation. But, as a reborn guest, Gu Xiao knew very well that this was a huge pit, a mine that could explode at any time. Even counting the time, it was actually not far from Madoff's explosion. Think about it carefully. Madoff targeted him this time, probably because there was a problem with the capital chain. I want to use my own funds to extend his life. In this case, unless Gu Xiao is a fool, he must refuse anyway. Haha, this is cooperation and investment. It is a two-way street. What's more, the money is in Mr. Gu Xiao's hands. Am I still able to reach out and snatch the money from Mr. Gu Xiao? Madoff laughed, as if he would not be disappointed even if Gu Xiao refused. But how could Gu Xiao believe his words? Not to mention that according to historical development, Madoff is basically an ant on the hot pot now. Let's just say that he investigated himself clearly in order to see his side. Really? Madoff shook his head with a regretful expression on his face. It's just that I think it's a pity. After all, the annual rate is 50%. I think this should be a good opportunity. It's a pity, but I'm really not interested in your project, Mr. Madoff. Gu Xiao shook his head. Madoff was curious. Can you tell me why? Compared to leaving my money to others to manage, I prefer to believe in my own abilities. Gu Xiao shook his head. Of course, it is impossible for him to say that there is a problem with your project and that your project will collapse. This answer made Madoff narrow his eyes. The eyes are complicated. Gu Xiao was fearless and looked at him calmly. I have great faith in Mr. Gu's ability, whether it's investment vision or your ability to make money. The more I understand you, the more people admire your ability. Finally, Madoff slowly spoke, but then changed the subject. But unfortunately, Mr. Gu is a bit so unsociable. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. Aren't you gregarious? Does Mr. Gu know about alienation syndrome? Madoff suddenly asked, and after seeing Gu Xiao shaking his head, Madoff replied, Patients with isolation disorder usually do not feel happy when being with others. They prefer to be alone, away from cities and crowds, and live alone. Such people are sick in psychological diagnosis and need treatment, because humans have been group creatures since birth. Historical data shows that ancient humans like to survive in the form of families and tribes, hunt together, complete tasks that one person cannot complete, and even take care of injured companions. As time goes by, human cooperation has become more and more diversified, and there are various cooperations in all walks of life. At this point, Madoff paused briefly, looked at Guccio, and said, "But Mr. Gu, you're like a patient with outlier syndrome. You don't follow the rules at all, and you're completely unwilling to cooperate with others. This is not good, very bad." Guccio raised his eyebrows, but just smiled lightly. "Oh, really?" "Yes." Madoff nodded. "Mr. Gu doesn't like to help others with him, so you won't be able to integrate into the circle, and you may even be ostracized." The tone was calm, but the threat was strong. It's almost like saying, if you're always given a chance, you have to take the road. If you don't take the road, then I will make my friends stop playing with you. To be honest, this feels somewhat childish, but it was Madoff who said it, and the childishness in it was lessened, and the threatening tone was stronger. Guccio understood the threat. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a half-smile, "Then by cooperating with you, Mr. Madoff, will I be able to integrate into the circle?" "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have waited for you to come, Mr. Gu." Madoff nodded. Guccio just smiled at this, with a bit of contempt. Madoff did not panic, but asked, "Mr. Gu, do you know why I know so much about your situation? I'm really confused about this." Guccio nodded. "Mr. Gu should be aware of my identity. Everyone calls me the Godfather of Wall Street, and even my asset management business has received countless favors. But this is a Milliken, and this is an era when capital is king." "You mean there's someone behind you?" Guccio raised his eyebrows. "Of course." Madoff nodded. He was a standard Olikin man. He didn't mind talking about his background and bargaining chip. Instead, he was particularly proud. In all walks of life in this world, the most important thing is always news and intelligence. The stronger the background, the more intelligence can be obtained. Why do I dare to promise such a high rate of return for my asset management business? I can even promise a 50% rate of return this time. It's because I have information that others don't have. And my intelligence network, I dare say, is beyond your expectations, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, you have been to Lianshan before, and even dealt with a stacker in Lianshan in a way that went against the industry. You have disguised several companies in Olikin, especially Facebook, which has become Alikin's most popular company. This information has actually been placed on my desk before. And I can have so much information because the people standing behind me are the greatest and most powerful family in Olikin. The Morgan family. So, Mr. Gu is so smart. He should understand what it means not to join this circle, right? So, Mr. Madoff called me here today just to threaten me? Facing the menacing Madoff, Guccio couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Threaten. Although Madoff was polite and courteous throughout, his words were full of threats. Give the opportunity first. Then flex your muscles. Even the family standing behind them moved out. Of course, the family he moved out of was indeed powerful enough. Morgan family. When this name is mentioned, the first thing that comes to many people's minds is the words world creditor. After all, there are two bank industries, J.P. Morgan Chase and Morgan Stanley, all over the world. Even one of them, Morgan Stanley, once held a large amount of equity in industry giants and was world famous for its venture capital. During its most glorious period, they even made a bold statement. If God wants financing, he also needs to find Morgan Stanley. This is really not a joke. In fact, Morgan even saved Olikin twice and was known as the savior of finance. And how powerful is the Morgan family behind it? It can be seen. Although since the early part of the last century, there have been countless rumors surrounding the sinking of the Titanic built by the Morgan family. This powerful family began to decline. They do seem to be slowly becoming more low-key. But in fact, the decline of such a powerful family is something that countless people cannot even imagine. Not to mention, this powerful family has never fallen, but they have just started to keep a lower profile. Even now, the Morgan family still controls more than 40 companies among the world's top 500, and these are just some of the known listed companies. In fact, the fields they are involved in include the military field, automotive field, industrial field, financial field, technology field, communications field, and many other fields. And in every field, all have reached the top level in the industry. It can be said that in this era when capitalists seem to be everywhere, the Morgan family is definitely a real super capitalist like a Big Mac. Madoff moving out of the family is really not an ordinary threat. Madoff, who had always been polite in response to Gucciot's doubts, did not deny it at this moment. Instead, he nodded generously. Although, as a gentleman, it is not a good thing to say this. But I am indeed threatening. Admitting openly was a clear sign. Even when Gucciot heard this, he couldn't help but frown and fell silent. When I was investigating Mr. Gu, I found that you seem to have said that the most stable relationship in the world is win-win, and you yourself seem to have always pursued win-win. And I personally agree very much with what you said about win-win. I can even say that the win-win you said, Mr. Gu, is also the principle that the Morgan family has always believed in. Madoff did not wait for Gucciot to express his position, and continued. So, this time, I am not actually persuading you, Mr. Gu, but putting a choice or an opportunity in front of you, Mr. Gu. As he spoke, Madoff pulled out a contract that had been prepared and said, "This contract is the opportunity one give you, Mr. Gu." Gucciot raised his eyebrows. As a result, the contract was read. At this sight, even Gucciot, who had already been determined, couldn't help but widen his eyes with some surprise in his eyes. This is indeed an opportunity. Because this contract comes from Morgan Stanley, the company that once claimed that even God needs to find them for financing. And the content is even more simple and straightforward. JP Morgan Chase will spend $10 billion to acquire 40% of the shares of Yuanxiu Investment. And the shares will be divided among all the existing shares of Yuanxiu Investments companies. This price is unfair. It can even be said that this is a clear attempt to take advantage of me. Gucciot raised his eyebrows. Madoff was not surprised and nodded grandly. It is indeed unfair, but what you need to know is who is standing behind this. At the same time, you should know how smooth your future development will be, Mr. Gu, with this contract. In fact, no one will struggle with this contract if it is given to anyone. This is a conspiracy. And damn, he was telling the truth. This contract is indeed an advantage. Although 10 billion yuan is not a small number, you must know that most industries have been basically tied to Yuanxiu Investment since Gucciot returned from rebirth. This is a company that is destined to never go public. But the companies controlled by Yuanxiu Investment are different. Penguin, Alibaba, Baiadi, Facebook, Yuanxiu Entertainment, Ismail. Although none of these companies have been listed yet. In fact, many of these companies have plans to go public and will start preparations for listing in the next few years. This means that the market value of these companies will rise rapidly. Even if they are not listed yet, based on a valuation of these companies, they are definitely not low. 10 billion seems like a lot, but if you want to divide the shares of so many companies, it is more or less obvious that you want to take advantage. But the same thing. It would be different if the Morgan family took advantage. After all, as such a top family in the world, it is actually an honor for many people to be able to take advantage of them. And, although it seems to be losing money now, if there's a background of the Morgan family behind it, it can almost be expected that the development of all companies under Yuanxiu Investment will develop faster with the help of the Morgan family. This is a very powerful boost. This seems unfair to you, Mr. Gu, but you should also know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Morgan family attaches great importance to the cultivation of talents. After signing this contract, you will completely enter the Morgan camp and even be summoned by Morgan's current parents. I believe that with your ability, Mr. Gu, you will become the person the Morgan family relies on and value most in the future. Even, maybe you can win the family princess after you become an adult and become a member of the Morgan family from then on. Madoff spoke quietly, with some envy in his tone. Actually, this is not my personal guess, but someone above has revealed this meaning. But before you sign this contract, you are not qualified to contact that gentleman yet. Mr. Gu is so smart. He should know how to choose. The envious tone cannot be faked. It was obvious what he said was true. This was not Madoff's own conjecture, but someone actually revealed such a signal to him. It's actually normal when you think about it. Any big family will pay special attention to the cultivation of talents, especially the more powerful the family. The more attention it will pay to talents, and Gu Xiao is obviously such a talent. Someone's heart is moved. I hope I can bring Gu Xiao under my command. You can also promise that Gu Xiao can go higher and further in the future. So, Mr. Madoff, are you here to act as a lobbyist this time? Gu Xiao asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Gu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Then I want to know, what is your purpose this time? Is it your own intention? These words, Madoff's pupils shrank. If he was able to come up with this contract, it must be the authorization of the Morgan family. This was actually the main purpose of his meeting with Gu Xiao this time. But, in addition to this contract, he also had another requirement that Gu Xiao support his asset management business. And now Gu Xiao asked this question because he wanted to know, who meant this supplementary treaty? Although Madoff wanted to lie, in the end he sighed, it's my own intention. Gu Xiao suddenly laughed, with some playfulness in his eyes. To Madoff, this look was more or less dazzling, which made him look unnatural. He hurriedly explained, my asset management project has been running for more than 20 years now. Every year, countless people squeeze their heads to join. What's more, with a 50% profit rate, I don't think there is a reason to refuse. Mr. Gu, even if you sign the contract, you will be a member of the Morgan family. And you are also one of my own, so I want to take advantage of the opportunity now to seize this opportunity to make friends with you, Mr. Gu. I hope that in the future, you will consider this friendship and help me when you reach a high position. This is a reasonable explanation. Because he knew that Gu Xiao would eventually become a popular person who would become the core of Morgan, he made friends with Gu Xiao in advance and gave him 50% of the good profit opportunities, which was regarded as establishing a good relationship in advance. But, regarding his explanation, Gu Xiao still just smiled, but the playfulness in his smile became even stronger. Such eyes, such smile. Madoff felt like everything was being seen through. He wanted to look at Gu Xiao to prove his confidence, but for some reason, he couldn't muster the courage. Finally, Madoff sighed like a deflated balloon. He aged several years in an instant. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I really want to get closer to you, Mr. Gu. But there's another reason. I encountered some problems with my recent project, a small financial problem. I needed some money to make the whole plate flow. And what I hope is, Mr. Gu, that you can help me. This is the first time, for the first time in history, Madoff publicly acknowledged his difficulties. He is short of money, needs some funds to help yourself. To be honest, even Gu Xiao was a little surprised that Madoff would actually tell the truth to him. Although, it's only part of the truth. However, the weight of these words is heavy enough, even no less than a bomb. There is no doubt that once what Madoff said now is known to the outside world, Madoff will probably have a headache and be unable to sleep the next day. After all, he has a capital chain of more than $50 billion in his plate. Once the outside world knows that there's a hole in this plate, it may bring him great disaster at any time. But he said it anyway. Apparently, he was also betting that Gu Xiao would help him. But alas, to his disappointment. I refuse. I refuse. When he heard Gu Xiao's answer, Madoff froze on the spot, looking at Gu Xiao with a bit of disbelief. Why? What? Do you know what a 50% annualized rate means? This is a rate of return that many people can't even imagine. This is a huge opportunity. This is indeed a huge opportunity, but at the same time, Gu Xiao shook his head. This is also a huge trap, isn't it? What did you say? Madoff was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes were filled with vigilance. But Gu Xiao shook his head. Now that Madoff has shown his cards, he is no longer too lazy to hide it. Madoff is still telling lies to himself to this day, and such an old fox is trying to get along with him. Sometimes I just feel unhappy for myself. That being the case, it's better to just make it clear. Actually, I admire your ability, Mr. Madoff, especially in terms of marketing strategy. I think you should be considered a very powerful mentor-level figure. Build yourself into a brand and a business card, and then use mystery to attract attention, and then used the strategy of hunger marketing to achieve the goal, so as to continue to attract new blood. And it took more than 10 or 20 years to do it. Such an ability is incredible. When Guccio said this, Madoff had a smile on his face, more or less a little happy and proud, because what Guccio said was indeed what he was proud of. But Guccio changed the subject. The only problem is that, after all, the moon in the mirror is just the moon in the water, and the flower in the mirror, no matter how beautiful and attractive it is ultimately fake. As soon as these words came out, Madoff's expression changed rapidly, and he looked directly at Guccio. Why did Mr. Gu say this? Do I need to explain this clearly? Guccio smiled playfully. Mr. Madoff clearly has the Morgan family behind him, but when he encounters a critical problem now, he does not ask the Morgan family for help, but instead comes to me for help. Then can I be sure that the Morgan family has actually have given up on you? You are talking nonsense. Madoff retorted immediately. The old man's eyes were filled with anger, but the trembling in his tone could not be concealed. Guccio thought it was as if he had completely ignored his existence. At this time, he still said to himself, logically speaking, if your project is real and there are no problems, I can't find a reason why the Morgan family behind it gave up on you. Then there is only one possibility. There's a problem with your project, or they knew from the beginning that there was a problem with this project, and now they feel that your project can no longer be maintained. You're talking nonsense. Madoff retorted again, even hysterically. There's no problem with my project, absolutely no problem. I am the godfather of Wall Street. How could I have a problem? I just have a temporary problem with the capital chain. As long as I have funds, I can stabilize the situation immediately, and my project can continue to persist. There will be absolutely no problem in the next 10 or 20 years. Absolutely, there will be no problem. Madoff's voice was so loud that when he spoke later, he could almost be said to be shouting. And looking at Madoff like this, Guccio couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes people lied too much, and even he himself believed the lies. Even when the truth was placed in front of him, he couldn't accept it, and even subconsciously wanted to refute it desperately. But a lie is still a lie. No matter how perfect a lie is, it is not easy to tell it for 10 or 20 years. It is very difficult to continue. At this point, Madoff obviously knew it, but he just didn't want to admit it, and he even wanted to save it. But it was obvious that even the Morgan family behind him had planned to abandon him. He himself probably understood that there was no way to save him anymore. Looking at Madoff, who was so gloomy in front of him, Guccio suddenly had a moment of confusion. I felt a little sorry for the old man. A lie can last for 20 years, and any fool knows that he cannot be the only one behind it. But what's the ending? The ending was that when the building collapsed, everyone gave up on him, and all glory and glory disappeared completely. One of his 2 sons committed suicide, and the other suffered from cancer. Even he himself finally passed away miserably after lingering for more than 10 years. But obviously, so far, his 2 sons are very healthy. Not to mention mental illness, cancer, etc. There's no such thing. What is going on here? In fact, you can probably guess it. Finally, after venting, Madoff looked at Guccio again. The confidence and pride in his eyes were no longer there, but there was a bit of pleading in his eyes. Mr. Gu, I really need your help. Just think of it as, I beg you. I know you don't believe in my project, but I promise that no matter what this project is like, as long as I have your help, I can survive this difficulty for at least 5 years, or even 10 or 20 years. Mr. Gu, you only need to give me 2 years. In 2 years, you will be able to make 100% profit and fully recover your capital. After that, you will be able to make huge profits every year. Believe me, I can persevere. In an instant, the sympathy that Guccio felt disappeared in an instant. Pity? Sympathy for what? He only sympathized with the old man who passed away miserably in his previous life. As for the current old man, Guccio was not sympathetic at all. After all, this old guy is still thinking about dragging himself into the water. Is Mr. Gu so heartless? Madoff obviously saw Guccio's decision. Guccio nodded. My journey has not been easy. There's no need to take such a big risk. Besides, when we met twice before, I think my attitude was clear enough. Is there no chance at all? Madoff asked, almost pleading. Gushio shook his head. Be firm. I know the Morgan family better than you do. It will never be smooth sailing after you cooperate with the Morgan family. After all, this family has existed for too long, and the internal relationships are complicated. But I happen to know them very well. With me here, I can help you get a foothold faster. Madoff once again increased his chips. Even the power struggle after Gushio joined the Morgan department was planned. But it can also be seen from this that Madoff has actually reached the end of his rope. Gushio was his only life-saving straw. He hopes to grab this life-saving straw with all his strength. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to be an outcast and be abandoned by others. It's a pity. His last bargaining chip had no appeal to Gushio. I didn't seem to agree to sign the contract, did I? What? Madoff was stunned, and then even suspected that he had heard wrong. What did you just say? Don't you plan to sign the contract, you? I don't mind cooperating with others, but I don't like to be someone else's vassal. Gushio shook his head. Cooperation, he doesn't mind. Even if the other party can help him, he is willing to give something away. Just like when the Yi family came to invest, Gushio was willing to pay 1% of the shares. He actually didn't mind paying some price to have a big deal. To survive in this world, it is always the stupidest to go it alone. But this doesn't mean that Gushio likes to be inferior to others. Not to mention, this time it was the Morgan family that extended an olive branch. Gushio is even less likely to join. It's not because the Morgan family is just too powerful or that something unexpected will happen to this family. The most important thing is that there is only one. This family. Standing behind him was Ali Ken. From this point on, there was almost no room for hesitation. It was impossible for Gushio to join such a family. Madoff seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but after talking for a long time, it turned into a bitter smile. I believe you should know that this is not a simple rejection. This is it may be a declaration of war. Yes, a declaration of war. In a normal shopping mall, refusing to cooperate will cause conflicts and may even bring about business competition. Not to mention that they are still facing the Morgan family, which has always been a super capital. Facing them, there is only one choice, and that is acceptance. Because if you don't accept it, you will be regarded as an enemy by the other party, and facing the enemy. This family will never be merciful. He knew that although the child in front of him was young, he obviously knew these truths. Unexpectedly, he clearly knew these truths, but still refused. Where did he get the courage? Sure enough, Gushio spread his hands and said indifferently, if this is a declaration of war, then treat it as a declaration of war. How dare you? Madoff widened his eyes and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Gushio shook his head and asked, Mr. Madoff must have known about the Dragon Kingdom, right? Yes. In fact, the more I know about this country, the more I like it. It is a country full of legends, with countless beautiful stories and cultural heritage. Madoff didn't understand why Gushio asked this suddenly, but he still nodded. Then do you like the ancient poems of the Dragon Kingdom? I like it very much. Although I don't understand many of the meanings, I also like some of the proverbs and poems of the Dragon Kingdom very much. Then do you know Libai? I'm afraid everyone who knows the Dragon Kingdom and likes the ancient poems of the Dragon Kingdom knows this. That's good. Don't let me explain. Gushio smiled. My favorite poem by Libai. I gave it to Mr. Madoff. I'm all ears. It makes me unhappy to be able to defeat the rich and powerful. Madoff's previous words were obviously not a compliment. He really knew something about the ancient poetry of the Dragon Kingdom, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. Anung bows down to serve the powerful, which makes me unhappy. This sentence is actually not difficult to understand. The translated meaning is basically, how can I grovel and serve the powerful, so that I can't have a comfortable smile? But now, Gushio's meaning was clear. The Morgan family is powerful. Most people, when facing powerful people, will subconsciously choose to grovel and serve the other person, even themselves, in order to seize an opportunity. And Gushio, but don't want to. There's no need to make yourself unhappy just to please the powerful, even if your choice will offend the powerful. Morgans are very powerful. The more you get to know them, the more you understand how powerful they are. They can affect all walks of life. Madoff couldn't help but remind him that even he didn't know why he wanted to tell Gushio this. Resign told him that he should immediately distance himself from Gushio. So what? Gushio smiled calmly. Since Mr. Madoff has investigated me, you should know that I'm only 11 years old now. When I was 6 years old, I started Yuan Shio Investment. In 5 years, I built everything from scratch. What are you afraid of? The worst case is starting over. These words made Madoff freeze in place. Yes, the young man in front of me has grown from nothing to where he is now at the age of 6. This in itself has surpassed many people's imagination. He is not afraid. It's because he is not afraid of losing. Think about yourself. When I was young, I used to be high-spirited and fearless of all storms. But now that I am getting older and have been a financial godfather worshipped by others for most of my life, I'm becoming less and less courageous. Even though his master had revealed that he wanted to take the blame, he still could only hope for mercy from his master. Sighing deeply, Madoff whispered, "The Morgan family is very powerful. You have been contacted by someone in Lianshan before. In fact, they're also members of Morgan. After so many years of development, the Morgan family's influence has spread all over the world, and it is not just as simple as the business world. In fact, they had already made a plan before you rejected it. I don't know the detailed response plan, but your company is too eye-catching. Some people want to eat it or destroy it and replace it. In short, Mr. Gushio, take care." After saying that, Madoff waved his hand, send the guest off. Obviously, he didn't plan to say anything more to Gushio. This time, it was Gushio's turn to be surprised. He knew who Madoff was, but he didn't expect that this person would remind him of this at this time. Nodding, Gushio walked towards the car. But when he was about to get into the car, Gushio seemed to have thought of something. He came to Madoff and lowered his voice and said, "The situation is over. It will not be better if you sit still and wait for death. Why not get out as soon as possible?" These words made Madoff's pupils shrink. But Gushio didn't wait for him to respond, but turned around and left in the car. While in the car, Gushio looked out the window and saw Madoff standing there blankly, seeming to be thinking about what he said. Seeing this scene, Gushio had a smile on his face. He was curious. Will Madoff in this life have the same ending as his previous life? Shake his head. Get rid of these thoughts. Gushio looked forward and raised his eyebrows slightly. Are we finally going to have a head-to-head confrontation with a Lycan's capital? What to do? A little excited. To be honest, when the funds in his hands became more and more abundant and the sector developed bigger and bigger, Gushio thought about it more than once. You will receive the attention of capital. Even ostracized by capital. This is inevitable. After all, he has been playing the Lone Ranger mode from beginning to end, not cooperating with other capital at all. This is very rare in this circle, and it can even be said that it does not exist at all. Take a closer look at today's Fortune 500 companies. Basically, no company or company is clean behind them. Most of them have the shadow of major capital investment banks behind them. The reason why capital is disgusting is that it is hated by others. It's because when they face ordinary people, they usually only have one choice for them: survive or perish. Either accept my investment and pay the protection fee, or I will immediately spend money to build a competitor to defeat you. This is an industry norm and a rule of the game. But Gushio is obviously a different kind. He has many companies under his control, and many of them are super potential stocks. They even attract a large number of investors to negotiate every day. However, Gushio has only one strategy to deal with these investment intentions: reject. In fact, he didn't even give the other party a chance to negotiate and made his attitude clear from beginning to end. I want to fight alone. This kind of gameplay is indeed feasible at the beginning. Even if the rejected person is a little angry, he will not attack immediately. After all, no one knows whether your company can succeed or whether your project will work. If you refuse, then you are ignorant. But if the company in your hand develops to a certain stage, it may even lead to a trend in the industry. That's different. It's like throwing a bloody piece of meat into the sea. After attracting countless sharks, SpongeBob jumps out to eat the piece of meat. No one would agree. Therefore, being attacked by capital is almost inevitable. It is just a matter of time. After all, there are more and more capitals nowadays. It can even be said that there are only so many resources in the world and only a small market share. The emergence of one more big capital means sacrificing the interests of others. This is against the rules of the game. In fact, Guccio had thought about this problem many years ago and even started preparations as early as 2 years ago, ready to receive an attack at any time. In fact, as a person who understands the rules, if given the choice, I was actually willing to give up part of the profits in the past and settle down to be a rich man. But it's a pity. Guccio really didn't have many choices. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom was too short-lived. Although there was already a lot of capital, it was compared to a Lycan's capital that could last for decades, hundreds of years, or even longer. Dragon Kingdom's capital is now like a baby in its infancy. Most of the only ones available are not reliable. This situation is interesting. There was no one reliable in the country, and it was impossible for anyone from overseas to join, so there was only one choice for Guccio. Become capital yourself. This road is bound to not be easy. But fortunately, Guccio is confident. That day, Guccio returned to his home and started to get busy. He started calling the heads of various companies. The information Madoff mentioned was not crucial to Guccio, but it also gave him a wake-up call. He has to face it. Is one of the most powerful chaebol in the world. Guccio was not a person who liked gambling. He preferred to make decisions before taking action and to plan everything well. Since the opponent he was going to face this time was so powerful, he had to be fully prepared in advance. This time the call lasted for 5 hours before it ended. Wait until everything is settled. Guccio threw away his phone and went to bed. I was really exhausted today. I took a cross-country flight, met with the godfather of Wall Street, and had to make arrangements for the next plan. By now, Guccio was already exhausted. He just wants to sleep. While Guccio was sleeping, Madoff on the other side was standing respectfully at the door of an office, his whole expression full of embarrassment, because there were some uncomfortable humming sounds in the office. As a well-informed financial godfather, he certainly knew what was happening in the office at this moment, but he did not dare to be dissatisfied at all. So he could only stand at the door and wait. Finally, the sounds inside gradually stopped, and after a burst of rustling sounds, 2 disheveled women with red faces and hot bodies walked out of the office. When he saw Madoff standing at the door, he gave Madoff a seductive look. Madoff naturally did not dare to respond, and could only lower his head and pretend not to see it. Good thing. When Madoff was embarrassed, the man inside called him. Come in. Madoff cautiously walked in and found that the office was in a mess. Obviously, the owner inside hadn't had time to clean up the battlefield. Or rather, the other party didn't bother to clean at all. He was shirtless at this moment, fastening his belt button, and asked casually, "Did it succeed?" "This no." Madoff lowered his head and said, "Fail." The man frowned and looked at Madoff with a frown. "Didn't you tell him what it meant to accept my contract?" "I told him everything I needed to say, but he still refused." "Why?" "Too little money." "That? I'm not sure." Madoff shook his head, but did not directly tell Guccio what he thought. The man curled his lips with disdain. "Damn Longwa pigs, they're always so greedy." Madoff did not answer. Whether he thinks the offer is low or something else, since he dares to refuse, he needs to be given a beating to make him understand that the existence he is facing is not what his little thoughts are of use. The man murmured to himself, then frowned. "Why are you still here? You can't do this well. Why don't you just get out of here?" This is not polite at all. Even Madoff couldn't help but feel resentful in his heart. But in the end, he forced himself to take back the resentment and asked cautiously, "Mr. Grace, regarding the funding issue I mentioned last time, do you think you can help me?" "Trash, what are you thinking about? I have said before that this matter will be solved by yourself. Do you think I am a fool, and now I'm still giving you money to fill the hole?" These words made Madoff grit his teeth for a while, but in the end he still showed a begging look. Mr. Grace, the current situation is really dangerous. Recently, many people want to cash out their funds. In order to avoid a run, I must save a sum of money to stabilize people's hearts. If I can't come up with it, then the whole project may have problems or even lose everything. Unfortunately, Grace had only one answer to his words. It's none of my business. You, Madoff couldn't help but said, but your family is also involved in this project of mine, and you are even among the earliest members. In the past 20 years, the money I have earned is completely incomparable to yours. Bang! Madoff's words were interrupted by a loud noise, which was the sound of Grace throwing a cup. At the same time, Grace's cold voice came. What? Do you want to threaten me? No, don't dare. I thought you were bold enough to threaten me and the Morgan family. Grace said sarcastically. If that's the case, I really have to look at you. Madoff lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Go away. But Mr. Grace, I think what I said is clear enough. Grace frowned. Remember your identity. You're just a dog of our Morgan family, and there are countless people in this world who want to be our dogs. If you want to continue being a dog, you have to prove your ability. If you can't solve even this little thing, then I think you are not qualified to continue to be our dog. These words were full of ruthlessness and completely trampled Madoff's dignity under his feet. Madoff opened his mouth several times and clenched his fists several times. But finally, he still sighed. I understand. Then, turn around and head out the door. Until he walked out of the office, Madoff could still vaguely hear the sound of spitting coming from behind, filled with the disdain of the man behind him. But Madoff remained expressionless. Even when he met the company's senior executives, he had to show a flattering smile to cater to them, making it impossible for anyone to see any problems. Until he walked to the parking lot downstairs of the company, got in the car, lit the ignition, and drove the car for 2 blocks. Madoff suddenly stepped on the brakes and hammered the steering wheel crazily. His face was full of resentment. I hate why I set up a Ponzi scheme in the first place. I hate why I cooperated with the Morgan family, and I hate why I abandoned my dignity to be a dog for others. But these resentments eventually turned into helplessness. Do you regret it? I regret it. Is it useful? Useless. Suddenly, Madoff thought of what Guccio had said before leaving. The tide is over. Why not get out as soon as possible? Normally, he would actually insist on persisting. After all, although the current situation is bad, he can still barely make up for it. As long as he can persuade more people to invest in the project, he can still maintain it. But Guccio is a variable. His presence made Madoff always feel that his so-called secret might have been discovered by many people, and it seemed that something might be revealed at any time. This made him particularly uneasy. Let's look at Grace's attitude toward herself, who should have been used to it. Madoff suddenly made a decision in his mind. 1. A decision that even he felt was crazy. Do you know why the Dragon Kingdom has been the longest among all civilizations in the world? That's because we, the Dragon Kingdom, have something that others don't have. Look at the number of chi. The chi here is not just the oxygen you breathe, but also includes joy, luck, anger, and so on. It's so mysterious. There are many ways here. If I want to explain them in detail, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain them all in 3 days and 3 nights, and you may not understand them in 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, in layman's terms, it means observing a person's face, palmistry, body shape, and various numerical values to judge a person's future. You mean divination? That's just a branch of divination. Mine is much more advanced than that. Now give me your hand, and I'll take a look at it for you. Well, little sister, your hands are very soft. That's not what I meant. Please don't look at me through colored glasses. You regard me as a doctor. How can there be gender differences in the eyes of doctors? On the small lawn of Stanford, Madoff looked at Guccio, who was surrounded by a group of young girls with good figures, good looks, and good academic qualifications, and couldn't help but bared his teeth. Really, I'm getting old. Young people are good. They can become the center of attention wherever they go. Even if they're talking nonsense, there are so many people willing to surround them. Thinking about when I was young, How could I understand this? Good thing. What comforted Madoff was that Gu Xiu finally found him. He immediately agreed with the girls to see him another day and finally got out of the thousands of flowers. It's hard to imagine, Mr. Gu Xiu, you are only 11 years old. Seeing Gu Xiu coming over, Madoff couldn't help but complain. Gu Xiu smiled and said, aspirations don't depend on your age. Besides, now that you are well-nourished and growing quickly, is it normal to touch the front of puberty early? Madoff suddenly choked. Good guy, I originally wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is really nothing to refute. After holding it in for a long time, Madoff just muttered, take care of yourself. Gu Xiu, although I'm a pervert, when it comes to perverts, you are more perverted. Gu Xiu couldn't help complaining. I'm only 11 years old. Where did you think of chatting with a young lady? Madoff, let's talk about it. Madoff originally came to see Gu Xiu this time, and Madoff was a little heavy-hearted and even a little tragic, but Gu Xiu interrupted him. He found out. It doesn't seem so tragic anymore. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu suddenly asked, Mr. Madoff came to me to say goodbye? How did you? Madoff was stunned for a moment, reacted suddenly, closed his mouth and did not say the next words, but looked at Gu Xiu with eyes full of disbelief. Is it difficult to guess? Gu Xiu shrugged. Mr. Madoff came to me again, and he definitely didn't want to persuade me to invest. I think it is impossible to send me information. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility. That is that you're ready to run away and come to me to say goodbye. After all, although we are not friends, we still have a common enemy. Am I right? You are right. Madoff hesitated for a long time and couldn't help but ask, I want to ask, are you really only 11 years old? Gu Xiu was basically immune to this question and just rolled his eyes without answering. I do plan to leave, but I'm not sure how far I can run and how long I can run. Madoff sighed, although the project in his hand has not exploded yet. But he analyzed it carefully and found out. If the attitude of the Morgan family is like this, it is actually a matter of time before the thunder explodes, just sooner or later. Therefore, instead of waiting for death, it is better to think of a way out and leave early. It's just that Madoff himself actually has no confidence. Own. Where can I run? The power of the Morgan family is spread all over the world. Not to mention that once the thunder breaks out, his customers are all over the world. Although it is far inferior to the Morgan family, it must not be underestimated. That's when he might even be hunted by the whole world. Gu Xiu didn't ask him where he was going. There was no point in asking him. Apart from whether Madoff dared to say it, no one could be sure of the credibility even if he did. So, why bother adding to your worries? Now the Morgan family has started to take action. I have read reports that many of your companies have been affected. I didn't expect you to be so calm now. At this time, shouldn't you do something? A week has passed since the last time we met. Within this week, of course, Morgan didn't take a nap. In fact, during this week, although Gu Xiu's place was peaceful, the outside world had actually been turned upside down, especially the various companies that Gu Xiu handles. All were affected. The impact comes from many aspects, including competitors, interference from official departments, refusal of publicity companies to promote, and even some conventional investments in finance have been suppressed by funds. If you look carefully, this period is actually very exciting. And not surprisingly, the company under Gu Xiu basically had no chance of resistance. To say he was pressed down and beaten is an understatement. The only good thing is that Gu Xiu basically doesn't have much bank-related business. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous if the loan is interrupted and the capital chain is broken. This can be regarded as the reason why Gu Xiu had the courage to challenge Morgan. No matter how awesome you are, you also have to abide by the rules of the game. My company has not been listed on the market, and it owes no money to the bank. It is simply impossible to use capital's tricks to easily defeat myself. Certainly, the three pillars of capital don't just start from the financial aspect. There are many ways for superfamily like Morgan to deal with people. For now, there's actually a lot of bad news. The first one to bear the brunt is the suspension of most publicity. A company, especially an internet company, The most important thing is always the number of users, and naturally, for internet companies, advertising investment is often the bulk of the company's operating expenses. There are many internet companies under Gushio, and they invest a huge amount in publicity every month. Among them, Facebook, Penguin, Alibaba, and 3Body Games are the four major internet publicity customers. But within this week, the four major internet companies have all encountered various problems in their publicity. Internet portals, search engines, etc. have all encountered many problems in their advertising. The portal is fine. In terms of search engines, the impact is really great. They play disgustingly. Gushio himself has tried it. He searched for his own products on several mainstream search engines. All the links that appeared on the first page of the results were promotions of competing products. To find his own products, he had to turn 1 or 2 pages to find the genuine ones. It seems like a simple move, but its impact is huge. Software downloads and new user growth have both seen significant declines. This matter, naturally, it immediately aroused dissatisfaction among various companies. After all, they pay a lot of publicity expenses to search engine companies every year. Of course, they cannot tolerate this kind of thing. But every time he communicated, the search engine side tried to fool him, and in the end, he even used the dragging technique. We are aware of these issues. We're dealing with these issues. Just wait. But as for how long you have to wait, I'm sorry, this is a technical problem, and we have nothing to do now. If you are unhappy, we can refund your advertising costs, so that we will completely remove your products from our search engines. This trick is very poisonous. Even as several internet companies under Gushio have grown to a large scale, but if they lose the help of search engines, the impact will be unimaginable. Naturally, they couldn't just sit back and let others take advantage of them. So the legal departments of each company started preparations immediately. Prepare to take the search engine company that cooperates with you to court. But such lawsuits have not yet begun, and our company has also received many lawsuits. This is massive litigation. Taking Facebook as an example, it received more than 20 lawsuits in 1 week, and the reasons for the lawsuits were even more diverse. Some people are suing Facebook for illegally stealing privacy. Some people sued Facebook for bad guidance. One person even sued Facebook for divorcing his husband because of their features. All lawsuits, without exception, require Facebook to immediately stop services and close its doors, or directly suspend product maintenance and not be open to users, or at least order rectification for a period of time. Of course, there are also large and substantial fines required. 90% of these lawsuits are unreasonable, but these lawsuits are like snowflakes, but they cannot be ignored. The entire legal department was put into operation immediately, and a large number of lawsuits need to be handled every day. And in such a large-scale lawsuit, it attracted the attention of some official departments. In addition to the Basic Affairs Bureau and Labor Bureau, there were even a bunch of departments whose names I had never heard of before. I'll find you something like this today and something like that tomorrow. It can be said, this short week was definitely the most difficult stage for Gushio's company. But these are as annoying as flies. But not fatal. What's really fatal is that basically the entire financial department of Yuanshio Investment has been attacked. They have actually experienced it once before, but that time it was mainly dominated by Madoff. Although they were powerful, they defeated their opponents. But this time, what they have to face is one of the most powerful capitals in the world. Under targeted attacks, the entire Yuanshio Investment lost more than 500 million in 1 week. Really heavy losses. These things were only known to Madoff. As the boss of the company, Gushio must know more, and the situation might even be worse than he knew. This is an all-out attack after all. A normal boss would definitely be like an ant on a hot pot at this time. Madoff originally came to see Gushio to say goodbye, but Madoff also thought that Gushio might be in a very bad mood. The result? He's like a normal person. He should eat and drink, and he can flirt with girls in school and touch his hands. Do something. Why do you do it? Facing Madoff's question, Gushio laughed and asked, Madoff, actually, there's nothing we can do. After all, we are the Morgan family, and the resources and wealth they can mobilize are far beyond most imaginations. Even if Yuanxiu Investment wants to deal with it, it is impossible to deal with it. So, instead of making yourself distressed, it is better to calm down and do whatever is comfortable. This, Madoff, was a little incredible. You just give up resistance? Think about it carefully. After all, what Guxiu was facing was the Morgan family. It would be wrong if he did not give up resistance. Faced with such a comprehensive attack by powerful capital, the resistance that normal people can actually carry out is very limited. But the problem is, he is Guxiu. Madoff and Guxiu were not friends. In fact, the two had fought before, but every time they fought, Madoff ended in failure without fail. In Madoff's eyes, Guxiu was a business genius who could successfully solve any fatal situation. What's more, this little guy is a hedgehog. No matter who comes to cause trouble, Guxiu will take severe revenge. His original partner, the Nomura family, is the best example. But now, Guxiu just gave up? This is unreasonable. Very, very unreasonable. However, Guxiu was obviously not interested in answering his questions, just as it was impossible for him to tell him his next escape route and method, so it was useless to ask. In the end, Madoff had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. But before leaving, he still did not forget to cheer Guxiu up. Come on, Mr. Gu. I hope you can become a brave dragon slayer. Although I can't help you, I still hope you can go well. Can't help. Guxiu looked at the car that was leaving and grinned. That's not necessarily true. Shaking his head, Guxiu turned around and saw a car parked on the side of the road, not far away. Everything seemed to be normal. But Guxiu knew. That's someone watching you. In fact, since meeting Madoff, he has been followed by someone, but Guxiu had ignored him before. But this time, Guxiu didn't intend to ignore it, but bought 2 bottles of water and walked over first. The glass film on the car window was completely black. If you look closely, you can see the person sitting inside. Guxiu knocked on the glass and rolled down the window. There were 2 men inside. When they saw Guxiu, they immediately frowned. What are you doing? It must be quite hard after following them for so long, right? Guxiu grinned. Of course, the 2 of them shook their heads immediately, but they were obviously not professional actors, and their expressions were full of flaws. What did you say? I don't understand. Guxiu didn't care and handed the water in. I just saw that you just ate 2 burgers and a box of donuts, and you didn't even have water. Let's drink something to quench your thirst. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 2 people suddenly changed. I couldn't even help but look around. They were spying on Guxiu, but now it seemed that not only had they been discovered, but they were even being followed and monitored by others, even down to the burgers and donuts they eat. Go back and tell Mr. Morgan that I'm not interested in joining the Morgan family. Also, if he has any means, please use it. It's best to use more strength. After all, his current strength is too low. I'm very disappointed. After saying that, Guxiu turned and left. After finishing the matter, he brushed off his clothes and went away, hiding his merits and fame. The 2 people who were sitting in the car and had been monitoring Guxiu, but their expressions were extremely ugly. After a while, Guxiu's cell phone rang. The 2 monitors have left, but one of them disguised himself and changed a car at the door. The other should have gone back to report the news. After saying thank you, Guxiu hung up the phone, but did not put away. Instead, he dialed Luo Xiang's number. Let's start the next step of the plan. On the other side, Grace Morgan was full of pride at this moment, showing off to her brother and competitor. Yuanxiu Investment will soon be in my pocket. What I'm most optimistic about is the boss of this company. He is only 11 years old, but he has already created such a dynasty. You said, if I take this person under my command, how can you still fight with me? Looking at the ugly face of his brother and competitor, Grace felt very good. Any dynasty, the selection of successors is an unavoidable topic. The power struggle of the feudal dynasty is equally useful in today's era, especially for super families like the Morgan family. Every choice of speaker will be accompanied by huge competition. After all, this family is too powerful. Even they themselves sometimes feel that the Morgan family is the king of the world. And once you become the talker of this family, you will be the true king of the world. However, What is different from the competition in the feudal dynasty is that although fighting and intrigues still exist, the selection of the Morgan family's heirs must be more fair. Every Morgan child who is qualified to be an heir will be assigned to various properties of the family. Final. Then look at who manages the property better and who has higher prestige among the family's various businesses to determine the choice of heir. Grace is also an heir, but unlike other heirs, he has a better start than others because he joins the family's core industry. And, over the years, he has climbed from the bottom step by step to his current position, and has even become the general manager of Morgan Stanley. He is basically invincible in terms of ability and resume. If nothing unexpected happens, in 10 years at most, he will completely win the battle for succession and become the unique next family talker. Next parent. However, although the overall situation has been decided, there are still many objections within the family as to whether he has such ability. Many people think that he was able to achieve his current results only because of his father's help. So, he needs to produce a beautiful result, a result that makes everyone shut up. And Yuanxiu investment is his achievement. As long as he wins this superstar who has risen rapidly in recent years, the balance of victory will completely tip to him. I heard that Yuanxiu investment has not agreed to your investment yet. Grace's competitor and brother next to him looked a little ugly at the moment and said unwillingly, "If it fails this time, it will not be a good thing." Haha, do you think it is possible? Grace sneered. No one in this world can refuse Morgan. Brother, I think you should give up the fight and join me. In this way, I might be able to help you. There was no response to this. Looking at the other party's face, it was obvious that he was so angry that he didn't want to respond to him. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Looks like there's good news. Grace laughed and then let people in. When she saw that the person who came in was the person responsible for monitoring Gu Xiu, the smile on Grace's face became brighter. Sir, don't worry, let me guess. Grace interrupted the other party. Is it the boy from the Dragon Kingdom who can't hold on and is on the verge of collapse? No. Although I despise that small print, I have to admit that he is quite capable and should not collapse like this. And you are coming me now? It must be that he has discovered your identity and wants to sue me for peace. Isn't it? This. Looking at his boss's bright smile, his face turned pale, especially when he saw his boss's competitors here. He immediately hesitated. Sir, how about we still? What are you hesitating about? What are you talking about? Just tell me, did Gu Xiu come to you to beg for mercy? Grace was a little dissatisfied. No. Although his subordinates panicked after being questioned like this, they could only report honestly. Gu Xiu did not beg for mercy. On the contrary, instead he said that the intensity you gave me, sir, was too low, and he hoped that you could increase the intensity. After saying this, the entire office fell into a deathly silence, and his subordinates did not dare to speak. And Grace, he was really confused. What did he hear? The people he sent out to follow Gu Xiu. The purpose of following him was not to do anything. He just wanted to see Gu Xiu's desperate look in his haste and inability to solve the problem at all. This way, only then was he able to seize the opportunity to contact Gu Xiu and convince Gu Xiu to come under his banner. In the same way, it can also be used as Gu Xiu's microphone. For example, when he feels weak, he can contact him immediately. I originally thought that my subordinates would come back. Maybe it brings you good news. The result? It seems like you didn't win, Grace. However, when the two of them were silent, the competitor who had not spoken before laughed loudly. Are you being provoked? The intensity is not enough. Increase the intensity? Grace, I'm curious if this gets out. How many people will laugh out loud? With that, the man stood up and took the lead to leave. That bright smile and playful eyes made Grace want to punch the other person's head in pieces. Damn it. After the other party left the office, Grace couldn't help it. She picked up the things on the table and threw them at her subordinates. A series of swear words kept coming out. Mouth is fragrant. He was really angry. What was originally thought to be a sure-win situation turned out to have such a problem. What's even more disgusting is that this matter was heard by his competitors. It's almost a no-brainer to know. The news of his failure with Gu Xiu tonight will probably spread throughout the entire family immediately, and he will become the laughingstock of everyone in the family. Damn it! His men deserve to die. Gu Xiu changed his mind to death. How dare he? How dare he provoke me like this? There's nothing to hesitate about. Increase your intensity. You must increase your intensity. This hatred. Fight until death. Boss, life is really hard these days. My phone has been ringing off the hook recently. All the companies are now complaining to me. Even the newly established Future Automobile is having problems. Are you sure we can do this? 3 days later, in Gu Xiu's private mansion, Luo Xiong poured out his bitter words to Gu Xiu as soon as he entered the door. Uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. For more than a week, they have encountered unprecedented difficulties, especially in the past 3 days. The intensity has increased countless times. Trouble and problems came one after another, even if you're already prepared. But under this intensity, almost all companies have encountered various problems. Others are fine, but the most important thing is the pressure from the officials. Facebook is the worst. After all, it's on someone else's territory. What Facebook is most famous for during this period is the emergence of various antisocial and anti-human comments from users, causing an uproar on the internet. Even Aliken's official department began to order them to make rectifications and even wanted them to stop operations and maintenance directly. If it weren't for Facebook's legal team being pretty tough, I'm afraid I can't hold it any longer. Other companies are similar. Even a top lithography machine company like Ismail has encountered a lot of problems during this period, and problems have arisen in the company's upstream and downstream industrial chains. Even domestic industries are of no benefit. Most of these companies have been asked to be fined, rectified, or shut down by many people in many departments and in various reputations during this period. This intensity, it's very strong. Don't panic. Haven't we already been prepared? Gu Xiu smiled and shook his head. Luo Xiong was helpless. It's one thing to be prepared, even if you have been mentally prepared before, but who would have thought that it would be so intense? We have made preparations and plans abroad, and now the legal affairs can still argue with reason. But who would have thought that we would encounter so many problems at home? These words made Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh. It is really hard for a behemoth like Morgan to imagine how powerful their energy is, and that they can even affect the country. This is the truth. He is not surprised that various problems occur overseas. What surprises him most is that it has been affected even at home, and the impact is not small. Commercially understandable. The most incredible thing is that on official channels, almost all companies have been affected at the official level. Tax inspections, labor arbitration, cultural and departmental orders for rectification, etc. No company can stand up to others and study it carefully with a magnifying glass, even Gu Xiu's company. Especially some mistakes in a few words in the copy can be immediately magnified by others. The relevant departments will come to the company to torment you once a day for one reason, let alone solving problems. There are a lot of troubles in being able to operate normally. Even the Little Genius Training Center, the first investment project of Yuan Xiu Investment, has been forced to shut down for rectification recently. The impact can be imagined. We all underestimated their energy. The Morgan family is very influential and can even influence many domestic official members, especially a group of people who often go to Lianshan. Boss, why don't you ask Yihanshan for help? He also has a lot of contacts. Maybe he can alleviate the situation? Luo Xiong suggested. He didn't explain in too much detail, but chose to just hit the mark, and he naturally understood the meaning of his words without asking for help. What's more, China is the base camp, and coupled with the lack of preparation before, this time the stumble was a bit big. Being harassed by various departments, having internal problems, and constantly finding faults with the product are considered internal worries. There are also foreign invasions. Recently, many competing product companies have begun to rise rapidly, spending crazy money to grab users, and many even directly sell their products. Naturally, they will not be able to shake their position in a short period of time. But it took a long time. No one can guarantee how much damage it will cause. Gu Xiu shook his head. Yisheng called me before. He would find a way to help me. but he told me that his ability is limited. After all, he has been watched by many people. In fact, many of the people who had a good relationship with him before have now quit. Luo Xiong was a little anxious. Then, what should I do? Don't worry, when I take the time to call a few elders, it should be more or less effective. Gu Xiu thought for a while and said, China is the home base, and it is not just domestic companies that are developing well. Also because Gu Xiu was not unknown to everyone in the official channels in the country, but now that he was asking for help, Gu Xiu was actually a little unsure of how useful he could be. So after thinking about it, Gu Xiu said, if it doesn't work out, just prepare for the worst and shut down the business for rectification. Luo Xiong was shocked. If any company really encounters a shutdown for rectification, I am afraid that half of them will die immediately. Each of their companies is now considered the top hegemon in the country. Once the business is closed for rectification, people will immediately appear to grab jobs. But the same thing. Luo Xiong also understood that Gu Xiu actually had no better way now. They all said that the king of hell was easy to avoid and difficult to deal with. Who would have thought? How could the Morgan family produce so many imps? Don't worry. Although these impacts are big, they will take a long time. If the time is not long enough, the impact on us will not be too big. Gu Xiu comforted. This is true. No matter how many minor problems there are now, in fact, fundamentally, the impact on each company will not be too great. At least, it's impossible for these companies to collapse in just a few days. Want to really shake things up? It will take at least a few months to get started. After all, these companies have very solid foundations. Has the acquisition contract been drawn up? It's ready, but Luo Xiong hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate for us to take such a big risk now? If it's inappropriate, just go ahead and do it boldly. Luo Xiong is still a little worried. But this company may not be acquired so easily. After all, we have been exposed now. Everyone knows that we are a Dragon Kingdom enterprise. A Dragon Kingdom enterprise acquires a local media company from a Milliken. There's a lot of resistance. Yes, Gu Xiu's next plan is to acquire a media company, and it is a super news company that Gu Xiu has been in contact with before. Gannett Media. This super media company owns more than 400 newspapers across the country, and even owns more than 200 newspapers and more than 20 TV stations in Eagle Country. To be honest, in fact, Luo Xiong was not sure why Gu Xiu set his sights on Gannett at this time. After all, this company is just a news media company. Luo Xiong actually didn't understand Gu Xiu's tactics when acquiring such a company. There's another question. It's this company. I'm afraid they have no chance to acquire it. After all, this is a Lycan's newspaper giant. In the field of physical newspapers, it can even compete with Murdoch's news media chamber. Such a company has a fundamental problem. Generally, it is impossible for a foreigner to acquire this kind of company, especially a person from the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, they were able to use various leather company methods to hide their identities. But now it's obvious that it can't be hidden. Not to mention whether Gannett is willing to sell. Even if they are willing to sell, Lycan officials will never agree to their acquisition. Almost impossible to acquire. But Gu Xiu smiled. Actually, according to the plan before, I need to make a lot of preparations to win this company, but this time the timing is just right. I believe someone will help us. Luo Xiong didn't know why. Who will help us? But Gu Xiu smiled. Morgan. Luo Xiong. Bang! The newly bought cup in the office was smashed again, accompanied by everyone in the office trembling, because Grace, who was sitting in the main seat, was venting her anger at this moment. Damn. You idiots. Do you know that within the family, I am now said to be a waste that is worse than an 11-year-old child? Can't even take care of child. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, and you bow your heads knowingly. Dare not speak. As subordinates, it was best for them to keep their mouths shut and not inquire about matters involving the family. Even if they heard something, they would definitely not say anything. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat their good juice. A bunch of trash. But their cowardly appearance made Grace even more upset. Tell me, how long will it take for you to make this boy from the Dragon Kingdom surrender? This. Each question is more tricky than the last. Speak. Are you all mute? Grace roared, and everyone finally dared not keep silent any longer. The time is still difficult to determine. These companies under UNCHO investment are very strong. Many of them have already taken root in the market, and it is difficult to hit them in a short time. Yes, these companies are funded by UNCHO investment, and many of them have their own profits. In terms of funds, we have no way to affect them in a short time. The key is that UNCHO investments funds are too abundant. We don't know how much money they still have. Although we support their competing products, their roots in the industry cannot be replaced by competing products in a short time, and many people have told us that we cannot continue to blatantly cause trouble for them. After hearing these words, Grace, who was already angry, was even more furious now. Trash. Then there is nothing you can do? Actually, it's not impossible. At this moment, someone said, "Oh." Grace's eyes lit up. This man was his old hero, the former general manager, who he only used as a butler. Old Mike. What can you do? Old Mike nodded. Funds. Grace frowned. But didn't you say before that we can't limit the funds of UNCHO investment? They and banks don't have much business. That was true before. The most powerful thing about global investment is that they have abundant funds, and even each company can break even. But the situation is different now. During this period, each of their companies has encountered various problems, and even outages and rectifications have occurred, which means that their financial statements during this period will definitely be very ugly. It may not matter in a short period of time, but within half a month at most, they will definitely want to find a way to get money from UNCHO investment. After all, many internet companies, most of them are not very profitable. Even if they managed to break even before, it was just a balance, and the profit would definitely not be too high. So what do you mean? Grace narrowed her eyes. We use funds as a breakthrough. Although they currently have no listed companies, so various reports have not been released, and the data is difficult to determine. But one thing is for sure, UNCHO investment has not invested in these companies for a long time, and the development of these companies has begun to slow down. What does this mean? This means that the current financial situation of these companies is not good, and most of them can barely maintain expenses and wages. But now as time goes by, these companies will definitely not be able to sustain it. Grace was a little disappointed. He thought his chief butler could offer some valuable advice, but this was the result? Even if these companies have no money, UNCHO investment has money. UNCHO investment is not a listed company. Few people in the world know how much money this company has, although other companies may really have no money. But what if UNCHO invests in blood transfusions? If the company has money, even if it really can't pay wages, UNCHO investment will still be revived in minutes if it gets a blood transfusion. Unless, does anyone know how much money UNCHO investment has? Otherwise, it would be sheer nonsense to bring down such a company in a short period of time. Indeed, UNCHO investment is indeed rich, and no one even knows how much money they still have. But, old Jack chuckled. I dare to conclude that UNCHO investment's current funds must not be sufficient. Oh, what? Grace became interested. Some time ago, according to your instructions, sir, we carried out a campaign against UNCHO investment in the financial market. They lost more than they won in the stock market and futures market, and basically suffered losses along the way. If this is the case, I'm afraid it can't explain anything. Now, they have even closed their financial business. Although I don't know how much money they have, there must be a lot. Old Mike smiled confidently. This is indeed true, but what if I say that UNCHO investments funds will soon have a big problem? As soon as these words came out, not to mention Grace, even everyone else in the office looked at Old Mike with shock in their eyes. Old Mike did not try to be too pretentious and said directly, recently, all investment activities of UNCHO investment have been stopped. It is obvious that they want to tighten their belts, but just yesterday, UNCHO investment suddenly made a move and negotiated an acquisition with another company. Oh, which company? Gannett Media. What? In an instant, everyone was stunned. Then there was a burst of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Are they crazy? They dare to acquire the company now. The acquisition of this company must be to deal with us, but Gannett Media, isn't this company about to collapse? If you didn't say anything, I would have thought that this company has collapsed. Is there anything wrong with acquiring Gannett at this time? Are they crazy? Everyone said something to each other, with disbelief written on their faces. Really, although Yuanxiu Investment is still strong now, everyone knows that their life is not easy. Although Yuanxiu Investment cannot make Yuanxiu Investment pay a huge price in a short period of time, it may even close down. But even so, normally, they should live with their tails between their legs now. Let's not talk about cutting back on food and laying off employees to save money. At least there shouldn't be any large-scale investment. But what's going on with the acquisition of Gannett? Although this company is now under the dual impact of News Online Group and Internet Consulting, it has begun to gradually retreat, and even financial crises have continued to break out. It may even go bankrupt at any time. But that doesn't mean it can be acquired casually. After all, they still have hundreds of newspapers. With such a size here, it is destined to be impossible to acquire a low price. It's a time like this to spend such a large amount of money to acquire a declining media company. No matter how you look at it, there is something wrong with it. What is their purpose? Even Grace couldn't help but wonder. Old Mike shook his head and said, "Actually, there are not too many secrets. In fact, after my investigation, I found that they had contacted Gannett several months ago, and they have always revealed that they hope to acquire Gannett. However, although Gannett's situation at that time was bad, it was not too difficult, and it was naturally impossible to sell the company, so it has been refusing. But this period is different. Over the past few months, Gannett's business conditions have become worse and worse, and even the wages of employees cannot be paid normally. So they thought of selling the company while it could still be sold at a price, and they also found Yuanxiu Investment, which they had contacted before. This was considered a strategic plan of Yuanxiu Investment from the beginning, and they had no reason to refuse. Oh, Gray smiled, so that was the case. According to what old Mike just said, Yuanxiu Investment was really looking for death. If you lay off employees and reduce expenses at this time, it is really possible to survive, but if you pay a big price to acquire Gannett, you will undoubtedly be looking for death. As for whether acquiring Gannett can solve this disaster, this is impossible. However, Grace did not completely let down her guard. Although everything seemed reasonable, Gu Xiu, who invested in Yuanxiu, was able to achieve this level at the age of 11. No matter how you look at it, you don't want to be a fool. They may have other motives for doing this at this time. They are wasting their time. At this moment, someone shook his head. Although Gannett Media is no longer viable, it is still a news media company after all. It still has a lot of popularity in American. No one would like a Dragon Country person to acquire such a company. I suspect they may be setting off smoke bombs and even deliberately want to use Gannett to distract us. As soon as these words came out, Grace understood instantly. I see. Really? No American would want the newspaper he saw to be controlled by people from the Dragon Kingdom. God knows what kind of private information there might be. It is impossible to win Yuanxiu Investment. I think so too. They probably want to put up smoke bombs or even make us mistakenly think that they have very abundant funds. After all, our biggest problem now is that we're not sure how much capital reserves they still have. Old Mike nodded at this time. So speaking of it, I personally hope more. They can succeed, because in this way, they will inevitably waste a lot of money on Gannett, and we will have more opportunities. Oh, upon hearing this, Grace's eyes lit up. He thought of an opportunity to speed up the decline of Yuanxiu Investment, an opportunity to regain his dignity as soon as possible. In the next few days, Grace did two things. Continue to find trouble for Gu Xiu like crazy, as well as pay full attention to all the progress of Yuanxiu Investment, especially the investment in Gannett. When a super capital focuses on a certain project and wants to investigate more information, basically no information can escape their investigation. Soon, more and more inside stories were unearthed about Yuanxiu Investment's acquisition of Gannett. Yuanxiu Investment had indeed contacted Gannett a few months ago, but at that time they did not use Yuanxiu Investment's reputation, but this time they directly used Yuanxiu Investment's reputation to make the acquisition. In this acquisition, Yuanxiu Investment's asking price was relatively higher than other competitors, and Gannett was also interested in cooperating with them. However, what is strange is that when the acquisition was basically finalized, Yuanxiu Investment regretted it and was reluctant to sign a contract of intent. They seem to be stalling for time. Instead of rejecting Gannett, they have been hanging on Gannett, especially in terms of cashing out funds. They asked for payment in installments over 10 years. This acquisition has received a lot of attention, and federal officials have also been involved. It is said that Gannett's boss was also met by a senior executive who seemed to want to remind him that he could not sell to Yuanxiu Investment. When Yuanxiu Investment was interviewed by reporters yesterday, they publicly admitted that they wanted to acquire Gannett. They have fully prepared the funds, but due to official obstruction, they are temporarily unable to complete the acquisition as scheduled and are slowly negotiating. Negotiation is nothing. Yuanxiu Investment has never approached the official, let alone a lawyer. It's just that someone goes to Gannett to negotiate every time. It's more like a show. There are many pieces of information like this, and among these intelligence collections, Grace also got a glimpse of some of them. Yuanxiu Investment didn't really want to acquire Gannett at all. They just wanted to show off. Show that you have sufficient funds. But actually, their funds simply cannot sustain it. As for why they did this, it was because they wanted to hide it from themselves. The purpose is to make other companies under his control think that Yuanxiu Investment, the core institution, has sufficient funds. Give them confidence and stabilize their hearts. This conclusion made Grace particularly excited. And beyond that, there is also exciting news. The core companies invested by Yuanxiu include 3 Body Games, Penguin, Taobao, and many other companies. News of layoffs has begun to leak out recently, and many high-level executives have even received layoff indicators in their mailboxes, but the emails were withdrawn not long after. If this is a wrong operation, then there is one thing to learn next. Let this speculation become a hammer. For these companies, wages have been delayed for the first time in several years. Delay wages. This means that there is a problem with the financial situation of this company. Although the salary arrears of these companies are no more than 3 days at the latest, and the company executives always tell everyone that it is only caused by tax verification issues. But in fact, many people are speculating. It was these companies that ran out of money because someone found out that Yuanxiu Investment made additional investments in several companies during that period. Some people analyzed that this investment was used for salary payments. This information, Jean Grace made a crazy move. Help Yuanxiu invest and win Gannett. As soon as this decision was made, it was not surprising that many people opposed it. This is nonsense. As a veteran capitalist, you should do everything you can to safeguard your rights and consolidate your position. The influence of the media is well known. No one would want a person from the Dragon Kingdom to own one of the top 3 news media. Companies in like. Even if this company has reached the edge of the cliff and may completely fall apart at any time. This is the rule. The resistance can be imagined. But Grace, uncharacteristically, still insisted on his own ideas even if he was blocked. He even not only ordered this in the company he was responsible for. He also traveled around for the acquisition case of Yuanxiu Investment and finally found his father, the current spokesperson of the Morgan family, which took more than 2 hours. Convinced the patriarch. Moreover, after persuading his father to help, he successively found more official agencies and used his background to put pressure on all these official authorities to give way. Even the outside world began to doubt. Is Yuanxiu Investment having an affair with the Morgan family? And to this. However, there were great differences within the Morgan family. They were very dissatisfied with Grace for doing such a thankless thing, and even accused Grace of this behavior in the family council more than once. But Grace never explained these doubts. These idiots, they have no idea what I want to do. So what if Yuanxiu Investment acquires Gannett? Do they really think that the people of Longhua can become the masters of Gannett? I just accelerated the demise of Yuanxiu Investment and let Gannett become the last straw to bring down Yuanxiu Investment. Then I will just take over Yuanxiu Investment. In the end, all the companies currently invested by Yuan Shio, as well as the Gannett he just acquired, didn't they end up in my hands? Idiots like them really can't understand the choices of smart people, so they can only become losers. In the office, Grace shook her head and said with a sarcastic face. Standing in the office was his butler, Old Mike. When he heard his boss's words, Old Mike gave a thumbs up. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, this is called a fan of the authorities. Bystanders can see clearly. Only smart people like the patriarch can understand your actions. So, in the future, Mr., you will lead the Morgan family to glory. These words made Grace feel very useful. In the past, he thought that although this Old Mike had good abilities, he was just a loyal dog. This time, he discovered that this guy was quite capable sometimes. At least, being able to see routes that you can't see yourself. When he inherits the entire family in the future, he should also let Old Mike hold important positions. Such talents must be reused. But, as Grace, who is about to become the head of the Morgan family, it is of course impossible for his subordinates to see his true thoughts. So when faced with praise, he showed no sadness or joy on his face. He just reminded, now let Gannett's boss complete the acquisition. Remember the requirements. Good guy. During this period, they had had enough of the bullying from the Morgan family. Unexpectedly, the acquisition went surprisingly smoothly with the intervention of the Morgan family. Resistance disappears. Even the price has become easier to negotiate. Within the company, many people began to spread rumors. Some people say that their boss and the Morgan family have never known each other before fighting, and have even reached the level of sympathy. Some people also say that Gu Xiu went to the Morgan family to visit her alone, and finally won the favor of the most beautiful woman in the Morgan family, and even wanted to marry Gu Xiu when she came of age. Some people even said that Gu Xiu found a more powerful family and threatened the Morgan family into submission. There are many versions, and everyone agrees. It can only be said that people's imagination is always endless, and even reaches the limit. However, no matter how big these ideas are, one thing is certain is that just when everyone was surprised that it was impossible for them to acquire Gannett, all obstacles were cleared by the Morgan family. Their acquisition was a smooth one. Even in just 1 week, they successfully acquired Gannett Media for a price of $1 billion. The price is not too low, but it is definitely not high either. You know, Gannett is now a serious listed company. When its market capitalization was at its highest, it even reached $6 billion. Even if the current situation is bad, but it is definitely not something that can be won directly with just $1 billion. All I can say is, here's to Mr. Mike. Gu Xiu happily raised his glass and drank the milk in it, revealing his white teeth. And sitting opposite him, it was none other than the butler, Old Mike, whom Grace was extremely familiar with and even trusted. However, compared to Gu Xiu's bright and white teeth, the expression on Old Mike's face was extremely ugly, and his whole face was full of frustration. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and couldn't help but ask, I have followed your request and allowed you to successfully take down the Gannett Company. Now can you give me the evidence in your hand according to the previous agreement? Yes, evidence. As Grace's butler, Old Mike has been a member of the Morgan family for more than half his life. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Xiu had his handle, he would never have been able to help Gu Xiu deceive Grace. Speaking of the handle, Old Mike felt exhausted both mentally and physically. He didn't know where the young man got the evidence, nor did he understand why the confidential documents in his computer got into Gu Xiu's hands. But what he knew very well was, once those things are seen by Grace, or even by any outsider, he may not be able to see the sun tomorrow immediately. After all, the Morgan family has always been very harsh on traitors, especially those who embezzle family assets. He could only submit. What made Old Mike even more angry was that Gu Xiu laughed at his words. Don't worry, Mr. Mike. Isn't our cooperation going very smoothly now? Look, I've even prepared a commission for you. With that, Gu Xiu handed over a bank card. You liar. What do you want to do, bribe me? Do you think I care about the money? You promised me before that as long as I help you handle this matter, you will pay me back the money. Now what do you want to do? Violate your previous agreement. Old Mike was very angry, and he stood up and pointed at Gushio's nose and cursed. But Gushio just blinked. The money in this bank car is not much, but there is still 50 million yuan. This is considered a share of the successful acquisition of Gannett. Are you sure you don't want it, Mr. Mike? What? Old Mike's eyes suddenly widened, and the previous anger turned into confusion. Seeing his expression, Gushio raised his glass and said, "Next. Why don't we go together? Here's to Mr. Grace. Boss, we have all the control over Gannett. I am now temporarily serving as the general manager of Gannett. The headhunting company is looking for a suitable candidate. Well done, Luo. I know you are the most reliable person." Gushio gave a thumbs up. Face compliments. Luo Xiang was usually very happy, but this time he couldn't be happy at all. He just smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, the current situation is not good. I don't even know whether I am right or wrong in doing such a thing. Although the company has enough funds, at this time, even if we win Gannett, will it have any effect on us?" Grace couldn't understand. Luo Xiang actually couldn't figure it out either. Although he knows that Gannett has always been the boss's target, and although they have now borrowed Morgan's ability to successfully win Gannett, does this have any impact on the overall situation? Yuanxiu investment is now at its most dangerous time ever. A little careless. Maybe everything will be lost. Taking a Gannett now is useless no matter how you look at it. Faced with this question, Gushio smiled. The current Gannett is indeed useless, but the future Gannett will become my strongest weapon. Huh? Luo Xiang was a little confused. But Gushio had already made arrangements. Now that Gannett has been integrated, Gannett's problems are still not over. Although the entire company owns so many newspapers, many of them have no influence anymore, and there are also big problems with funding. There are only 3 things I want you to do next. Say, Luo Xiang sat up straight. First, it's Gannett's funding problem. Now Gannett has not even paid a salary, and the entire company is disorganized, so I will add another fund from Yuanxiu Investment to stabilize people's hearts. Luo Xiang nodded. There was nothing to say. Gannett's current situation is indeed very bad. Although I knew that the company was in poor condition before, it was only after I took over that I discovered that the company was actually in a mess. Don't talk about standing on the edge of a cliff. Gannett was clearly falling towards a cliff. Sales of traditional newspapers continue to decline under the impact of television and the internet. If it weren't for the fact that many older people still retain the reading habit of paper newspapers, I am afraid that traditional newspapers would have collapsed long ago. In fact, it stands to reason that the fundamentals have not been lost. No matter how sad it is not like this. This is mainly because Gannett's development direction is wrong. They are frantically opening new newspapers, but the quality is very poor, and their reputation has plummeted. Instead, the original users and reputation have been taken away by the news media. Even because it has been losing money for a long time, the entire company cannot even pay employees' wages. A large number of employees have resigned, and they're no longer working if they have no intention of leaving. The situation is very bad. Next, if you want stability, you first need money. Second, newspapers with low sales and bad reputations should be suspended. However, it should be noted that some professional newspapers with low audiences can be retained. Just estimate the printing based on sales. Luo Xiang nodded again. Again, it was basic to suspend publication of some newspapers that were basically losing money but had little influence. He planned to do this without Gushio's explanation. It's just, should niche publications also be retained? These are the bulk of financial expenditures. It's thankless. Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. In order to find new breakthroughs, Gannett not only started new regional publications according to each region, but also opened many professional publications. There are also specialized newspapers in niche fields such as sports, medicine, technology, film and television, and even chess. They have good ideas and hope to build professionalism to improve their reputation and reverse the decline. But it's a pity. The idea is good, but the results were less than ideal. After all, a niche is a niche, and these niche newspapers aim at professionalism, which means they need a professional writing team and more capital costs and expenses. And it's not just as simple as throwing money at it. Even for the subject majors, those who read such newspapers are basically professionals in the field. These professionals are not ordinary people who can be fooled casually. If there are errors in the reports, they will immediately attract a lot of abuse and complaints. Exactly. There are so many things, such a big investment, but the final sales volume is not ideal, which is a typical loss-making transaction. Word of mouth, there is no word of mouth. No money was made. According to Luo Xiang's plan, these newspapers should be abandoned immediately. There's no point in keeping them all, so just integrate them. Gu Xiu thought for a while and said, sports can be kept completely, but the content does not need to be limited to a single category of sports. Football, basketball, rugby, baseball, etc. can be reported. If there is recent news, relevant things can be reported. There is really no content. It is okay to report some inspirational stories. Don't focus too much on gossip news. But gossip news is the most eye-catching. Luo Xiang doubted. It's indeed eye-catching, but you just need to remember that we don't make money from niche newspapers. Gu Xiu shook his head and said again, as for science and technology, remember not to treat these things as professional academic papers. We only need to make some scientific reports and some scientific research, popular science. Use less professional terms and use things that everyone can understand. What you need to remember is, what we need is not that these niche newspapers can make money. What we need is that when others see our niche reports, there's only one thing that comes to their mind first. Professional. Luo Xiang instantly understood what Gu Xiu meant. Boss, are you planning to create a professional reputation? But it will cost more money. It does cost money, but it doesn't matter. Of course, we don't need to publish a daily publication. This kind of report has a relatively long shelf life, so it can be in the form of a weekly. Luo Xiang nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the boss didn't ask for a daily publication. In this case, this thing would be really difficult. A weekly publication can relatively reduce costs, although it is still estimated to be a loss in the end. Third, Gu Xiu has continued. After opening a new newspaper and stopping some unnecessary publications, we also need to create some other publications of our own. I will give you some suggestions in this regard. You can take a look. First of all, we can choose publications based on the target group. For example, we can launch a women's column for women. The content mainly pokes at some women's pain points, family problems, and how women should solve various dangers or family problems. We can also write some representative stories to report. Anyway, it is enough to catch people's attention. There are also youth and children's publications, which mainly produce attractive content. Whatever young people like, the content should be published. It is best to have the purpose of inspiring and expanding knowledge. If a school can help with bulk ordering, sales should not be a problem. You could draw inferences in this regard. There is nothing wrong with trying. In addition, we can also make some changes to the existing newspapers. For example, our current flagship product, Am Like Today, I need you to open a new column. What column? Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. Although there are many types of Gannett newspapers now, in fact, there are only a few flagship products. The most ace among them is today's Aliken. The sales volume of this newspaper is ranked among the top in Aliken. To be honest, if it weren't for this, Gannett would probably be bankrupt by now. Therefore, any changes to such a leading product may affect the overall situation, so Luo Xiang cannot be careless. Gu Xiu thought for a while and said 4 words, today's prediction. Today's prediction? Luo Xiang was confused. What is this? As the name suggests, Gu Xiu said, today's prediction means reporting on some major events that have not been exposed or even happened yet. For example, alike is going to war again. What achievements have been made in science and technology? What changes have occurred in the stock market? What will happen to the international situation, etc. You can link it with other content in the newspaper. For example, alike raises interest rates today, and we can predict what will happen after the interest rate hike tomorrow. Luo Xiang. Boss, newspapers only report what is happening now, not metaphysics. How can there be such predictions? Moreover, who can predict the future? Crazy. The boss is crazy. Today, the newspaper Alican has become a top product because it is distributed nationwide and reports relatively authoritatively. All major international events focus on Alican's domestic situation. To put it bluntly, it is a truth and a dare to say it. But if you also add a prediction, isn't that nonsense? Even if we don't talk about the user's senses, how can we predict it? We're not gods. Who knows what will happen in the future? Predictions are divided into big and small. Many things are bound to happen. The shape of tomorrow's future can actually be predicted today. I believe you understand this. Luo Xiang was helpless. I have to say that Gu Xiu was telling the truth. Many things can indeed be predicted. For example, if interest rates are raised, most people will inevitably deposit their money in banks. And if interest rates are cut, people will inevitably take their money out of banks. And this will definitely lead to some economic conditions coming out sooner. Making visible predictions in the professional field is not a problem in itself, but Luo Xiang is still a little worried. But what if the prediction goes wrong? It would be a joke. Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. We are not gods. We can't predict correctly all the time. As long as it is correct most of the time, that's fine. If we can predict accurately every time, then our newspaper may be interfered by mysterious forces the next day. It seems, is this the truth? Luo Xiang nodded, but he still didn't understand what Gu Xiu meant by doing this. But at this moment, Gu Xiu suddenly handed over a piece of paper. Luo Xiang didn't know why. These are some predictions for the next period of time. After all, if you just start to open a column, if you don't put some real effort into it, it will easily cause a backlash, so you can't make mistakes in the early stage. Luo Xiang is confused. Not only does the boss plan to open this column, he has even prepared the content of the column. Can't help it. Luo Xiang picked up the paper. Just one look, Luo Xiang's eyes widened immediately. Full of shock. Old boss, these things, real or fake? Luo Xiang stared at the note in his hand and looked at Gu Xiu in disbelief. Because of what's on this note. The content is so exciting. Even none of it is a trivial matter, and none of it is an event that can be determined now. See what it says. Article 1. The Egyptian passenger ship Samra 98 sank in the Red Sea due to a fire in the cargo hold where the passenger plane was loaded. Article 2. Lebanon was attacked. Article 3. Bloodless coup in Dai. Article 4. The Alican eavesdropping program has not ended. Article 5. This scene made Luo Xiang stay in place, because the reports Gu Xiu brought out were all things he had never heard of. Even, at present, basically all mainstream media have nothing to report. In fact, it was not that he had never heard of it. He had heard about the sinking of the Samra number 98 in the first article. This accident had just been reported recently and was still in the rescue stage. But until now, there is no news yet on the cause of the accident. As a result, the boss directly determined the cause of the accident. If the first item is an appetizer, then the following items are really shocking. Lebanon attacked. Dai coup. Once these appear, it will definitely be super big news. But the problem is that there is no news about this at all now. Couldn't this be something the boss did specifically to attract attention? This is impossible, right? Of course it's true. Facing Luo Xiang's shock, Gu Xiu nodded. There are times marked on it. After opening the column, you can make predictions in the order above. I believe that within a few issues, our today's prediction will get a lot of attention. It will be up to you how to expand the market size and influence. Boss, can you tell me, how did you get this information? Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. But Gu Xiu was silent for a moment, and then said, I can predict the future. Luo Xiang, boss, forget it if you don't want to say it, but there's no need to fool me like this. I'm not a fool. That's it. Gu Xiu scratched his head. I am a reborn person, reborn from the future. I have read these reports, so I can predict them. Luo Xiang didn't even want to say anything this time, and just rolled his eyes at his boss. The look in his eyes seemed to say, Boss, do you really think that my college studies are in a dog's belly? To this, Gu Xiu was a little helpless. Look, no one believes me when I tell the truth. In fact, I am also very distressed. Is it a hacker? Luo Xiang thought of something and asked expectantly, Guxiao, huh? It must be the power of the hackers and the vulnerability hunter you created, boss. None of this information has been exposed yet, but it may have happened. There has even been some action. Boss, did you use hackers to collect intelligence? Guxiao, that must be the case, isn't it? Boss, you definitely can't do these things casually. Guxiao, ah well. Okay. Boss, that's awesome. After receiving the accurate answer, Luo Xiang immediately gave a thumbs up, and then his eyes lit up. If what you gave me, boss, is true, I am confident that within half a month at most, our newspaper will become the most authoritative, professional, and popular newspaper in the world. I know what to do next. After saying that, Luo Xiang's eyes were shining, and he left in a hurry. His face was still full of surprise. Guxiao was more or less at a loss. But, forget it. This misunderstanding is quite good. But Luo Xiang is confident now, which also means that the next actions will be smoother. Next, Guxiao called Tan Liangzhe again. His financial manager was no longer the young student he was before, and Guxiao didn't waste any more words with him. Directly specify which stocks to buy next. During this period, all transactions in the financial market were interrupted by him. After all, the Morgan family was pursuing and intercepting him. Even if Guxiao knew what was about to happen in the future, he still had no way to accurately predict it. There may even be errors in prediction. After all, if you want the butterfly to stop flapping its wings, the first thing you need to do is not disturb the butterfly. However, he was targeted by the Morgan family before, and once Guxiao does something, he will be affected immediately. But it's different now. With the appearance of today's prediction column, people will pay more attention to the direction that Guxiao needs their attention. And since then, the butterfly's wings will definitely flap, but similarly, the trajectory of the flap will change from unpredictable to now controllable. That being the case, of course, we can't stop making money. After all, the impact on other companies' businesses during this period is real, and the losses are also real. How can we support our families if we don't make some money? Get everything done. Guxiao threw away his phone and stretched. All preparations are in place. Next, just wait for the flowers to bloom. Luo Xiang was very efficient. After receiving the instructions from Guxiao, he immediately went to Gannett and organized a high-level meeting. Quickly began to implement Guxiao's previous plan. It's easy to stop publication. After all, it's a non-profit publication. Adding new publications is a little more complicated. After all, it requires screening specific groups of people and regions for sales, as well as how to write the content and how to lay out the sales network. But the hardest, let's go for the flagship publication. As the company's flagship publication, Aleiken's newspaper today doesn't have much space. Even every time it contains content, many people are trying to get on it. Now the big boss is suddenly calling the shots. It is somewhat unacceptable to take action on this flagship publication and also draw an area for making some kind of today's prediction. But it didn't happen in this life because Luo Xiang had already used Yuan Xiao investment to invest again and initiated wages for them. Even if some people felt uncomfortable for the sake of money, they would not interfere with anything. That's it. On the third day of a newspaper, many people who bought a Milliken today discovered that there was a new area on the front page of the newspaper. Today's prediction. Because this was the first time such an area appeared, the newspaper also thoughtfully explained what today's prediction was. According to the newspaper, today's prediction is a prediction that Gannett draws from the world's top professionals for prediction analysis and obtains unique insider information from them, or performs some calculations on the results. Focus on one science. Focus on one major. In the explanation content, even many professional terms appear, and people will think of one word at the first glance. I don't know how powerful it is. However, when they saw the content, many people who bought the newspaper immediately became dissatisfied. Do you think I never read the newspaper? But I know that the passenger ship Samurai number 98 is still under emergency search and rescue, and the official has not even reported the cause of the accident. You can predict it now. Are you kidding? The futures in a warehouse loaded with cars can directly cause the sinking of such a large passenger ship. Are you kidding? You probably don't know what a luxury cargo ship is. I know about the Samurai 98. They have the most complete rescue facilities, and fire safety is a top priority. They are also painted with fire-resistant coatings. There is no way that a fire in a cabin can cause such a big accident. There is no lower limit for the popularity. As expected, Gannett will only talk nonsense after being acquired. I heard that this newspaper was acquired by a person from the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone knows what the people from the Dragon Kingdom are like. I can understand even a group of people who like to sensationalize. Countless insults and ridicules were heard. Some people really feel that they're following the rhythm randomly, and many people even feel that they spend money to buy newspapers, but in the end, such eye-polluting things occupy the space, making them feel that their money on newspapers is wasted. Of course. In fact, more people are caring people, not just competitors. There are many others. After all, no one wants a person from the Dragon Kingdom to control such a newspaper. No matter what they do, they will be scolded. Many people even hope that everyone can boycott the current Gannett. The situation is very complicated, and the pressure is not small. It is even said that some people want to find a lawyer to sue Gannett for spreading rumors and causing trouble. Of course, most of those who can achieve this level have carefully understood the incident. They have repeatedly confirmed that the cause of the shipwreck has not yet been investigated, or at least it has not been officially announced. That day was definitely an unforgettable day for most Gannett employees, because countless people took their newspapers and stood outside their company to denounce them. It's stressful. In desperation, no one even dared to go home after get-off work hours, for fear of being torn apart by the angry crowd when they went out. Even Luo Xiang. I felt somewhat uneasy in my heart. But, just that night, when everyone in the company complained that this news section was causing them trouble, the latest news came, which shocked everyone. The latest results of Samurai 98. The cause of the accident has been clearly investigated. It was a disaster caused by a fire in the warehouse, slow response of the staff, and aging and malfunctioning of the firefighting equipment. This short piece of news left everyone dumbfounded and unbelievable. Even the way he looked at Luo Xiang changed. The most important thing for news media people is first-hand information, and Luo Xiang came up with it. It's obviously first-hand information. Could it be? Is Gannett about to make a comeback? When preparing for the news writing that night, Luo Xiang came up with a new forecast for today. Even more so to everyone. Stare wide. Lebanon. Under attack. Yesterday they were lucky, but how dare they say such a thing? Absurd. How ridiculous. They dare to say something like the attack on Lebanon. What attack happened and who attacked them? It's too much to brag. Today's American has now become today's nonsense. No surprise. Early the next morning, when today's Alican newspaper was printed and sold to countless people, he was immediately met with overwhelming doubts. Lebanon is not a passenger ship, but a serious country. Although it is not a war country, it is not a trivial matter for a country to be attacked in this era. Normally, such a big event should be known to the whole world immediately. How could it be predicted by a newspaper without being reported elsewhere? This makes no sense at all. Not to mention that in the current internet world, there is no relevant discussion on the internet. How can they be so fast? But, compared with the complaints and doubts yesterday, many people today chose to support it. Although I think this incident is a bit unbelievable, they only reported the truth about the passenger ship yesterday. Many reports today have proven that what they said is true, so I think they may have some special channels. Although Lebanon is a country, it is not big after all. It may have been a surprise attack. It is normal that no news has come out yet. I think since they said it was a prophecy, it might really be a prophecy. Have you forgotten that there were wizards and fortune tellers in the past? If you need divination, you can contact me, and I will do the math for you with tarot cards. I don't believe in prophecies, but they have proven themselves yesterday. I think we can pay attention to them. Maybe they are true. I don't believe in prophecies or what they say, but the truth about yesterday's shipwreck makes me wonder if it really has any special power. I heard that this company has been acquired by a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Don't you know about that mysterious ancient Eastern country? I think it might be true. They may really be able to divine and predict. Compared to yesterday's one-sided situation, many people expressed doubts today, and more people chose to watch. But overall, most people still think a Milliken today is talking nonsense. However, this kind of discussion was completely concluded later that day. Lebanon was attacked. Just yesterday evening, the Israeli Air Force destroyed bridges and civilian buildings in southern Lebanon with airstrikes. Al-Mana TV station reported the airstrike, and the number of casualties is still being counted. According to the news, the Israeli attack was very fast this time. Lebanon was unprepared and suffered heavy casualties. It is currently mobilizing military forces to prepare for an active counterattack. This attack was a counterattack against the former prisoners of the Pearl faction. There had been many frictions between the two sides before, but there had never been such a large-scale attack. Currently, most buildings have been damaged, and civilian casualties are still being counted. That night, countless media and television stations rushed to report a large number of Stonehammer reports. Not that they wanted to help Gannett, of course. It's because Gannett's prediction is so popular. The prediction itself is popular enough, and some mysterious and unknown topics are always discussed by people. Not to mention that after the Today's Prophecy section appeared yesterday, countless trolls appeared, and even the company was surrounded by people. The heat itself is high, and today, their predictions have attracted greater attention. For media reporters, attention means that money means reputation means everything. Naturally, with so much attention, the digging of news has become faster. It is even said that after buying the newspaper that morning, someone flew directly to Lebanon just to dig up first-hand news. Then put the news on your own TV station to attract attention and traffic. And it is precisely because of these reasons. Gannett, in other words, a Milliken is completely popular today. It's true. This is so unbelievable. Is this the mysterious Eastern power? How could he know the news that only appeared last night in advance? Do they have intelligence agents all over the world? Whether it is intelligence acquisition or just prediction, I find it incredible, but I have to believe it. I have never seen a newspaper that can predict the future. It's so mysterious. Countless discussions emerged. Even if you open the social internet, you can see that almost all social platforms have information about Gannett and today's predictions. If placed in any section, it will be a super massacre. This moment, today's prediction is hot. People even begin to unconsciously want to obtain more content and obtain more predictions. Today, Ali Khan did not disappoint. A bloodless coup and die. The Ali Khan eavesdropping plan has not ended. Pluto was almost kicked out of the solar system. The stock market is turbulent. Nasdaq will usher in new growth. In the next few days, today Ali Khan was completely killing phone. With its first-hand predictions for today and a series of exciting accurate predictions, Alike Today has become the most popular newspaper in Alike. Not one of them. A series of old opponents were immediately stunned. Even the news media in the media empire were directly beaten to the ground. A large number of newspapers could only be taken out and disposed of as waste paper. Because in this series of predictions, every time, Gannett's predictions were in different fields from different angles, and each time they were verified no more than 48 hours after their predictions. It's unbelievable. Even people who had no interest in reading newspapers before want to see what predictions they have for today. Actually speaking, although their predictions for today are made every day and are basically successful every time, in actual analysis they are not particularly relevant to most people. Even if I occasionally comment on the financial market, I will only give a rough analysis and will not tell you that a certain stock will rise. But even so, it still makes countless people enjoy it, and it has almost become a habit. It is said, there are also casinos that specialize in guessing what tomorrow's prediction will be about. And when they get more and more violent, some people can't sit still. What are they going to do? Why did they make such a prediction today? Why can they predict it so accurately? How on earth do they do it? And why are they still alive and well? Grace couldn't sit still. According to his plan, after Yuanshio Investment acquires Gannett, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the economic situation of its own company, which will hinder Yuanxiu investment as a whole and make them show their weakness. If he appeared at this time, he could easily win Yuanxiu's investment and completely take it under his control. But now, other companies are fine. There's indeed no chance to turn around. Every day, we face countless problems. Even the shutdown order is almost ready, just waiting for the company invested by Yuanxiu to close down for rectification. But what about Yuanxiu investment? What about the main companies? What have they done? They did not admit defeat or give up. I didn't even go to a bank to help provide financial support. More importantly, they didn't even do their favorite thing before, pretending to be dead. On the contrary, they began to frequently invest money into the financial market during this period. They had been sniped by Grace before. After that, they honestly gave up all financial activities, but now they are attacking again. Grace naturally cannot let them go, and once again organized professional traders to start sniping. But unfortunately, the effect this time was very bad, very, very bad, and even they themselves suffered some losses. Because every investment direction of Yuanxiu investment is basically aimed at the fields, companies, and related enterprises. They predict. In fact, although every prediction they make has nothing to do with most ordinary people, it has a great relationship with the financial market. Normally, even if the things they predicted actually happened. Under the iron fist of the Morgan family, it can also control the financial market to a certain extent and interfere with the outcome of the financial market. But it's different now. Today's predictions are very popular. Every time something they predict comes out, it attracts a lot of attention immediately. And with such high attention, it is naturally impossible for people to ignore it in the field of financial markets. At this time, the efforts that the Morgan family were able to undertake were extremely difficult. To snipe Yuanxiu investment, the simplest way is naturally to buy when they buy up and I buy down, and when they buy down I go long. Anyway, it is completely the opposite. As long as the trader is powerful and has sufficient funds, he can indeed interfere in the market. But the problem is when the attention is too high, they cannot blatantly operate anything that goes against the market. After all, although a Millikan is shameless, there are also many capitalists. If they want to safeguard the interests of capital, they must ensure the fairness of the financial market. Even if someone is as powerful as the Morgan family, it is impossible to manipulate the market wantonly in front of the public. That would make the market lose its fairness and keep the public away from the market. No one is willing to accept such a price. So after going around and around, they can only use huge funds to play a relatively fair game. But the question is this really fair? Not really. Every operation of Yuanxiu investment almost corresponds to Gannett Media's today's predictions, and many smart people do see business opportunities in this, and immediately started spending money to follow. Simply relying on Yuanxiu investment's own capital reserves may not be able to compete with the Morgan family in the financial market. But if a large number of people follow behind, then the situation is different. And Grace's sniper attack, not surprisingly, failed. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered it belatedly. Fooled. You've been fooled. Gannett is not the last straw that brings down Yuanxiu investment. On the contrary, Gannett is clearly a shot in the arm for Yuanxiu investment. Bang! Finally, Grace became angry and unwilling to wait any longer. So he decided to use a bigger move. Ding-ling, ding-cling. That night, Gu Xiu was still sleeping, cultivating a relationship with Zhou Gong's little daughter, but was mercilessly awakened by the sound of the phone. Open the phone and take a look. Gu Xiu frowned slightly. Mr. Ma, what's wrong? Are you calling me at this time? The caller was not someone else. It was Penguin's pony classmate. Gu Xiu was a little surprised. It was 3 o'clock in the morning at night. Basically, the heads of various companies knew that he was currently in Alican and would not usually call him at this time. Unless, Mr. Gu, something happened. Sure enough, Xiao Ma on the other end of the phone spoke with great anxiety. As if he felt that this was not strong enough, he repeated, something big happened. Hearing the seriousness in Xiao Ma's tone, Gu Xiu frowned and sat up and asked carefully. We have just received comrades from the relevant departments, ordering us to immediately stop operating all our products. They require our Penguin, Space, and even mailboxes and game platforms to be completely closed for rectification. And shut down immediately. What? Even Gushio was surprised when he heard the news. He couldn't help but sit up and said, "What's going on? Tell us in detail. We have been in trouble recently. Today the tax bureau is coming. Tomorrow the network supervisor is coming. The electricity bureau is coming the day after tomorrow. And even the labor arbitration is coming. But because you, boss, have already greeted us some time ago, so we are not surprised. Basically, everything that should be prepared has been prepared, so no one can find fault. But in the past few days, the number of our users has suddenly surged, and most of the IP addresses have big problems. After these people joined our products, they left some antisocial and anti-national remarks in many places. Didn't you ban and delete them?" Gushio frowned. As a future person, Gushio knows very well that the internet is not a place for lawlessness, nor is it a place where people can be guided by bad public opinions. So the product at hand. Basically, there's a supervision system, and things like deleting and banning accounts are commonplace. Although this has caused resentment among many users, it is in order to protect its products. Many things had to be done. Following the rules of the game is what any gamer should do. We did it. In fact, as soon as we discovered this problem, we took it seriously, banned more than tens of thousands of accounts, and even restricted registration. Xiaoma replied helplessly. Gushio raised his eyebrows. Then why do we need to shut down for rectification? What's the reason? They said that although we handled it very well, the mechanism was not perfect enough, which caused a very large social impact and bad guidance. So they asked us to shut down immediately. I also explained it and argued with reason immediately, but their attitude was very tough and did not give us any chance. Ma Huateng said in a depressed tone, "It's really depressing. Penguin's development over the years has actually always been very good in terms of official relations. Not to mention how many practical problems he has solved through family help and local employment. Even the attention of big bosses Gushio knew before has basically prevented the company from having too many problems in this regard. But now, just because of a small mistake, even if the fault is not their fault, they are directly ordered to be shut down and rectified. Such intensity, such thunderous means. Is it the Morgan family? Are they so powerful?" Gushio raised his eyebrows, and his face became serious. He had thought about this impact before, but he really didn't expect it. The other party can not only cause trouble for itself, but can even come up with such thunderous methods and order shutdown and rectification. This is not a trivial matter. For internet companies, this is a disaster. Even though I have been in trouble before, I don't think I will encounter such problems in the future. But now, Mr. Gu, this matter seems to be a private decision made by several people from the Regulatory Bureau. I have not communicated with anyone before. It is obvious that I intend to deal with it first. I'm trying to find a way to deal with it now. But this matter may be difficult to handle. Ma Huateng said with some anxiety. Gushio also frowned for a while, but he could only calm down at this time. As for the rectification, did you say when the rectification will be completed? No, it just said it is pending. We are required to submit an application after the rectification is completed. Only after the application is approved, we can restart the server operation. Ma Huateng answered helplessly. These words made Gushio frown. Shutting down for rectification is not scary. What is scary is that the time for the lifting of rectification is yet to be determined, because this means that no one can say clearly when a rectification will be lifted. The faster one might be a day or two. Later, several years are possible. But what is the internet? It's a fast-paced environment. If it takes a week to correct, users will look for alternatives. It takes a month to get used to the alternatives. In half a year, it's basically completely dead. In a year, there's basically no chance to turn around. But at this time, Gushio couldn't panic. He just comforted Ma Huateng for a few words, told him that he would return to China as soon as possible, and then quickly hung up the phone. Afterwards, he stared at his phone. Really, after only 3 seconds, the phone rang again. This time, it was Taobao's old horse. And content. It's the same content as what Ma Huateng called. Relevant departments said that many counterfeit merchants appeared in Taobao, but in fact they were engaging in illegal activities, which had a great impact on society and required them to order the closure of products and rectification. The rectification time is also the same as that of Penguin. Correction deadline. To be determined. Then came the three-body game. Not to mention the three-body game. Originally, the game industry was not favored by relevant departments in China, and parents directly reported it and asked for it to be shut down. It is said that they will even review the game content and may require a complete overhaul of all their current games. These are still related to the internet. After that, even the industrial industry was affected, even Fuyao was affected, let alone other companies. This is the case at home, and it is even more bleak abroad. Facebook was directly blocked and even asked not to continue to open. Even Ismail was asked to stop production because the factory failed to pass safety inspections. Simply outrageous. When all the calls were hung up, Gu Xiao's face had already become extremely gloomy, and his eyes were cold. He thought that Morgan would use thunderous means to deal with him, but he really didn't expect that the other party would come so violently this time. It's a full-scale attack, and it may be completely lost at any time. But at this point, Gu Xiao couldn't let his emotions control his thinking, so he began to think deeply. When the day gets brighter and the fish belly turns white on the horizon, Gu Xiao stood up. Hey, Lao Luo, have you heard the news? You continue to stay in Olikin and watch Gannett. This company is very important. It is the trump card of the comeback. You must watch here in person. I will talk to Xiao Jia about Facebook. Although official agencies in Olikin can interfere with the company's operations, they cannot make unreasonable demands. Don't we like to pay attention to freedom here? Let the internet trolls come to power. I want to see who can win this public opinion war. I will take care of Heelan and the country. You don't have to worry about it. Just sit in a Milliken. An hour later, Gu Xiao arrived at the airport, took the bodyguard behind him, and got on the plane directly to Heelan. After the plane arrived in Heelan, Gu Xiao immediately met with the Queen. Although Ismail was in Heelan, he was a top priority for the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no room for any surprises. When Gu Xiao arrived at the Queen's palace, he saw that the company's top representatives were already waiting here. The next meeting went smoothly. The Queen and Gu Xiao are old friends, and she likes Gu Xiao very much. Not to mention that Longhua and Heelan have cooperated more and more in the past year. The Queen could not find trouble, so she easily agreed to help and had the restrictions on Ismail lifted that day. This is the benefit of a constitutional monarchy. The Queen spoke. You have to obey no matter what. However, at the dinner, the Queen also told Gu Xiao privately that although she was the Queen, she could not completely control the entire country, and it was not even certain whether some officials would work in secret. The power of capital is very powerful. The Queen even reminded Gu Xiao during the conversation that the most important thing to solve this matter completely is to go to the Morgan family. Of course, Gu Xiao expressed his gratitude with a smile. However, when the Queen asked him to find the Morgan family, Gu Xiao simply gave up the idea. Looking for Morgan? He still refuses. That night, after Gu Xiao missed Ismail, he got on the plane directly back to China. The bodyguard reminded Gu Xiao on the way. Someone is following. However, Gu Xiao didn't pay attention to these reminders. Tracked? Then let them follow you. Now, they can't take the life of a child of yours. What Gu Xiao needs to think about is the domestic situation. Although his rise is not rapid, it is still too shallow for a truly big family. Although in the past few years, he has made big bosses every time he seizes the opportunity. There are quite a few people he knows, and he even knows almost all the big guys at the future table. Gu Xiao even knew that once he opened his mouth, someone would definitely be willing to help him. But here's the thing. The most difficult thing in this world is favor. Once you consume a favor, you lose it. But the current situation seems to have to be consumed. On the plane, Gu Xiao didn't sleep long, but kept thinking about which bosses he should find next. After determining a visiting route, the plane arrived at Yinjing Airport smoothly. But what surprised Gu Xiao was that when he walked out of the airport, he found that the situation in the country had changed again. The rectification is over. All companies are back to normal. Even because of this rectification, many people immediately stepped down and fell down. The content was even more exciting than the movie Gu Xiao had watched in his previous life, called People's Reputation. But when Gu Xiao asked who was helping behind the scenes, but he got an answer that surprised him. The Yi family. The Yi family helped. They used the family's energy. They didn't contact us directly. They just came to tell us after solving the problem to reassure us that as long as we don't touch the bottom line ourselves, no one can harm us. Boss, you are so awesome. Listening to the phone, one company leader after another gave inconsistent, but generally the same answers. Gu Xiao was a little surprised. Before coming, he was thinking a lot, and even felt that to solve the domestic situation, he might need to play more games on his own. But I didn't expect it at all. I just walked all the way back. The matter has been perfectly resolved. Even what surprised him most was that the Yi family helped him deal with this trouble. In fact, when problems arose in the country, Gu Xiao did not miss the Yi family. After all, the Yi family also held 1% of Yuan Xiao investment shares, although less. But he can still be considered as one of the shareholders. But when this idea came up, Gu Xiao shook it off. Although his mother was half of the Yi family by blood, that family did not bring any warmth or nostalgia to his mother. On the contrary, this family has only brought misery to my mother. Therefore, in fact, more and more clues about his mother have surfaced. Especially after her return, Gu Xiao deliberately distanced himself from the Yi family and had no contact from the beginning to the end. Because, in his opinion, if his mother didn't want him to fall out with the Yi family, he would have done something to the Yi family no matter what. Even in Gu Xiao's heart, Yi family is his imaginary enemy. He understood this change in his attitude, and the Yi family must also understand it. Therefore, although the problem this time was serious, Gu Xiao never thought of counting on the Yi family to help. Even, he actually predicted in his heart that the Yi family would probably add insult to injury. But now this result, it was greatly beyond Gu Xiao's expectation. At this moment, Gu Xiao's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. Gu Xiao answered it without hesitation. Just a moment later, Gu Xiao hung up the phone and frowned slightly. "Boss, where are we going?" the driver asked. Gu Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Yi family." Along the way, Gu Xiao was particularly silent, feeling somewhat unsure, because the caller was not from Ye's family, but from his own mother. After she knew that she had arrived in Yanjing, she asked herself to go to Ye's house. She didn't say what she was going to do or what the situation was, and Gu Xiao could vaguely hear it. Mom's mood is not too high. Could it be that the Yi family took action because the mother was asking for help? This was a very reasonable guess, but it was this reasonable guess that made Gu Xiao somewhat upset. Gu Xiao knew a lot about what happened to his mother in the Yi family, but he didn't know much about what kind of persecution he suffered in the Yi family and who persecuted him. Gu Xiao didn't know anything about it, but I thought about it. In fact, his mother has never had a good impression of the Yi family. Even after returning, he never wanted to have any contact with the Yi family. After all, this family almost killed her. At this moment, Gu Xiao felt a little panicked. He was not afraid of losing, but he didn't want the people he valued and cared about to bow to the powerful for his own sake. Not even the Yi family. It's not too far from the airport to Ye's house. But for such a short distance, Gu Xiao thought of countless possibilities. Making a fuss in the Yi family? 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Heshi? Or use force at the Yi family? This is really not his imagination. Quite the opposite. In Gu Xiao's analysis, these situations were very likely to occur. He even called John Wu during the process and asked him to bring someone to Yanjing. Amidst these complicated thoughts, the car finally stopped in front of the Yi family's old residence. This was the residence of the founding hero. It was not very spacious and luxurious, but on the contrary, it was very simple. However, after so many years of contact with the Yi family, Gu Xiao knew very well that this was the Yi family's holy land. "Gu Xiao, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown a lot." As soon as the car arrived, an acquaintance came to greet him. It was Yi Mingyu, an old acquaintance. However, this time he encountered a problem, and Gu Xiao didn't give him a good look. Yi Mingyu didn't pay attention, but smiled. Let's go, Aunt and Uncle are already inside. Then, he led Gu Xiu inside. The bodyguard wanted to follow, but was stopped by the guards in the inner courtyard. Yi Mingyu waved his way. This detail made Gu Xiu couldn't help but glance at Yi Mingyu. Yi Mingyu looked at him and just smiled. They're all family members. Broken bones and connected tendons. These words left Gu Xiu speechless and could only deal with it silently. This is an old-fashioned standard courtyard house. After walking out of the front hall and passing through the living room, you can go directly to the inner courtyard. In the corner of the inner courtyard is the ancestral hall of the Yi family. There were quite a few people standing inside at the moment. Gu Xiu glanced at it. Today's scene seemed to be particularly solemn for the Yi family. Basically, all the people who were supposed to come from the Yi family were here, and many of them were familiar faces that could be seen on TV. When they saw Gu Xiu at this time, they all nodded to Gu Xiu kindly. This scene was beyond Gu Xiu's expectation. Looking inside, you can see that in the ancestral hall, two people are kneeling and offering incense. It seems that they're performing some kind of ceremony. And these two people are none other than others. It was Gu Jianjun and his mother. Recognize your ancestors and return to your clan. These 4 words appeared in Gu Xiu's mind almost instantly, making him frown. I couldn't help but feel a sense of anger growing in my heart. On the way here, he had already thought about the fact that the Yi family helped him, most likely because of his mother's plea, and the price might be quite high. Recognizing your ancestors and returning to your clan is definitely the top priority, because for most big families, using the family to check and balance a person is definitely the most common method. Wasn't my mother a living example? Gu Xiu, what's wrong with you, kid? After all, someone arrived, and Gu Jianjun noticed it immediately. When he saw it was his kid, his eyes were full of astonishment, as if he didn't expect Gu Xiu to show up here. However, he seemed to feel that this kind of occasion and place was not suitable for asking too many questions, so he waved to Gu Xiu. Come, kneel down and recognize your ancestors. This is your grandpa's house. Since you are here, you have to worship your ancestors. But what surprised Comrade Lao Gu? My boy showed no reaction, just frowned. Gu Xiu. Finally, it was Gu's mother who spoke. She was still so beautiful and charming. She didn't say anything at this time, but just nodded towards Gu Xiu. The attitude of his parents was clear, and Gu Xiu did not disobey him. However, he did not kneel down after entering the ancestral hall. He just took the incense and lit it towards the memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. While doing this, Gu Xiu had actually been observing the reactions of the people around him. It was as he expected. It's not that you should yell and scold directly on the spot. At least you should frown and feel unhappy, but it was unexpected. More people just sighed. Nothing else was said. Someone on the side shouted, "Today my grandson Yixia, my grandson Gu Jianjun, and my great-grandson Gu Xiu recognize their ancestors and return to the clan. From now on, the Yi family will be reunited and never be separated again." There's a lot of reading after that, mostly some words about recognizing ancestors and returning to the clan, but Gu Xiu didn't listen and was just constantly analyzing the situation in front of him in his mind. This situation, it was somewhat beyond his expectation. But what made Gu Xiu even more unexpected was that when he was serving tea to the elders, an old man with old spots on his face and silver hair was pushed out in a wheelchair. Gu Xiu had never seen this old woman before, but they know each other's existence. The old lady of the Yi family, the elder who is still alive, is the daughter-in-law of the first-generation god of war of the Yi family, and she's also the legal wife of Gu Xiu's honorable grandfather. There is nothing surprising about the presence of old people around. What really made Gu Xiu feel weird was that when the old man offered tea to the younger generation, he didn't refuse, nor did he take a sip like a normal old man. Instead, he picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Even when Gu's mother served tea, the old man still looked guilty. "I'm sorry, Anna." Gu's mother smiled and shook her head, her eyes full of brilliance. Finally, it was Gu Xiu's turn to serve tea, with his parents proofreading. Although his heart was still full of questions, he still picked up the tea and started serving tea to the elders one by one. It's just that no one knows What he was thinking in his heart was not to respect his elders, but only to respect the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. When it was the old lady's turn, she held Gu Xiao's hand tightly. Her eyes were full of complexity. She seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but in the end it turned out to be, okay. A confusing process of recognizing one's ancestors and returning to the clan began in such a confusing way, and then ended in a confusing way. Gu Xiao was still confused. To be honest, before Gu Xiao came, he was prepared to transform into a fighting chicken. He even took out countless words from books about not fearing power and was ready to read them out at any time. The result? It feels like everything is ready, and when you rush into the battlefield, you find that people here are singing and dancing without any resistance or struggle. But Gu Xiao did not relax. He remained alert. But just then, an accident happened. After the ceremony of directly recognizing the ancestors and returning to the clan, everyone did not give up and still gathered around the ancestral hall. The family of 3 stood aside, while the old lady who was the head of the family was supported by the younger generation. He stood up shakily, then kneeled down in front of the ancestral hall. Gu Xiao was a little surprised and didn't understand what this was for. In fact, he found that not only him, but also other people in the ancestral hall were wide-eyed in disbelief. After all, this old man's body and bones are obviously in failing condition, and normally he doesn't need to kneel down in such situations. Now she suddenly acted like this, which was beyond everyone's expectations. But what was even more unexpected was this. After the old man knelt on the ground, he kowtowed heavily to the rows in the ancestral hall. The juniors on the side wanted to help him, but they were thrown away by the old woman. It was unimaginable that her body could not even be supported by several young people. She really didn't spare any effort. Her whole body and even her head were bleeding, just when more people wanted to step forward to stop it. But the old woman suddenly spoke loudly, "My daughter-in-law is unfilial. I have come here to atone for my sins today. My unfilial daughter-in-law, Pan Jingping, is willing to accept any punishment." "Mom, what are you doing?" Grandma. The old man's sudden behavior shocked everyone. It was obvious that they had no idea that this scene would happen again. They all stepped forward to help the old man up. But just when they were about to make a move, they saw the old woman turning back suddenly, her eyes full of sternness. "Stop. Have you forgotten where this is?" Although the old woman was old, even in her twilight years, she frowned at this moment, and her fierce temperament showed up. These 2 simple sentences caused the entire ancestral hall to be completely stunned. Apparently, in the Yi family, she used to be the one who spoke the truth. Even those who often appeared on TV and even reached extremely high status were forced to lower their heads by the old woman's gaze and did not dare to step forward. So powerful. Gu Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, after the old man dismissed a group of juniors, he turned around and bowed deeply to Mother Gu again. "What is this for?" Everyone's eyes widened. Even Gu's mother couldn't help but look stunned. This old man, who is now the oldest and most senior person in the Yi family, is actually bowing to a junior like Gu's mother. And what's even more shocking is, the old man even said, "Actually, I should kowtow and apologize for the mistakes I made, but I heard that kowtowing to young people of my age can easily shorten someone's life. I'm sorry." His attitude was sincere and his tone was sincere. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. The same goes for Gu Xiao. No matter how you look at this old man, she should be the kind of old man who can lead the family, but now she will do such a thing in front of the eyes of the whole clan. And, because in his impression, the Yi family did not seem to have such a powerful old lady before. At least, it should not appear in any description in media reports. Wrong. What did she just say her name was? Gu Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his mind began to work at high speed. Pan Jingping. The appearance of this name was like opening a door in Gu Xiao's mind, instantly locking his memory of a post he had seen in a forum that was deleted at the speed of light. In that post, there's only one title. Pan Jingping passed away. When Gu Xiao saw this post, he was confused and had no idea who this person was, but he subconsciously clicked on the post, and took a look. And the content is even more bizarre. Because the post did not introduce who Pan Jinping was, it just said that Pan Jinping suffered a lot in her later years and could not sleep at night. She needed to see a psychiatrist every day, but it never worked, and she suffered from severe depression. One night later, when her family was unprepared, Pan Jinping took out a decades-old pocket pistol and shot herself in the ancestral hall. After the family found out, they blocked the news immediately. They just announced that the old man had died of illness, and then held a low-key funeral. Then they sent a mysterious team overseas, seemingly looking for someone, but so far there is no more news. This incident did not spread to the outside world and became one of the top 10 secrets of Yinjing's wealthy families. At that time, this post had no beginning and no end. Gushou looked at him with a confused face, not knowing the details at all. Even he felt, this is a not-so-splendid story concocted by a crazy novelist. The only thing that made Gushou a little strange was, this post was deleted at the speed of light no more than 10 minutes after it was posted, and the poster was also banned from the forum. This matter did not attract more attention from Gushou at that time. Even after watching it, I simply ignored it and forgot about it. But now, as the old woman's name emerged, memories that should have been forgotten long ago resurfaced, making him immediately compare them with the old man in front of him. It's not that this old man never existed, but his deeds were deliberately erased and never mentioned. And now she is doing such a thing. Even in the last life, living in such a family, she suffered from depression and even committed suicide with a gun in the family ancestral hall. Gushou, I believe you should have many problems. When Gushou pushed away the dusty memories, the old man had already looked at him. He sighed deeply at this moment, and then said something that made Gushou's eyelids jump wildly. I am the real murderer who persecuted your mother. Even, almost just a little bit, really hurt your mother. Oh, as soon as these words came out, many people around him suddenly widened their eyes. Exclaimed. Gushou noticed. Basically, most people have such expressions, whether they are elders or juniors, but there are only no more than 5 people who don't have such surprised expressions. Apparently, not many people know what happened to Gu's mother, and I'm afraid only a few people know the truth. Yi Mingyu was obviously one of the insiders. At this time, he met Gushou's gaze and nodded slightly. Then he sighed and lowered his head, as if he didn't know how to explain it. Back then, the Yi family was in a critical period of competition for power. Your grandpa had retreated from the background. The Yi family needed someone to step forward and continue to lead the family. But your mother is back, and her return even caused quite a stir and attracted a lot of attention. The old woman spoke, with no expression on her face, but her eyes were filled with sorrow. At first, your grandpa actually wanted your mother to recognize her as her ancestor, but I refused because such a thing was disgraceful and would even become a stain. We had a huge quarrel over this matter. In the end, your grandfather compromised. At this point, Pan Jinping turned to look at the photo in the middle of the ancestral hall. That was Gushou's nominal grandfather, an old man who had frequently appeared on TV. I carried the banner of the family and was able to force this stubborn old man to accept a compromised choice, allowing your mother to return in a low-key manner and wait a few years before officially recognizing her as her ancestor. But actually, I understand. The honor of the family is one thing, and it's also because I don't like your mother, because to me, she just appeared out of nowhere and told me about the mark of betrayal I suffered when I was young. I hate her, but the existence of your grandpa makes it impossible for me to vent my anger. I can only think of ways to make things difficult for this poor girl. Even, I want to poison. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly gasped, and many people looked at the old woman in disbelief, their eyes full of confusion and confusion. Apparently, in the perception of most of them, although this old woman is stern and full of majesty, and is even the elder that most juniors fear the most, she should not be associated with poisoning in any case. However, the old man smiled bitterly. Poison. I never thought that I would do such a thing. Many times, I even doubted whether I was crazy. But Every time your grandpa mentioned to me the matter of recognizing our ancestors and returning to the clan, I firmly believed in this idea again and again. The old man sadly told the past events. She was obviously repentant, but the content of her words is also consistent with Gu's mother's experience. The story is not complicated. An excellent woman who comes from a large and wealthy family. Because of a family marriage, she married into the Yi family. When she was young, in that special era, she suffered a lot. Her family was persecuted, and her husband was forced to stay away from home. But when she finally got her husband back after years of hard work, she received a bolt from the blue. He fell in love with another woman. Very cheesy, but it was such a cliched story that started the beginning of all evil. Naturally, the daughter-in-law was unwilling to accept such an outcome, so she used all the power at her disposal to cut off the thoughts in her husband's heart and make the woman he cared about disappear. But this comes at a cost. From then on, the husband and wife respected each other as guests. Although they slept in the same bed, they were strangers. I thought my life would end with regret. Unexpectedly, when all this seemed to be coming to an end, an accident happened. A child left by her husband came back. How could the rich lady endure it? What's more, the return of this child is likely to affect the rising family. In other words, it has already been affected. Although she was protected by her husband, the rich young lady still vented all her grievances and anger over the years on this child, even using the most despicable means. There were times of hesitation, guilt, and regret along the way. But her husband's actions again and again made her more determined. Finally, her husband's old illness relapsed, and he passed away. When no one in the family could suppress him, the eldest daughter hesitated again, but before he could make a decision, the child left first and evaporated. At that moment, Miss Qianjin made up her mind to make a decision. This child must be found. As for how to make a decision after finding it, she actually didn't know. But that kid is extraordinarily clever. Over the years, although some clues have often been found, they have never been able to truly capture him. The closest, it was at a medical clinic in Chinatown. But there was an accident during that operation. The person who was supposed to be the arrestor had a conflict with the person who was protecting the child, and it eventually turned into a bloodshed. The child escaped again, but the hatred was completely forged. And if nothing else, there will never be reconciliation. When I learned the news about the child again, the daughter-in-law was very happy, but there was no room for maneuver anymore. She wanted to apologize, but the aura around her and the glory of her family prevented her from apologizing. And now, I know that apologies are useless. Compared with what I did to you, all apologies seem hypocritical. I'm not doing it to make my conscience feel better, but I hope my mistakes can end. After finishing, the old woman suddenly took out a pistol from her arms. This was a silver-white Browning Lang pocket pistol. The moment it appeared in her hand, the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Gu's mother. Everyone was shocked. Gu Jianjun reacted nervously and subconsciously pulled his wife behind him. Then, bang, gunfire sounded. The old woman in a pool of blood still had grief on her face until she died. A single hole, not too big, had appeared on her temple, piercing it from right to left. The pistol in his hand had fallen to the ground. It's this pistol. Killed himself. In the end, she pointed the gun at Gu's mother, just a faint shot because no one could stop her in time. She succeeded. As if she had completed her fateful mission, she fell in front of the ancestral hall, her blood blooming and flowing to the ground, as if writing her confession. The next half-day, the entire Yi family's old house was in complete chaos. Gu Xiu's family of 3 were like bystanders in this farce. Obviously, all of this has something to do with them, but it seems that it has nothing to do with them at all. But it has to be admitted. This gunshot let all the grudges begin to slowly dissipate. In the next few days, the family of 3 stayed at Ye's house to help deal with the aftermath. In the words of Mother Gu, it's all over. This may be the best ending to the grudges of the older generation. Gu Xiu didn't answer this question. He had resentment in his heart. In fact, he didn't tell anyone. The moment the old man took out his hand to grab it, Gu Xiu had already guessed what he was going to do, and he might even be able to prevent it from happening. But he didn't. Instead, just watch and witness it all. He didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong, but he knew that after this choice, the resentment in his heart began to slowly dissipate in the wind, rain, and dust. It was the same as the post he saw in the forum. The old man's funeral was handled very low-key. Didn't even attract any attention. Most of them are the descendants of the Yi family, as well as a small number of elderly people who are good friends with the Yi family. On the day of burial, Mother Gu took the initiative to grab a handful of lus and sprinkled it on the coffin. Then she looked back at Gu Xiu and Gu Jianjun and his son. Although she didn't speak, her eyes seemed to be saying something. Look, lust can bury everything, including hatred. Afterwards, Gu's mother privately told Gu Xiu about the Yi family's help. Just as Gu Xiu expected, when the company was under a full-scale attack, Gu's mother immediately thought of asking the Yi family for help. But, like Gu Xiu, the Yi family had already taken action while she was still on the road. It was the old lady who gave the order. And after helping Yuanxiu Investments solve the problem, the old man called Gu's mother. During the phone call, she only said one thing. She's going to die. I want their family to recognize their ancestors before they die. Gu's mother was very hesitant, but finally chose to ask Gu Jianjun to come with her. But she didn't expect it. The old man said that the end was coming, but in the end he would say goodbye in this color. After the funeral, the family of 3 prepared to leave. But, however, the Yi family stopped Gu Jianjun and took him to chat in detail for a long time. After coming out, Gu Jianjun told Gu Xiu that because they were considered the Yi family, according to the rules of the Yi family, if they were not interested in official career or military affairs, they could get the family's property. But Gu Jianjun refused. Although they did kowtow in the ancestral hall to acknowledge their ancestors, and the Yi family was indeed friendly and harmonious to them during this period, there was no need for Gu Jianjun to tell Gu Xiu. They are outsiders after all. Even if the Yi family is reliable, to put it bluntly, they have not lived in this kind of environment since childhood, and it is basically impossible to truly integrate into it. This was approved by Gu Xiu. The grudges were wiped clean. This sounds simple to say, but in fact, how could it be so easy to do? The original stories ended completely with the departure of the old lady. But this does not mean that Gu Xiu's family can truly integrate into this big family. Suffocated, he can only be regarded as a descendant of his maternal relatives. Of course, it cannot be said that it is useless, at least when they need the help of the Yi family. They can also use the cards of the Yi family. It's just that neither Gu Jianjun nor Gu Xiu will use it casually. Next, are you going to go back to Alikin directly, or are you going home with us? Gu Jianjun asked in front of Ye's house. I'm not going back. Gu Xiu shook his head. I've been quite busy with my studies recently, and the research topic is at a critical period. Okay, but speaking of which, what have you been studying recently? Research on making people. Gu Jianjun. Gu Xiu grinned. It's just a joke, but it's strange. I've been working on an artificial intelligence AI project recently, but this thing takes a long time. The most important thing is that I can't keep up with it now. There's still work to be done in this aspect. Yeah, I don't understand what you said. Since you won't go back, then I'll leave with your mother. Gu Jianjun shrugged. The old father finally did not feel sad because of his son's growth, and now he knows it clearly. I have gradually ceased to be a Superman and a hero in the eyes of my son, so naturally I will not ask my son to follow my own ideas and everything. Anyway, as long as you know that your kid is busy with business. Call me when you get to Amlikin to say it's safe. Gu Jianjun patted his shoulder and left to put his luggage. Gu's mother stepped forward and pulled Gu Xiu's clothes. Mom, it's okay. Gu Xiu was about to speak. As if she knew what he wanted to say, Gu's mother shook her head and smiled. What's in the past is in the past. Don't think too much. We could just live our lives as usual. Yes. Gu Xiu nodded repeatedly. Gu's mother reminded in a low voice. Actually, the Yi family is not bad. They can at least be a help. You must be good at borrowing their strength. Gu Xiu nodded again. Look at me. You must know more about this than me now. Am I just doing my best? Gu's mother smiled, and then asked, I've been busy with your father about real estate recently, but I have no idea about your recent situation. Who is targeting you, so that people can almost lose your base. A camel that is going to die. Gu Xiu blinked. He had not told the truth to his mother. After all, if the Morgan family told Comrade Gu Jianjun, he might not feel anything. But if his mother knew, she would be worried and stay up all night. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gu's mother nodded. Do you have a plan? A detailed plan. What's the chance of winning? Excluding accidents, the chance of winning is about 100%. Hearing this answer, Gu's mother's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she smiled. Mom can't help you. After all, your height has surpassed Mom, so I won't cause trouble for you. Mom just wants to tell you if you have any ideas, feel free to do it. Don't be afraid of failure. Even if you fail, your dad and I are still here. So if I fail to start my business, I will end up going home and becoming a second-generation rich man in real estate. Gu Xiu laughed. Gu's mother blinked. That's necessary. Over there, Comrade Gu Jianjun had already packed his luggage. The mother and son did not continue the conversation, but got in the car and headed straight to the airport. After seeing his parents off at the airport, Gu Xiu returned to his boarding gate, looking at the plane that had docked and headed for Alikin. Gu Xiu rubbed his face. Next, it's time to start fighting back. Bastard. Idiot. You trash. It's still the same office, still Grace, still his anger and hysteria. It was chilly in the office. Everyone was so angry that they didn't dare to take a breath. Because they knew that to make Grace so angry, he must have been ridiculed by the family again. This was indeed the case. Grace was once again ridiculed by her competitors in the family council today. The reason is, what he holds in his hands is the core company of the Morgan family. But until now, he still has not been able to get rid of a small player like Yuan Xiu Investment. He also helped the opponent win Gannett. Not only did Yuan Xiu Investment not solve the problem quickly, but Yuan Xiu Investment brought Gannett back to life, and it even became the most watched and influential media company in Alikin. And Grace also mobilized a lot of connections and resources to increase pressure on several companies under Yuan Xiu Investment. In particular, he also used the chess pieces that his family had worked hard to play in the Dragon Kingdom. But what's the result? Not only was Yuan Xiu's investment useless, even their chess pieces were lost one after another. This wave, it's definitely a case of stealing chicken, but losing rice, losing his wife, and losing his troops. Naturally, Grace's competitors would not let such a thing go. During the family meeting in the morning, Grace's hair turned white and green, green and black and white. She had already suppressed her anger. Old Mike, as if he felt that his collective output was not interesting, Grace looked at his butler. The more he looked at the old guy, the more unhappy he felt. He simply picked up the cup on the table and smashed it. The glass shattered. After all, old Mike was old. He was injured by the glass when he couldn't avoid it, and blood flowed from his forehead. Asshole, this is the plan you told me before. You asked me to help them acquire Gannett. As a result, they are playing Gannett so well now and even have such a high influence. This is all a bad idea from you, a loser. If it weren't for you, how could I be so passive now? Faced with Grace's roar, old Mike looked innocent. But he was sensible and did not refute. After waiting for Grace to vent her anger, old Mike said, I am indeed responsible for this, but boss, I didn't expect that Yuan Xiu Investment could come up with such a prediction today and attract so much attention. I didn't expect that Yuan Xiu Investment could make a comeback in the financial market by relying on the incitement of public opinion in this sector. Who would have thought that these people from the Dragon Kingdom could be so cunning? I was really unjust. I was deceived. Old Mike burst into tears, and the blood on his forehead continued to flow. Even Grace, who was so angry, couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted at this moment. Yes, it's all the fault of the cunning Longwood people. Then what to do next? Can any of you tell me what else to do? Grace asked, but what made him depressed was that everyone shook their heads in the end. It was not just that they had no good solution, but also because the example of old Mike was right here. If they were not completely sure, no one would dare to say anything. What if next time, I'm the one who gets hit by a cup in the office? Old Mike. Grace looked at her butler again. Tell me, what else can you do now? I need to wash away my shame as quickly as possible. This, Old Mike hesitated. The companies under Yuanshio investment cannot be dealt with now. Even Facebook. Due to domestic public opinion, the relevant departments cannot do anything blatantly. If we want to crack down on them, the best way is to directly deal with Yuanshio investment, but now the existence of Gannett has allowed Yuanshio investment to kill everyone in the financial market. In the past half month, they have made at least hundreds of millions of dollars. In this situation, if we want to do it in a short time, we may not be able to make Yuanshio investment pay the price. So what we should actually do is to take a long-term view to catch big fish, support their competitors, weaken their power little by little, and finally cannibalize them completely. Very calm analysis. But is this the time Grace needs this kind of dispassionate analysis? Apparently not. She wanted Yuanshio to pay the price immediately for her investment and be beaten down by her in the shortest possible time. It would be best if she would never be able to make a comeback and could only come to her and beg for mercy. Pray that you will spare them. This is what Grace believes that Yuanshio investment should do most. Playing the long game to catch big fish is naturally the simplest and most correct way. After all, if the Morgan family is here, even if they survive, they can still defeat Yuanshio investment. But, again, what Grace needs is not to take a long-term view to catch the big fish. What he wants is to make Yuanshio investment pay the price in the shortest possible time, make them regret having offended him, and allow him to feel proud in the family council. Is there no other way? I'm afraid not. Old Mike shook his head. Unless what? Unless we can cause the funds invested by Yuanshio to suffer a heavy blow, leaving them no way to continue to recover. Again, as long as there's a problem with their funds, they will immediately fall into a passive position. This is nonsense. Grace couldn't help but frown. Didn't you already say that with Gannett's today's prediction, they can always recover blood? Old Mike was helpless and spread his hands. But this is the only way. If we want to solve the investment in remote repair in the shortest time, we can only attack them from the financial aspect. Other than that, there is no better way. Gray frowned suddenly. Attacking their funds is easy to say, but easier said than done. It is simply impossible to do. Unless, mobilize all the company's liquidity. In an instant, Grace made a decision. Use all of it to encircle and suppress Yuanshio investment. The capital market is strict about rules. Yuanshio investment can rely on today's predictions to arouse public opinion and attention, thereby attracting a large number of users to follow suit to a certain extent. Even if Grace wants to encircle and suppress it, it will not be that easy. Because once you want to encircle and suppress, you always have to pay a huge price. Unless the money they spent was even more than that of Yuanshio investment and all the retail investors who followed suit. It was like someone else was playing rock, paper, scissors, and you just dropped a bomb into it. As long as you have enough ammunition, everything can change. But as soon as he said these words, he was immediately met with opposition from everyone. Boss, you must not do this. Absolutely not. The risk for us is too great. Although the company has sufficient financial reserves now, they are flowing in various projects. If these funds are withdrawn, it is likely to affect the company's overall strategy. This must not be done. Even if it is successful, we have only won a crippled remote repair investment, but if there's an accident, it will be a disaster. Everyone who had thought of him as an ostrich before now started to dissuade him. Even old Mike. At this time, he quickly shook his head. Boss, the overall situation is the most important thing. We can never do this. And if your father knows, I'm afraid. This was considered normal persuasion. But now Grace, who was scolded so badly by her father this morning, now hears old Mike and actually wants to use her father to suppress her. He immediately snorted angrily. Shut up, you idiots. I am the boss of the company, and you're just my employees. Do you think I still need you to teach me how to do things? But boss, someone wanted to persuade, but Grace just looked cold. What's your name? My name is Pete. Okay, Pete, you're fired. Now go to the finance department to get your salary. What? If you want to stay here, I don't mind letting bodyguards help you leave. The subordinate's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something, But in the face of Grace's ruthless eyes, he could only shut his mouth again. I just couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It's over. Completely finished. But Grace had no interest in dealing with this frustrated employee who was led out of the office by security guards. Instead, he turned to look at the others. What about you? Do you have any other opinions? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and they all shook their heads subconsciously. What a joke. They're just employees who only work to make money. If they challenge their boss and lose their wages for the benefit of the company, what benefit will it bring to themselves? The boss is going crazy. Do you still have to risk your life to stop it? Not crazy. Seeing everyone giving in and shutting up at this moment, Grace finally felt a little more at ease in her heart. At this moment, she immediately issued an order. Now I want you to immediately withdraw the working capital from all projects and be on standby at any time. At the same time, I want you to keep an eye on Yuanxiu investment. I need to know what investments they want to make as soon as possible. After everything is prepared, I will let that hateful dragon countryman completely regret being my enemy. On that day, many people who were well informed received a piece of news. The famous Morgan Stanley Bank began to tighten funds across the board. Its original daily business slowed down, and several large investment projects were temporarily terminated. Many people feel baffled. Many people have even begun to speculate whether the Morgan family is going to make any big moves again. Gu Xiu also received the news, and his sources were a step ahead. When it was confirmed that Morgan Stanley seemed to have fallen into madness, Gu Xiu did not hesitate, picked up the phone and dialed a number. The fish has taken the bait. Next, start closing the internet cafes. In this world where capital is king, it is basically impossible to overthrow capital. The more powerful capital is, the more entrenched it is and makes it invincible. But this is true. But this does not mean that capital will always be invincible. Gu Xiu was not so arrogant that he could fight against the entire Morgan family. But Morgan Stanley can rise to the challenge. However, it is obvious that it is not an easy task to fight against the world's top super investment banks. So this requires completely careful planning and careful actions. To this end, Gu Xiu made a lot of preparations. In fact, his plan is very simple. It is even the same financial sniper war that he has used before, but it is different. This time the opponent. Very powerful. Even Gu Xiu. They all needed to mobilize all the funds urgently. Grace had put everything on the line this time, so Gu Xiu naturally had to go all out. This battle, a matter of life and death. With such an important and large-scale capital struggle, if you want to compete in the financial market, the first thing you need to do is to select a qualified carrier platform. Just in time, one of Gannett's opponents today is the best choice. America Online. This company once relied on the east wind of the internet and the pursuit of major capitals to make it the company with the highest market value in the world. But at the turn of the millennium, the internet bubble burst, and the company that once stood at its peak began to shrink and evaporate significantly. Its market value plummeted, and it would never return to its past. But, after all, it was once at the top. It is said that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The market value of the entire Migwa Online is still not small. Even if only 1/10 of it has evaporated, it can still beat many listed companies. Such a company is most suitable as a battlefield. And after setting the goal, Gu Xiu immediately began to let in funds in batches. Bullish. After about 100 million meters of knives were smashed, Gu Xiu began to stop and reduce his investment. On the other hand, he is also waiting for the results. As expected, on the same day, Boss, a group of short sellers has begun to enter the market, but the other party is very low-key. Currently, it is only reserved short selling agreements and has not started to interfere in the market. The news came quickly. When Gu Xiu heard the news, he couldn't help but smile on his face. Grace is indeed a small-minded person. In this case, let's continue to spend money and increase the intensity. If he is not a fool, he will definitely want to lure the enemy deeper and let us invest more funds. Satisfy him and eat first. On the other side, Grace was also quietly paying attention to all this at the moment. When she saw Gu Xiu adding more funds, Grace's face suddenly showed a bright smile. Haha, this idiot. Sure enough, he took the bait. Continue to prepare for the short contract. They have only invested more than 100 million now. This is not good. It is too little. This time I want to let him see the cruelty of being helpless. In this case, help them release some good news. A large number of traders from Morgan Stanley began to operate quickly. They were very professional in this method of raising prices and lowering prices covertly. In just 2 hours, the stock price of America Online immediately began to rise slightly under their operations. They are indeed professional and have accurately controlled the rise in stock price. They did not make this rise in stock price too conspicuous, but created a situation where this stock still has huge room for growth. Same day, the stock market closed, and both parties quietly ended the first day's preparations under this seemingly sick and lazy situation. Even many financial experts. No one will realize that this war that is destined to go down in history has now begun to slowly begin. In fact, the battle in the stock market is very simple. It's nothing more than long and short. The concept of going long is easy to understand. It is the normal way of playing the stock market. You buy a stock for 10 yuan. When the price rises to 15 yuan per share, you sell the stock and make a net profit of 5 yuan. Short selling is just as simple. Suppose the stock is currently worth 15 yuan per share. You borrow a stock from a professional institution and sell it, and you immediately get 15 yuan, but you still owe the share. However, you can wait until the stock price drops to 10 yuan, buy a stock for 10 yuan, and then return it to the institution. The 5 yuan difference generated in the middle is your net profit. Rise and fall are mortal enemies in themselves, and operations are also opposites. No matter what kind of stock, large-scale buying will inevitably cause the stock price to rise, while large-scale selling will inevitably cause the stock price to fall. These are market rules and the basis of the market. And the first day of the battle began. Both Gushio and Grace were quietly accumulating strength, and Grace was frantically and secretly preparing to short the contract, ready to sell a large amount at any time to achieve the purpose of short selling. Not even just the first day. For 3 consecutive days, the entire stock of America Online was undercurrent. Both sides were accumulating strength while luring the enemy deeper. But on the 4th day, Grace encountered resistance. Although he is now the president of Morgan Stanley, this does not mean that he can fully control all actions of Morgan Stanley. At best, he is just a decision-maker at Morgan Stanley. The entire company's wealth belongs to the family, and he cannot do whatever he wants. There is no airtight wall in this world, let alone such a large-scale mobilization of funds. When the superiors noticed this, they summoned Grace immediately, not to stop him, but because the family needed him to give a reasonable explanation. This time, Grace was fully prepared. He spent a whole morning in the family council meeting to convince most of the family to support it. However, there are conditions. He needs at most a month to end the war and get Morgan Stanley's funds back in operation. From this, we can see the confidence of the Morgan family. How could an ordinary investment bank allow funds to be withdrawn like this, let alone allocate so much funds for the encirclement and suppression of the financial market? I can agree because they are the Morgan family, and they are invincible. More because what they're facing this time is small investments in distant cultivation. Even though Yuanxiu investment seems to have made a lot of noise over the years in the eyes of the real giants, they're just like a bigger ant after all. Want to challenge the Morgan family. That's a worm shaking a tree. But at this moment, they obviously wouldn't have thought that Gu Xiu might indeed be shaking the tree. But he was definitely not someone who rushed in even though he knew it was a dead end. Don't even know. Gu Xiu is a jerk. As a reborn person and also possessing the ability of photographic memory, what is such a person if not a fool? Unfortunately, Grace didn't know anything about it. So as soon as he returned to the company, Grace directly issued an order. The speed is too slow. The hateful Dragon Kingdom people have been hesitant these days and never dared to come at all. I think we should increase the trap and let the damn Dragon Kingdom people stud in. No one doubted this. For professional traders, setting up traps is a very simple matter. randomly post some specious good news, and then allocate some funds to raise the stock price. These are all ways. Anyway, as long as the stock price does not hit the liquidation level, there is no risk. Really, the next morning, when she saw the day's newspaper, Grace couldn't help laughing wildly. Because today Gannett's Today's forecast section has only one content: Internet. It predicts that many years after the Internet bubble has passed, the Internet industry has ushered in a stage of rapid development, becoming more formalized and benign. Therefore, they predict that the Internet sector will usher in high growth in the future, and the securities market will also usher in a period of growth. The first time she saw this report, Grace understood what Guccio wanted to do. He wants to incite investors to start paying attention to the Internet. Or rather, he just wants to build momentum and drive up the stock price. What does that mean? This means that Guccio Investment will definitely increase its investment in the future, and may even use the popularity of today's forecast to guide investors to relevant company stocks, and then use it to analyze the next trend of the stock market and successfully make a lot of money along the way. This was almost a common move for Gannett during this period, and it worked every time. This time the topic was brought directly to this point. It is obvious that Guccio plans to go all out to attack the stock of Migwa Online. Leave it as usual. Grace is still a little afraid of his method. After all, if he incites investors to join forces, this will form a general trend. Even he had no way to stop so many investors before. But this time it's different. Grace, who had diverted all of Morgan Stanley's liquidity, already had the confidence to overturn the table and smash the plate, even if Guccio could incite investors to fight against him. But the final result is still a worm that shakes the tree. This wave definitely win. However, Grace was not busy taking action. On the contrary, he was still working hard to promote the growth of stocks. He even continued to add stocks to avoid being liquidated. The so-called liquidation means that when short selling, if the stock is pulled too high and reaches near the stop-loss point, the brokerage will force the operation to buy or sell the stock. Generally speaking, once the position is liquidated, that also means huge losses. These are the rules of the game. Even the Morgan family still needs to abide by such game rules. However, Grace is not a newcomer, and the traders under her are the best in the industry. Naturally, there are countless ways to avoid liquidation, and if he continues to wait, he hopes that Guccio can continue to invest while seeing huge profits. This is exactly what happened. A week has passed by, and the entire stock of America Online has risen by a full 20% compared to before. Moreover, the rally remains solid. Even the most professional trader who sees this scene without knowing the inside story will feel that this stock will take off next. Not to mention ordinary shareholders. What excites Grace the most is that Guccio did not disappoint him. During this period, the funds invested in the stock market have even exceeded $1 billion. Basically all leverage modes are used, and most of them are 5 times leverage. This is equivalent to 1 billion meters. It directly turned into 5 billion meters. It only takes a 20% drop, and without more margin, the forced liquidation will be triggered immediately, and Guccio's 1 billion principal will be lost in an instant. Combined with the analysis of the professional analyst hired by Grace, basically all the funds that Guccio Investment can now put out have been invested in the stock market. At this moment, Grace decided not to wait any longer. We need to start making Guccio understand what is called disaster. He has entered hell. Even if God comes this time, he cannot save him. Start attacking now. I am looking forward to what the expression of this hateful dragon countryman will be next. In the office, Grace made arrangements directly. A group of traders nodded, quickly turned and left, and began to prepare for a counterattack. These people, but they're all real masters, and they're not only people from Morgan Stanley, but many of them are transferred from other institutions of the Morgan family. Strive to hit the mark with one hit. Grace did not participate in the actual trading in detail. After all, this is not fun at all, and is even very tiring. To put it bluntly, it means constant selling orders. If a large number of short orders appear at the same time, the stock price will immediately rise. This is a tug-of-war and a physical battle. As Grace, who is about to take over as the family spokesperson, it is of course impossible for him to participate in such tiring and painful things, not to mention that he has more important things to arrange. Once the stock price starts to plummet, that damn Longwood man will definitely try his best to raise funds, but no one will be willing to provide him with funds at this time. In order to ensure that this loss is reduced, he will definitely start to compromise and sell the company's shares, or even directly sell the company to get back the capital. This time there will definitely be many people who want to come up and take advantage. What I want you to do is to let all other competitors go away, so that stupid Longwood man can only sell me the company's shares. I want a little bit. Let him put all the companies in my hands. This is the top priority. As the family's future successor candidate, Grace has always seemed impulsive and irritable. But in fact, how could he be so simple? He never forgot his purpose from the beginning. Those are the companies with great potential in Gucció's hands. These companies are now in the eyes of capital. They even need to be run properly. Once these companies are listed, they will immediately attract the attention of the world. And now, what he wants is to get all these companies into his hands. At the same time, he also wants Gucció, a damn dragon country man, to pay the price. By the way, you can also make a lot of money yourself. In the words of the people of the dragon country, this is called killing 3 eagles with 1 stone, isn't it, Old Mike? Grace looked at his butler with a smile. Old Mike nodded repeatedly. The boss is smart. This time he will be able to defeat Gucció Investment and make them understand that the price of offending the Morgan family is beyond his ability to bear. Oh, Grace laughed, especially bright and in a good mood. Old Mike, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Tell me, what is the price of offending the Morgan family? Old Mike said directly without thinking. No one will pay the price after offending the Morgan family. These Dragon Kingdom people have no idea what kind of family they are facing. I think, boss, you must plan to turn everything he has into your own, and then snatch all his wealth back. When he loses its use value, he will also appear in the Pacific Ocean, as expected of the person I trust most. Grace laughed, but then said with a gloomy face, Old Mike, since you know so much, can you tell me why you still betrayed me? As soon as these words came out, Old Mike's expression suddenly changed. Boss, what you said, I don't understand. Don't you understand? Grace bared her teeth and smiled, but the smile looked like a devil. You have met Gucció many times? I'm really curious. Where did you get the courage to meet Gucció and even use your mobile phone to call him? Upon hearing this, Old Mike's pupils suddenly dilated. He knows. Since his boss can say this, it means that he has sufficient evidence. Thump! Without any hesitation, Old Mike knelt directly on the ground. Boss, I was forced to do it. I didn't want to. I was blackmailed by that damn dragon country man. You should know that I don't like to listen to other people's explanations. Grace waved her hand, and in an instant, the bodyguards who had already been arranged appeared behind Old Mike. 1 left and 1 right. He pulled Old Mike directly towards the door. Old Mike was really panicked this time and shouted desperately, Boss, please spare me. Spare me. I didn't do anything. I just delivered some news about you. I really didn't do anything. Boss. The voice finally disappeared. Grace will not keep such a person who betrays his family and himself. As for Gucció, idiot, he thinks I really don't know that this idiot Old Mike is an undercover agent lurking in front of me. What I acted before was just what I wanted him to see. Now, let's allocate more funds. This man from the Dragon Kingdom is very cunning. I'm sure he must have more funds, but how could he know that I have been waiting for him? Sure enough, in the next few days, everything was as Grace expected. When his trader made a move again and again, the stock price of Medea Online would always start to fall immediately. But every time he made a move, Gucció was able to spend more funds to stabilize the situation. The two sides are pulling each other. As expected, Gucció had some tricks up his sleeve and even exceeded the 1.5 billion mark later on. He had 500 million and didn't take action. This is not a small amount. If I really act like I did before, I will be caught off guard and really can't handle it. At least it won't be possible to get it together in a short time. But it's a pity that Grace has been hiding something from the beginning. In fact, there was something wrong with old Mike, and Grace had already noticed it when the Gannett incident turned upside down. But Grace didn't expose the other party at that time. On the contrary, he began to use old Mike to pass false information, creating the illusion that he did not have sufficient funds, and even deliberately created a feeling for Guccio. As long as he goes all out and incites stock investors, it may feel like he can really fight a beautiful sniper battle. But these are just what Grace wants Guccio to see. The actual situation is that Grace has prepared a large amount of funds from the beginning. In order to snipe Guccio this time, he even used his identity and connections to mobilize a total of 8 billion meters of swords. This is a huge amount of money, because according to calculations, Guccio's funds are basically around 1.5 billion US dollars. Even if he incites investors, he can still get up to 5 billion US dollars. This data is the result of analysis by professionals. Using leverage, as long as the leverage is 5 times, the 8 billion can immediately reach the level of 400 billion. With this amount of money, it is enough to bring down the entire United States online. In other words, from the very beginning, he was already on a winning streak. When all of Guccio's 1.5 billion yuan went into the stock market, Grace finally no longer hesitated. Smash the plate. It's time to end the game. Early the next morning, Grace came fiercely, and a large number of short orders appeared instantly. The emergency only lasted an hour, and America Online's stock price plummeted 3% in an instant. It may not seem like a big drop, but it has reached such a big change in just 1 hour. Such changes, there will only be one result: panic. The stock market is an interesting place. As long as there is panic, originally confident investors will immediately abandon their stocks without hesitation and choose to flee. But this time, the situation seems to be different. Our short orders were quickly absorbed. A small number of investors chose to flee, but most investors remained firm. What are they going to do? Do they think they still have a chance of winning? Are these people crazy? Traders, look at me. I look at you, and I can't help but be a little surprised. According to their estimation, this wave is enough to sound the death knell for stock investors, and they are even ready to take advantage of the victory and make the stock drop to the limit. But the current situation is somewhat surprising to everyone. But it was just an accident. Since they're still unwilling to face reality, let them know what despair means. Indeed, they are even trying to resist now. It's ridiculous. They are traders from the Morgan family, and they are truly royal masters. Even if the situation is a little unexpected. But everything is still under control. If someone resists, it is nothing more than trampling the resistors into the mud again. Leaks should have the consciousness of leaks. Instead of being able to be leaks with peace of mind, they try to turn farmers over and become masters. This kind of thinking is not acceptable. Yes, leaks. For them, most stock investors are actually leaks. Even some so-called elites on Wall Street are still their leaks when necessary. And now, a group of retail investors want to rebel. For them, it just adds to the fun. In an instant, the stock market, which had stagnated and declined, fell rapidly again in the face of powerful capital power. The rebels seemed determined, still fighting tenaciously. But to this group of top traders, these people are just mice under the cat's paws after all, destined to be slaughtered by them. For most of the next day, America Online stock market war finally began in earnest. But the look on the faces of the high society elite in the office. But it gradually became ugly, because they found out that they were in trouble. Even this time the fight was tougher than they imagined. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Are these retail investors crazy? What are they trying to do? Why? Why are they still insisting? In the afternoon, the elites who were blowing the air conditioner in the office couldn't help but have a cold sweat on their backs. Because they found out a battle that should have been a sure win had begun to change at this moment, and they encountered unprecedented resistance. Those retail investors are like crazy. In the face of their encirclement and suppression, they have been resisting crazily, with countless funds and long orders constantly joining in. Every time they attack with empty orders, they will be immediately attacked again. This is unreasonable. Are these really retail investors? Are you sure they are not the elites of the entire Wall Street gathered together? Normal retail investors shouldn't give up when we charge at most 3 times. Why is this happening? This shouldn't be. What's going on? What happened? In just half a day, this group of elites from the Morgan family could no longer remain calm. They already understood the seriousness of the matter. This time, retail investors. It's not as easy to deal with as imagined, because this does not look like the behavior of retail investors at all, but more like a well-trained army. Every impact and every breakout is not at all like the sloppiness that normal retail investors should have. Is there someone who disguises himself as a retail investor, but actually wants to take advantage of this opportunity to surround us? Someone made a guess, and this guess was quickly taken seriously by everyone. Really, it is simply impossible for normal retail investors to do this. They're just a group of undisciplined people who pay special attention to their own interests. Once they find out that they may lose money, retail investors will usually choose to flee as soon as possible, cause hemorrhage effect. But this time, the opponents they faced were not like this. On the contrary, the opponents faced their attacks with premeditation. This is obviously not right. They even began to speculate that this time there might be other capital joining the battle. In any case, the stock market is about to stop trading. We must suppress them. No matter who joins the battlefield, we must win this time. Continue to increase funds and continue to invest in short orders. We must continue the fight today. Soon, everyone made a decision. No matter who was behind this, one thing was certain. No matter who the opponent was, they needed to defeat the other party. Otherwise, they will inevitably face accountability from the Morgan family. But imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. They want to win the next battle, but after the actual battle, they find that this time the opponent is more difficult than they imagined. There was simply no way they could win the war after the next charge. Even when the stock market was suspended that day, not only did they not take advantage, but they also suffered losses due to the impact of the other party. AOL stock. Not only did it not fall, instead it increased by 2 points. Although the increase is not much this round, they still lost. Sitting slumped in their respective chairs, everyone looked exhausted. Today was definitely the hardest day for them in so many years, starting from the opening in the morning and ending now. They have been operating crazily, which is a test of physical and mental strength. This is a fierce battle, but even in this fierce battle, they still lost in the end. Even if the defeat was not complete, their momentum still did not leave. But I think we must pay attention. Our opponents are not ordinary retail investors at all, not even Yuan Shio Investment, but are very likely to be joined by other families. They are premeditated and waiting for us to take the bait. We must investigate who it is. It is unbelievable that someone wants to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the Morgan family. We need to report to Mr. Grace. The current situation is no longer something we can handle. Goddamn retail investors. These people are not retail investors at all. Everyone began to curse, and their momentum was somewhat low. After all, it went according to plan. They should be drinking champagne in the office now, celebrating their victory in the first battle. Who would have thought that they worked so hard but still lost in the end? If they hadn't been rich in funds and experienced, they might have suffered a big failure today. What everyone thinks of is that this time it is definitely not a decisive battle with retail investors, but the involvement of other capital and big families. That must be it. But it's a pity. Guys, I think what we're facing this time is indeed not capital. What we are facing is really a group of retail investors. At this moment, someone swallowed his saliva and said, when these words came out, they were immediately refuted by everyone. What a joke. So well-trained and full of combat effectiveness. What is he other than a retail investor? Their opponents are definitely not retail investors. It can only be strong capital. But the person who spoke first had a bitter look on his face at this moment. Although I know this is hard to believe, I think, maybe you should come and take a look at this. As he said this, he pointed to his computer screen. Everyone came forward in surprise. Just a glance. His pupils suddenly dilated. What's this? Cheer and celebrate. We won today. These damn capitalists not only squeezed our labor force, but also forced us to consume their products. They even treat us like leaks in the stock market, the only place that can change our destiny. And today, it's our first battle. Although this war is thrilling, even winning in the end seems to be related to luck. But we still won. This shows, even capital is not invincible. Tomorrow, we will inevitably face an even crazier counterattack. But by the same token, tomorrow we will be stronger and more determined. Stand up and resist. Now is the time to cheer. After typing the last character, reading the entire article, and confirming that there were no problems, Gushio chose to publish this highly inflammatory article in the community. No surprises. Immediately after it was released, a dense number of comments appear below. Haha, we won. Let all these damn exploiters die. We are invincible. Let's raise the limit tomorrow. Kill them. All the comments and messages were full of excitement. This is a social function of Facebook. The technical function is actually not complicated, just like the common forums today. But there is something special about this community. The name of this community, Retail Alliance. In fact, this community did not just start to appear recently. If we want to trace it back, it can even be traced back to last year. The original battle between the four major grain merchants gave countless retail investors a taste of the sweetness, and they began to independently look for gathering places. After Facebook took over the market share, it immediately began to understand them very well and opened a community for retail investors to communicate and discuss. In fact, just after opening, there's nothing special about this community. After all, although there are many retail investors in Alican, in fact, because transactions are inconvenient and operations are more troublesome, many people prefer to entrust their funds to management companies and leave them to professional traders to be responsible for investment. Even after the previous soybean war, the number of retail investors was still small. The flow rate is usually not high, and the popularity is not high either. But since this year, the popularity of this community has begun to increase because from time to time, there will be some discussions about getting rich overnight. I was unemployed and achieved financial freedom by relying on the stock market. 3 months ago, I was still a homeless man, but 3 months later, I was already driving a Ferrari with my little wife in my arms. I gave birth to a baby and took a vacation at home. In order to find something for myself, I chose to operate the stock market myself, but I didn't expect to help my family buy the best house. It is better to hold the money in my own hands than to hand it over to institutions. There are many similar posts, and the content is all standard templates. Let me start by writing about my own predicament, ensuring that most ordinary people can relate to it, and even make most ordinary people feel miserable and sympathetic. Then transitions begin in the middle, with occasional interruptions, and the results are uniform. Reach the pinnacle of life, become a winner in life. Go from having nothing to being worth millions or even more. This kind of post, decades later, it would still be able to trick countless leaks into taking the bait, let alone release it in this era. It can be called a king. The effect is very obvious. In just a few months, the popularity of the community has increased rapidly. A large number of retail investors have begun to increase, and people no longer like to put money in institutions for others to operate. But like it more, put the money in your own hands and be responsible for the operation. If you win, you'll be a young model in the club, and if you lose, you will work in the sea. But even so, most retail investors actually work on their own. Until this time, Gannett was revamped, and the Today Forecast section appeared, which immediately changed the outcome. Industry leaders joined in, shouting that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because the accuracy of today's predictions seems to have nothing to do with each company, but in fact, any news and information in this world may affect some stock market fluctuations. The simplest truth. For example, if news such as medical progress and large-scale viruses emerge, the market value of medical-related companies will definitely increase. And they only need to select medical institutions that they think are suitable for investment. In the end, the good news about the success of the prediction is spread on a large scale, and investors can immediately follow suit. At the beginning, when faced with this kind of post, most of us are actually skeptical. But now more than half a month has passed, and every prediction in the post has made many people make money. Over time, the influence of this industry leader has become higher and higher, and his popularity has also become higher and higher. He was once regarded as a god. This is God who leads everyone to make money together. And recently, this God suddenly sent a message with only one title: Fight back against capital, starting today. The content is even more provocative. It describes the oppression of ordinary people by countless capitals and also writes about many cases of capital ruining ordinary people's families. It makes people excited and empathizes with it. The main thing is, it also states that capital has become a behemoth in the financial market, influencing the financial landscape. Even the soybean war has been mentioned repeatedly and has become a classic case. As soon as this post came out, there is nothing to say. A large number of retail investors immediately made a decision. Fuck him. At this time, God took action. He began to use this internet community as his headquarters and launched today's counterattack. And now, although it can only be regarded as a narrow victory, but it means one thing: capital. It seems that it is indeed not invincible. The war in the financial market can never be decided in just 1 or 2 days. Nature, after confirming that their competitors were really a group of retail investors, just a group of organized, premeditated, and planned retail investors, these traders changed their minds. They did not report the situation to Grace, but quietly suppressed the matter. After all, they are professional players, but if they are beaten to a pulp by a group of amateur village super players, will they still want to lose face? So, the best way is not to publicize this matter to everyone, but to use the sharpest and most brutal means to immediately launch a counterattack and use the most powerful posture to let these damn retail investors explode on the spot. With this idea in mind, a real stock market war started in the next 2 days. With sufficient ammunition support provided by the Morgan family, these financial elites will naturally not be afraid of a group of ordinary retail investors. But very quickly, they discovered that the fighting ability of this group of retail investors was beyond imagination. On the first day of the official start of the war, they were frightened by the crazy momentum of retail investors, and the stock price even rose by almost 8%. If this group of financial elites had not quickly organized a counterattack, they would have gone up to the limit that day. The counterattack came quickly, and America Online stock price fell by 5% due to the impact of a large number of short orders. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the retail investors counterattacked again. The first day ended in a back-and-forth struggle between the two sides, and the final result made the financial elite gasp. Because today they lost again. A 3% increase that day. It was still a weak increase, but it didn't seem like a big increase. But it had a huge impact on the morale of both sides. At least, they found out that night, in that so-called Individual Traveler Alliance. Once again, a celebration meeting has begun, and even because of the achievements of the past few days, some retail investors who were originally hesitant to join all gathered together. The momentum is soaring. But even now, this group of financial elites are still confident, because in their view, they have sufficient funds and their professional capabilities are still the same. Although they have been losing in the past 2 days, at least they have not completely failed. They are still confident. But such confidence completely disappeared during the official confrontation on the 3rd day. The fighting that day was still fierce. But this group of financial geniuses were surprised to find that they had no way to continue to stabilize the individual customer alliance, because the number of individual customers was increasing. The 8 billion meter sword they originally held was no longer guaranteed to win at this moment. There is even no way to suppress the opponent. Same day, America Online daily limit. The individual customer alliance has ushered in an unprecedented victory, and this time the limit has increased. The number of members of the individual customer alliance has increased again. Even some Wall Street investment companies have begun to enter the market quietly, intending to make a fortune. This moment, The elites in the financial circle finally did not dare to resist any longer, and they immediately found Grace to report the situation. Grace's expression at that time was like this. Be reasonable. He was ready to let Gu Xiu kneel in front of him and beg him, and finally offered Yuan Xiu investment with both hands. But what's the result? The news from the traders immediately confused him. Boss, I just got the news. Grace was furious. When the traders came out, they all had bruises and swollen faces. I think the young master of the Morgan family is so angry that he is about to vomit blood. In the office, Luo Xiang reported the situation happily, with a smile on his face. Just one word. Cool. He was really happy these past 2 days, just watching his boss lead retail investors in a decisive battle. And the fluctuations in the stock market every day made him feel frightened. And the final result always makes him feel extremely happy. But after being happy, Luo Xiang still had some regrets. I'm just being polite. The name of the Morgan family is too valuable. Even if there is no margin, the position is still not forced to liquidate. Otherwise, we can win directly this time. Once the position is liquidated, it means that Grace will suffer a pure loss. At least this time, it is a guaranteed loss. With Grace's current investment, as long as their position is liquidated, they will lose at least $1 billion. It's a pity. The identity of the Morgan family is there. It is impossible that their position will not be liquidated, but it is obvious that their liquidation warning line has more advantages than ordinary people. If their liquidation is not liquidated, it means that they will have to continue fighting, and they may even have a turnaround. However, Gu Xiu smiled at these words. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing. Luo Xiang was stunned. The mechanism of forced liquidation is not to harm people. In fact, sometimes it is just to protect people and reduce their losses. Gu Xiu grinned. This, Luo Xiang understood instantly. Boss, are you still planning to continue? Why not? For the Morgan family, even if they really lose $1 billion, it will only make them feel a little uncomfortable and it will not break their bones. If you want to play with such a family, the best way is to make them completely hurt. Hearing this, Luo Xiang was startled, but Grace will definitely fight back next time. Boss, are you sure you can withstand it? In a few days, Grace lost more than $1 billion. To be honest, he felt that this result was outrageous enough. Luo Xiang originally thought his boss should have changed the battlefield, but now it seems this is not an encounter, but a life and death battle. Gu Xiu shook his head. Besides, I still have 2 cards to play. That's it, but it's not enough. This. Luo Xiang swallowed wildly. Although he felt that the risk here was too great, he felt a little uncontrollably excited. Really, this is a life and death situation. A mere $1 billion loss will only make the Morgan family's subsequent counterattacks more and more fierce. If they want to resolve the battle, they have to make the Morgan family feel so painful that they can no longer fight back. The boss wants to continue. Then go ahead. No surprises. Starting from the second day, the fighting began to escalate in an all-round way. The power of capital is indeed powerful. When the behemoth Morgan began to attack, MI online stock price immediately began to plummet off a cliff that day. But, once again, it was beyond their expectations. When class antagonism is provoked, the power of the people will always be endless, even if most of the world's wealth is controlled by capital. But that doesn't mean that a large number of civilians united can't bring down capital. Such examples are not uncommon in history. Even in financial markets, this phenomenon has been demonstrated in the previous soybean war, and it is the same this time. More and more retail investors are joining the fight. They're the spark, but it can start a prairie fire. Even though this is Alikin, the principles still apply. So, the falling stock price did not continue to fall. On the contrary, because of the participation of large forces, Migwa Online finally began to develop in a crazy direction. The stock price trend is extremely dangerous. Going from the lower limit to the higher limit, and then from the higher limit to the lower limit in one day is extremely dangerous. And, in the end, America Online stock price continued to rise. Just over 10 days, America Online's stock price increased by 187%. Grace's teeth were broken. If he hadn't asked for help from his family at the critical moment, and the family once again supported a large amount of funds, I am afraid that even if he had the name of the Morgan family, he would not be able to prevent the liquidation. But even so far, their losses have been close to $10 billion. This data, it's still because he didn't use leverage much before, if he did. I'm afraid tens of billions will evaporate in this wave. But even so, this data still makes Grace tremble with fear every time she thinks about it. He understands. I messed up myself. With a gap of more than $7 billion. This is definitely the Morgan family's largest loss in recent years. And this loss exists now if he has no way to solve it. That awaited him. There's only one way. The family cannot spare him. Someone needs to be responsible for the loss of such a large sum of money. Let alone competing families. It is lucky to avoid being dealt with by family law. His father had already told him that if this loss was inevitable, even if his father was the clan leader, he would not be able to protect him. Now he can still sit in his seat. This is because there is no forced liquidation of positions yet, and the loss has not yet become a foregone conclusion. To put it bluntly, although there is currently a loss, there is still a slim chance of a comeback. And once the position is liquidated, it just declared that the game was over, and his life was almost over. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will basically be a useless member of the family in this life, and the glory and pride you once had will completely disappear. The next path before him. Win this battle. But this is simple to say, but not so easy to do. Nowadays, a large number of retail investors have brought a large amount of funds. With his current funds and the funds drawn from his family, he is still unable to resist. The only way to make a comeback is to obtain more funds. The family is rich. The powerful Morgan family, accumulated over several generations, has already immeasurable assets, and the funds that can be mobilized will definitely exceed tens of billions. This money, he can't get it. With his current unpopular status in the family, even if he applied for a secondment normally and forced himself to do so, he would not be able to get it all. He would like to use the operating conditions of Medea Online as a breakthrough point, but unfortunately the financial market is no longer unreasonable. Even if there are some negative reports, the stock price remains high. This is originally the most common method used by capital. But now, this method allowed him to taste it himself. This taste, very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, he could only bite the bullet and persevere. In the end, Grace could only turn her attention to another investment bank in the family. J.P. Morgan Chase. Compared with old-fashioned core investment banks like Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan Chase is not weak now. It can be regarded as a product of the rapid rise of the new era, and its capital reserves are even no less than its own. As long as he gets the financial help here, he is confident that he can take advantage of the high leverage and reorganize the attack. It's certainly not that simple. Good thing. He has a sharp tongue and a father who is the head of the family. He first begged his father and even knelt down to beg, and finally persuaded his father to help as a lobbyist, and then he found the head of J.P. Morgan Chase. It is of course a lie to use reason to move people to emotion. Adults care about profit, and even a family has no obligation or responsibility to save him. Therefore, the more important thing is to lay out the benefits. First of all, the next heir to the family must support the other party. Secondly, now that the stock price of My Online has been artificially high, those crazy retail investors will have to cash out sooner or later, and the price will inevitably collapse. As long as they seize this opportunity, they can make a turnaround. Certainly. In addition, there are a series of benefits promised. 3 days later, all this was settled, and J.P. Morgan Chase invested an additional tens of billions to support Grace. And with this money, Grace planned to use high leverage to play. He wants to use the power of high leverage to achieve an impact in one go. These are ready. Grace did not act quickly, but added another layer of insurance for the sake of safety. Blocked the individual traveler alliance base camp. Since they're using the internet to communicate to launch an attack, as long as their communication channels are closed, they will definitely win, and want to shut down their internet. The best way is naturally to use hacking methods to attack both physically and magically. Everything. It was quickly and quietly ready. Good news soon came from the hackers. Grace herself also entered the Fit Alliance community and found that the server was malfunctioning, there were abnormal lags, and the network was delayed at high speeds. She couldn't even communicate normally, let alone give orders inside. After confirming all this, Grace strikes quickly. This time, he wants to take down the opponent in one fell swoop. Damn it, the community can't be accessed today. It's been hacked. Why is it so stuck? What should we do today? Where's God? Where's God? Why is the server like this? Is it being attacked by hackers? Looking at the series of posts in front of her, Grace showed a sinister smile on her face. Let's start. In an instant, $10 billion of money, with the support of high leverage, quickly became a powerful force, rushing into the stock market in an instant and becoming the largest short-selling group. The effect is very significant. As soon as he launched his attack, AOL stock price fell instantly. It took only half an hour for AOL stock price to fall to the limit. And for the next whole day, Grace did not relax her vigilance. On the contrary, he is always watching the changes in the stock market, fearing a counterattack from the other side. But it's obvious. When the base camp of the Fit Alliance was besieged and even their so-called God account was hacked, this group of Fit Alliance immediately became the fifth scum of the war. With the support of strong funds, everything was shattered in an instant. They resisted several times during the process. However, compared to the regular, planned, and tactical counterattacks before, this time there was no ripple at all. Even the limit was maintained until the end of the day. Victory in the first battle. This result made Grace ecstatic on the spot, and she was extremely excited. He understands. I succeeded. However, Grace, who had experienced ups and downs, did not completely let down his guard. The next day, he still stared. Same as yesterday. This time, it only took 15 minutes for America Online stock price to fall to the limit again, and Grace kept staring at it for most of the next day. This time, Grace was even happier, because he found out the Retail Alliance did not even resist, and many people even began to sell stocks out of panic. What does that mean? This means his own battle to turn around. Win. Look, Trafigura, I told you before, we are sure to win this time. Your high leverage plus today's lower limit, even if you stop now, will be enough to earn nearly 10 billion yuan. This is the charm of money. According to my previous plan, I need this stock to fall by 50%. You can calculate how much will you earn this time. Hundreds of billions, or even 200 billions. It's not a problem. This so-called individual investor alliance. Vulnerable. Grace looked at the person in charge of JP Morgan Chase in front of her with a confident smile on her face. Tokay was naturally very excited. After all, he just accepted the benefits to help out, but now that the help was successful, he even got the benefits. This result is so satisfying. I have always thought that, Grace. You are a trustworthy person. Don't worry, I will not forget your help to me at this time. After I take over the family, I will never let you take the credit. I will give you the reward that belongs to you. These words made Grace feel sick. But he himself understood that he had completely lost the opportunity to compete for the next family inheritance qualification, and it was the only thing he could do now. Just hold your thighs tight. The next two people have even begun to discuss what they should do next as the head of Talk Single Family. While watching stocks make money, you can imagine a bright future. This is obviously a good thing. But just when they saw that the market was about to be closed for the day, they thought everything was settled. An unexpected surprise arrives suddenly. America Online stock price has risen again, and the increase was even scarier than they had previously imagined. What's going on? What happened? Trafigura noticed something bad immediately, because he found that the stock that had dropped to the limit actually increased against the trend, and even rose by 5% in a moment. And it's still growing. 7%, 10%, 12%, 14%. In just a moment, America Online stock, which had already fallen minus 10% to the limit, rose by 20% in just half an hour, from minus 10% to plus 10%. Daily limit. And as agreed before, when the stock price hit this price, it happened to be the time when the market was closed that day, and they didn't even have a chance to react. Trafigura couldn't accept this result, and Kress couldn't accept it even more. 2 days of hard work disappeared in an instant. How could he accept such a thing? He immediately called his subordinates to investigate, and received an unbelievable answer. It's the Individual Customer Alliance. They have been pretending for the past 2 days. They are gathering strength, and even this time some small stock companies on Wall Street are involved. This is premeditated. They did it on purpose. The subordinate who reported this answer was immediately slapped by Grace. Nonsense. The Fit Alliance server has been attacked. Everyone is rootless duckweed. How could they be like this? This, the subordinate said aggrievedly. It's all fake. Everything is fake. Our hackers are even their people. It was the hacker who copied the Fit Alliance's drama. In fact, the Fit Alliance has already moved to an encrypted channel, but we never knew it before. Those posts in the Fit Alliance are all deliberately deceiving us. What? This answer almost made Grace vomit blood. What made him vomit blood even more was, after hearing all this, Tokay immediately became timid. How about I forget it? While there's no loss now, No. Grace hurriedly stopped. We still have a chance. You still have a lot of funds that have not been used. They need to wait 2 days to accumulate strength, and they will only return to the situation 2 days ago. We still have the chance to win. I feel that these people are not simple. I'm afraid. Talk still hesitated. 10 billion. If the wave just now goes well, you can earn 10 billion, but in just half an hour, you have lost 10 billion. Are you willing to accept this result? As soon as these words came out, Tokay fell silent. Really? Just half an hour ago, he calculated that he had earned 10 billion yuan in this wave. Even if the plan went well, the final 100 billion would not be a dream. A wave of fat. Are you willing? Of course not willingly. Seeing Talk's hesitation, Grace once again tempted. In this way, I don't need you to follow me all the way. I just need you to help me suppress their current momentum. A week. No, 3 days. Only 3 days. I guarantee that we will be able to reach 3 daily limits in 3 days, which will be at least 15 billion by then. You could just take the money and leave. I have to say, after all, he was the one who could almost inherit the family. Grace was really good at persuading people. After a little hesitation, Talk finally agreed. Seeing that Talk agreed, Grace couldn't help but cursed in her heart. You are a short-sighted fool. If I hadn't been tricked, how could someone like you be the future clan leader? It said to be 3 days, but if you can really make so much money in 3 days, I'm afraid I'll force you to leave, and you won't even leave. However, it was naturally impossible for him to say these words. Just in my heart, a little uneasy. He always felt that this time the Fit League was not as simple as just trying to equalize the score. I might need to find some backup. Really, early the next morning, the Individual Investors Alliance gave them a shock. More than half of the investment institutions on Wall Street actually joined the battlefield, and a large number of retail investors started buying like crazy. Some people even invest in the stock market by selling money. Under this situation, even with the financial support of Trafigura, there was still no way to stop the stock market from falling, and it even fell to the limit that day. Grace was naturally unwilling, but every time he counterattacked, he would be crushed directly by the opponent. No way. Individual investors have gone crazy, and many investment institutions that took advantage of the situation have seized the opportunity to smash the market, unable to resist at all. The only thing the two of them could do was watch half of Talk's 10 billion evaporate in an instant. After all, he was hit by Grace with high leverage. Make money quickly, but the speed of losing money is just as fast. Damn. Grace, you idiot. Do you want to kill me? 5 billion. You lost 5 billion in 1 day, you bastard. Talk exploded on the spot, grabbing Grace's neck and wanting to strangle this guy to death on the spot. But this time, Grace didn't give him any face and slapped him aside. Idiot, the story is risky. Don't you know that investment needs to be cautious? You have only 2 choices. Either leave now and bear the loss of 5 billion, or follow me and continue to persevere. This choice made Trafigura even more desperate. How to choose? Fill the $5 billion hole yourself. This is to kill him. There is no way to stop such a huge loophole. But if you continue to persist, maybe your position will be liquidated tomorrow. Use the family's reputation as a guarantee and get more people to guarantee it. This money cannot be touched, otherwise $5 billion won't be available even if I kill you. Grace suggested. This is already the case now. All we can do is persevere. But here's the thing. If it rises to the limit again tomorrow, Trafigura will inevitably be forced to liquidate its position. After all, they have lost all their principal, and even their hands and eyes cannot prevent the liquidation. Once the position is liquidated, then you will really lose all your money, and there will be no way to resist. The only way is to persist, and if you want to persist without being liquidated, you can only get a margin. As long as the margin is sufficient, the liquidation line will naturally be raised. Where can I find a deposit? Talk asked fearfully. Family. Grace gritted her teeth. Other properties of the family can be used as a guarantee, provided that a written agreement needs to be issued, and we can use means to obtain a written agreement. You are crazy. Talk's eyes widened. If we really do this, once discovered, we will both die. Grace sneered. Do you think we won't die now that we have lost so much money? Talk suddenly shuddered. Really? If that's the case, they are still certain to die. Believe me, this is the only way we have now. We have no other choice. Either die, or make a fortune. What are you going to choose? Boss, it's so cool. We've gotten fat this time. We've eaten up all the 20% profit. We sold at low points and bought at high points. Ha 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 ha, 20%. Some people will never encounter this kind of profit in their lifetime. Luo Xiang said excitedly at Gu Xiu's home. The acting skills of the previous 2 days were not in vain. In fact, they were done intentionally by Gu Xiu. Give it a try. Not only had he not held any long-term holdings from the beginning, on the contrary, since this period of time, although Gu Xiu was encouraging retail investors to rush to death, he had been quietly buying and selling. Buy low, sell high, then buy low and sell high. With 5 times leverage, Gu Xiu's funds have now increased to an unimaginable level, especially yesterday. From the conscious cold treatment from the beginning, Gu Xiu directly cashed out at a high level. Grace only felt that it had hit the limit in 10 minutes, but in fact he did not notice that Gu Xiu was also selling accordingly. Then when the limit fell the next day, Gu Xiu took advantage of the limit down mechanism and changed hands, and then used leverage to buy again. A 20% increase was directly swallowed up by Gu Xiu. And, still with 5 times leverage, direct assets doubled. Based on current capital estimates, in just half a month, Gu Xiu's capital has accumulated to $20 billion. Everything you eat is the meat of the Morgan family. Don't feel too good about this feeling. Hearing Luo Xiang's words at this moment, Gu Xiu remained calm and made arrangements calmly. Contact the Retail Investor Alliance to let them start higher tomorrow, and Wall Street will also continue to communicate. Luo Xiang was stunned. Boss, do you think they won't give up? They lost at least 50 to 6 billion today. In this regard, Gu Xiu just smiled. When a person stands on a ship full of gold and discovers that the ship has been leaking, his first thought is not to abandon the ship and leave, but to find a way to repair the wooden ship. But what else can they do? Luo Xiang was incredulous. Gu Xiu shook his head. I believe they will not let us down. If they still take the initiative at this time, they will probably drag the entire Morgan family down. Luo Xiang's eyes widened. Gu Xiu shrugged. In fact, the Morgan family has been standing by the water since Grace regarded me as prey. Sure enough, early the next morning, Migua Online stock price continued to fall again, and naturally encountered resistance midway. But unfortunately, with Gu Xiu's early preparations, these resistances were completely in vain. But what's interesting is that after the limit dropped this time, the battle did not end. The imagined liquidation did not occur. After investigation, it was discovered that Grace had begun to completely drag the Morgan family into trouble, and most of the family's well-known companies were operating without their knowledge. Became the arms dealer of this war. But after seeing this result, Gu Xiu did not continue to pursue the victory, but directly said to Luo Xiang, "Start leaving. Be secretive and withdraw all funds from this crazy market within a week at the latest." Luo Xiang was stunned, a little unbelievable. Leave now? But Grace and the others are still insisting. Now that we are gone, won't Grace be able to turn around? Luo Xiang was a little strange. The boss's plan was clear from the beginning, which was to cause pain to the Morgan family. This wave, the Morgan family's losses exceeded 20 billion. If nothing else happens, the losses will definitely continue. Leave now. This means that those who will confront the Morgan family next will be Alicon's retail investors and the financial companies on Wall Street. Whether these forces can compete is difficult to determine. If it cannot be stabilized, they can indeed make a lot of money. But at the same time, Grace can also take a breath and turn over. This is unreasonable. Isn't it a life and death situation? In an instant, Luo Xiang thought of something. "Boss, you want to let go of the feud with the Morgan family? As you told me before, repay the squire's money in full, and the common people's money will be divided 50 to 50? He guessed a possibility. This so-called life and death situation was fake from the beginning. What Gu Xiu wanted was for retail investors and even Wall Street investors to be taken advantage of this time. And he and the Morgan family will eventually become the biggest winners. From an economic point of view, this is actually a very good idea, and it can even become friends with the Morgan family. But from an emotional point of view, the boss's choice made Luo Xiang a little disappointed. What are you thinking about? Gu Xiu smiled. Although I'm not a good person, I will not let down the people who make money with me. After all, these retail investors can be recycled in the future. Besides, the Morgan family wants to go to war with me, but I want to put an end to the past. I'm not stupid. This answer made Luo Xiang secretly relieved. The boss is still the boss he is familiar with. But then if we leave now, aren't we just giving them a chance? Luo Xiang became curious. Gu Xiu smiled and said, "Contact today's prediction. Write this on tomorrow's page. Also, in the next few days, I want all media to report, including full coverage on TV and the internet, to cover this matter." Luo Xiang didn't know why, but when he saw the note, his face was filled with shock. But Gu Xiu said quietly, "If you want to seek asylum in the Dragon Kingdom, you always have to pay a price, and this is the price he has to pay." Early the next morning, Tokei got up from the bed in despair. The two dark circles under his eyes looked particularly conspicuous. He wasn't asleep at all, because his 10 billion yuan has evaporated due to losses, and the position has not been liquidated yet. It is because they secretly used other family properties as guarantees. But he knows, once this matter is exposed, he will become a sinner of the family, and no matter where he escapes, he will become a wanted target of the family. This is ironic. Obviously, just a few days ago, he was the last person who hoped to inherit the family after Grace. But what now? He became the sinner of the family. The only thing he desires now is that the 10 billion can sustain it, and the margin can sustain it. It can support it until the day when retail investors start to cash out and leave. After all, whether it is these retail investors or Wall Street investors, since they are bullish, they must buy, and they want to really make money in their pockets. You must cash out and sell your stocks. As long as someone sells on a large scale, the stock price will inevitably fluctuate immediately, and his 10 billion dead money will immediately be reborn. It's a big gamble. In fact, it was no longer a gamble with his own life and Grace's life, but even a huge gamble that forced his family to be bound to the chariot. You can only win, not lose. Instead of going to the company today, he came directly to Grace's office. In fact, he no longer wanted to see any stock market fluctuations and data. He just wanted to be with Grace. It's not that he loves this brother much, but I want to be able to strangle this bastard with my own hands when I can no longer stand up. Really, the first thing I saw when I came into the office was Grace's extremely gloomy face. Obviously, today's stock market is still rising. Shake his head. Talk no longer wanted to deal with this crazy person. I picked up the newspaper nearby and wanted to distract myself. The headline on the front page was about this stock market war that had attracted countless attention. Among them, The Retail Investor Alliance is even more powerful. This is the most common report during this period. In fact, the Retail Investor Alliance can become stronger and stronger because of the power of these media reports. Very helpless and desperate. After a quick glance, Talk began to scroll down. But soon Talk stopped looking. At this moment, his eyes were looking at today's prediction. The content in it made Talk's pupils dilate. His breathing became rapid, and his whole person was extremely frightened. There is only one content. Madoff runs away. This seems to have nothing to do with him, but Tokayer himself knows what the relationship between Madoff and the Morgan family is like. His scam even involved tens of billions of dollars in funds around the world. And now, once he runs away, there will inevitably be crazy reports, and once there are crazy reports and the truth is even dug out, that will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Just as Talk expected, when the news of this prediction appeared today, the outside world was completely shocked. The focus of the world even turned from this battle between retail investors and capital to Madoff, godfather of finance, former head of NASDAQ, the man whose asset management business exceeds initial estimates of more than $50 billion US. Run away. No warning, no logic. If it had been reported by any other media, I'm afraid it would have been criticized immediately, but Gannett Media reported this as their prediction for today. Same day, a large number of reporters poured into the streets, and a large number of paparazzi began to search for the truth. When these things happened, retail investors in the stock market did not pay too much attention. Their attention was still on the stock market. After all, involved their wallets. Not surprisingly, many people started selling today, probably as a counterattack by the Morgan family. What to do in the face of counterattack? Of course, keep the price stable. Therefore, there was actually frequent trading that day, and even the daily limit was eventually interrupted. This kind of thing would have been highlighted by the media before. But now, the heat is on Madoff. Because early the next morning, news about Madoff's escape began to spread throughout the country, and major media reports rushed to report the news. After investigation, Madoff started running away half a month ago, even transferred assets one after another, and ran away with his family. His whereabouts are still unknown. Inquiries into the company revealed that even Madoff's assistants didn't know where the financial godfather had gone. These news are nothing. The most eye-catching thing is today's prediction. Madoff's project is suspected to be a castle in the air and a Ponzi scheme. If this financial godfather runs away, it has affected the minds of countless capital and people with financial transactions. Then this prediction will detonate the entire rice. Madoff's Ponzi scheme has been maintained for nearly 20 years. Since the beginning of the last century, Madoff has used his identity and qualifications to continuously build a pyramid structure of Ponzi scheme. This will become the most amazing scam in the new century. Loss of tens of billions of dollars will bring unimaginable disasters. The so-called investment has been a lie from the beginning. It is just the money of the people behind to fill the holes in the front, tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, and use the pyramid model to maintain it for nearly 20 years. The end of capital. A large number of related reports emerged like crazy. The nation was shocked. The world is shocked. The world attention was immediately attracted by this shocking scam, and everyone's minds were attracted by this incident. And with such high attention, many people were surprised to discover more and more secrets. First of all, Madoff's earliest client was the famous Morgan family. Judging by time, the Morgan family has already recovered its capital and made a profit. Secondly, some people had actually noticed Madoff's scam a long time ago and found relevant evidence, but the result was ignored. It was suspected that someone had blocked the person's mouth. In the end, Madoff left without leaving any clues, and no one knows where he went so far. More and more news is being exposed, and people are talking more and more. But what really got everyone talking was the new topic predicted today. There is someone behind Madoff, suspected to be related to the Morgan family. A light word, but it was like a huge thunder that accumulated in everyone's heart, and it hit the Morgan family hard. What is the concept of today's forecast? It is the most accurate and most watched section of AmLike today. Even if you don't read the newspaper every day, you don't need to read today's forecast every day. Even every time the prediction ends, there will be a lot of reporters and media digging deeper. It's the same this time. Soon, more and more information was unearthed. Most of Madoff's assets and business were completed at Morgan Bank. If anyone was the first to discover the problem, it was definitely a certain bank, but they never made any move. Madoff had met with important members of the Morgan family more than once. The Morgan family may be the mastermind behind it. A large number of project investors took to the streets, hoping that relevant departments could help solve the problem. The relevant departments planned to impose fines on Morgan Bank. Capital not only harvests ordinary people, they also harvest capital. The next week was a dream week. Madoff. It has become the most commonly heard name in everyone's ears. And the same, the Morgan family was implicated. Although no one could produce direct evidence to prove that they were related, the entire Morgan family was indeed affected. In fact, the stock prices of more than 80% of its companies fell instantly, and many of them fell to their limit on the spot. And what's even more deadly is, at this time, someone noticed that these companies actually used their own shares as margins in order to continue shorting the shares of America Online and crack down on retail investors. As soon as these companies found out, they directly took the Morgan family Trafigura to court, saying that the contracts they signed were fake and had no validity at all. As soon as the Financial Supervision Bureau discovered the problem, it directly froze the margin and forced the Morgan family to liquidate their stocks that were still in the stock market. The margin problem cannot be solved for the time being, but it is obvious that regardless of whether the margin is a problem, the two major investment banks of the Morgan family are the ones implementing short selling. After statistics, this time the Morgan family invested more than $20 billion in the stock market, but due to high leverage and margin, by the time they were forced to liquidate their positions, their losses had already reached $60 billion. The $20 billion principal is definitely gone, and they still need to repay $40 billion. And, because of illegal operations, fines should also be in units of hundreds of millions. The entire Morgan family was in complete chaos. It was said that the current patriarch suffered a myocardial infarction on the spot, and the two succession candidates actually died after fighting each other in the office. Hefty fines and all kinds of negative press are considered trivial matters. The most serious thing is the loss of reputation and reputation. Many people understood that from this day on, this super family with a history of nearly 200 years was destined to begin to be marginalized and slowly withdraw from the stage of history. But facing this result, Guccio did not disperse the funds again, but still held them. Because there's another big thing coming next. Such a major economic turmoil will not only bring about changes in a liken's capital, but will also bring about the early outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis. Guccio, still have to be busy. I want to control myself. I won't let anyone see me cry, pretend to be indifferent to you. The emotional song was forcibly turned off, and then a tall young man wearing a suit but still unable to hide his flesh stood on the stage. What's going on? What's going on? Today is my 18th-year-old adult ceremony. Why do you guys play such old songs? Do you understand it's a celebration? As he spoke, Shi Qing waved and called an ordinary-looking man with a guitar from the side. Not long after, a low voice came out. Wandering on the road, are you leaving Via fragile and proud? That was what I looked like. The neo-folk style, slow lyrical rhythm, and clear voice accompanied by low singing sang in the auditorium, making many people couldn't help but nod along with the beauty. Little Shirtu, is this Uncle Gu's new song? Gu Jianjun asked in surprise. No, Uncle Gu. Shi Qing chuckled. This is the singer's song, but Uncle Gu participated in the song's creation. It sounds good. This is the first time this song has been sung outside. I bet it will become the hottest song this year. It's really good. Gu Jianjun nodded repeatedly, and then couldn't help but sigh. He is the real winner in life. He has the same name as me and is now the richest man in the world. I heard that he now owns 70 of the world's top 500 companies. That's not the case. Shi Qing chuckled. And not only that, Each of my groups is about to be listed now. Once it is listed, I am confident that I can hit the 71st one. Gu Jianjun nodded repeatedly. Okay, good job. If you have the chance, help me introduce you to my uncle. I don't know what my idol looks like. Regarding this issue, just like many times before, Shi Qingsong just hesitated and hummed to fool himself. It's boring. Gu Jianjun curled his lips and didn't say much at all. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the music. But after listening for a while, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but frown. Where is this brat? Everyone is here, but this brat is not here yet. Brother Xiao said he wanted to pick up someone. What is the name of the king of the Netherlands? He is the one who just took office 2 years ago. Shi Qingsong scratched his head. Are you kidding? That brat can still recognize the king. Gu Jianjun's eyes widened. It feels like it's a bit of a refresher. Shi Qingsong scratched his head. I think we met when we were studying abroad, right? Okay. Gu Xiao is already 18 years old. It's normal to know someone. He's just a king. Don't make a fuss. Gu's mother smiled slightly. But when he glanced at the flower basket placed next to him, Gu's mother immediately put on a mask of pain under her flourishing beauty. She hesitated and said, Comrade Gu, should I say it or not? How about we put that flower basket away? There's no need to put it in such a conspicuous position. It was a particularly conspicuous flower basket given by one of Gu Jianjun's business partners. The words written on it are even more conspicuous. Congratulations to Gu Xiao, the son of the richest man, on his 18th coming-of-age ceremony. Comrade Gu Jianjun was unhappy when he heard what his wife said. How can that work? Let me tell you, I told that brat back then that I wanted him to become the second generation of super rich people. This year, it is rare that he can become the richest man because of the rise in the stock market. Then how can I not show it off, lest this kid always say that I am a mud grinder? What kind of mud grinder can become the richest man? What kind of artificial intelligence is tinkering with every day? Just leave that thing to the scientists. The business is to inherit the family business of the richest man. I still hope to retire. Over the past few years, Comrade Gu Jianjun has worked steadily to create a miracle. Started as a restaurant, supplemented by supermarkets. After that, he plunged into the real estate industry. And then, based on real estate, he began to develop commercial sectors including cinemas, amusement parks, large shopping malls, etc. With these, Comrade Gu Jianjun also became the richest man in the country for the first time. What just made Gu Shofu a little unhappy? Although my career is going smoothly, my kid is getting more and more wild. No matter what results I achieve, that brat seems to not care. Gu Jianjun hopes that he can come back and inherit the family business. The result is good. That guy was completely dismissive and even kept saying that when the real estate bubble bursts, only technology will be the future. Gu Jianjun agreed with this, but was unhappy with his son's attitude. Don't expect to retire. If you really can't find a professional manager, Gu Xiao will definitely not inherit your company. Gu's mother covered her mouth and snickered. Gu Jianjun was unconvinced by these words. Even if his son looks down on his company, why does he feel like he looks down on his wife? Is it so easy to be the richest man? But before he could say anything, planes began to land frequently on the private helipad in the distance, and then one unexpected guest appeared one after another. It was indeed unexpected, because these people didn't have much interaction with Gu Jianjun. More importantly, the congratulatory messages from these people were even more bizarre. Penguin Ma Huathang wishes Mr. Gu Xiao a happy birthday. Ali Ma Yin wishes Mr. Gu Xiao a happy 18th birthday. Free Body Games Shin Bowen wishes Mr. Gu Xiao a happy 18th birthday. Jia from Facebook wishes Mr. Gu Xiao a happy coming-of-age ceremony. Apple Cook wishes Mr. Gu Xiao a happy birthday. NVIDIA Yellow Dog wishes Mr. Gu Xiao a happy birthday. One after another, strange but not completely unfamiliar faces appeared. Be reasonable. Comrade Gu Jianjun was a little confused. What's going on? Although we became the richest people this year, to be honest, there's still a gap compared with these. Not to say that a richest man is inferior to a company boss. It's because these people coming now are all from the distant cultivation system. The so-called Yuanxiu department, of course, refers to Yuanxiu investment. This company did not participate in the selection of the richest people in the country, because the boss of this company, Uncle Gu, who has the same name as him, is now considered by many people to be the richest man in the world, and his real assets have exceeded many people's imagination. But although he was a little confused as to why so many people came to celebrate his birthday, the visitors were guests, and Gu Jianjun couldn't drive them away. He immediately seated the person politely. I just asked a lot of questions along the way. But if you don't ask, you won't know. After asking, Gu Jianjun became even more confused. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm here to congratulate Mr. Gu on his birthday. Gu Jianjun. Although I can understand what they are saying, this old Mr. Gu and the younger Mr. Gu, I always feel like something is not quite right. But just then, a luxury customized bulletproof limo drove slowly, and then the driver opened the door. The first thing that appeared was a blonde and blue-eyed king. Following him was none other than someone else. It is Gu Xiu, who has a slender figure and looks comparable to that of a big reader. Gu Xiu and the king beside him spoke twice. Gu Jianjun didn't hear what they said clearly, but he could vaguely hear words like jazz and island. Immediately, Gu Xiu waved and asked someone to seat the king, and then he walked towards Gu Jianjun. But what made Gu Jianjun happy was that when his boy walked to the flower basket, he suddenly stopped and looked at the flower basket in surprise. Such an expression made Gu Jianjun feel very useful. Brat, now you know how powerful your father is, the richest man. But the next second, Gu Xiu asked strangely, what a coincidence, Dad. You have become the richest man, too. Gu Jianjun. The whole book is finished. P.S. I wrote a lot of closing remarks and then deleted them. There is no need to complain, and there is no point in being miserable. After all, everyone is here for the book. So streamline and streamline. Thank you, readers, for catching up to the finale. This book started in 5/20/22 and ended at the Dragon Boat Festival. It has been updated continuously for more than a year, and the number of words has exceeded 2.6 million. The book leaves a lot to be desired. In this way, I am even more grateful to everyone for enduring these shortcomings and supporting me all the way. Here, I wish everyone all the best, health and safety. Destined. See you again.